Chapter 26, The Dulce Caverns and Pueblo Mythology. In his article Alien Invaders, researcher T.L. Levesque reveals the following information in regards to the ancient Adamic-Draconian conflict which has, for thousands of years, raged upon, within and beyond planet Earth. The Draconian group is a confederation. They are reptilian humanoids, with subgroups, the serpent race, from Sirius. Note, Sirius figures prominently in reports of humanoids, and also reports of reptiloid, amphiboid and insectoid activity. In this regard the Sirius system is much like the SOL system itself. Some of these forces apparently collaborate with each other, whereas others are in conflict with each other. Branton, they set up bases inside Venus, the Earth, etc. An ancient conflict. The Indians of the southwest USA have legends of tall, fair-haired beings. They also have legends about the little people. Both are said to have sky craft or saucers. American Indians speak of underground races, surface races and people living above, in the heavens. The Navajo legends state they once lived underground, together with the Coyoteros and the white people, below a mountain near Silverton, Colorado. Note, Hesperus, meaning Venus, is sacred to them. After coming to the surface they went south and settled in the canyons of the Dineta area, near Navajo Dam, between Aztec and Dulce, New Mexico. Could the ancestors of the Pueblo Indians have been the ones who originally excavated the lower levels of the Dulce base and the lower tunnels which have apparently existed within the deepest levels of the base for centuries if not millennia? If so, then why did they revert to a low-technology culture once they reached the surface? Could it be that the scientific factions of their race either established an interaction with the Greys, and/or left the planet altogether, leaving the rest to fend for themselves? Hopi legends say that their ancestors were driven to the surface by another faction of their own kind who turned to practicing sorcery. Apache legends, according to Robert Morning Sky, state that the Two Hearts or the Children of the Lizard drove the Pueblos to the surface after they had invaded their underground domain. Could both scenarios be true? In other words, could one scientific faction have remained behind in a collaboration with the reptilians, with another faction leaving the caverns in starships and/or migrating to the surface world and/or elsewhere through these ancient and massive underground systems? Branton. They then set up defense sites and expanded south towards Mount Taylor and west into Arizona. Built atop high mesas were fortresses and towers consisting of 3 or more stories. The Pajaritan Pueblo Indians have a legend that they emerged from the inner earth, near the Great Sand Dunes, National Monument, in Colorado. They then traveled down the Rio Grande, setting up pueblos. The area now known as Los Alamos, was considered evil, the home of underworld, little people, from which would come the curse of the Gourd of Death. And so it did, in the form of the nuclear bomb. The Greys, little people, are Deros. According to New Mexican folk myth, Montezuma was born near Taos and trained by beings who lived in caverns, inside Pueblo Peak. Note, at nearby Blue Lake, UFOs have been seen entering and exiting the water. The Aztec of Mexico, who some think originally came from here, believed that the sun god needs blood and sacrificed humans for its nourishment. They killed over 20,000 people each year. Near Taos, in a cave above the Lucero River, not far from Frijoles Canyon, is where human sacrifices were made, some say even now. Note, according to one source from Baltimore, Maryland, one man encountered a reptiloid being while spending the night in a cave with black rock walls near some springs north of San Cristobal, not far from Taos, New Mexico, Branton. Members of secret society groups in Taos have been found beheaded. Like Arthur Manby, who told about a secret Asland hot springs, roughly 11 miles northwest of Taos. It is flanked by petroglyphs on the canyon walls. Cultists venerate the Mayan Aztec death god, Kumasats, who took the form of a winged creature who removes the heads of his followers who displeased him. Research indicates the high priesthood had contact with winged reptoids, who were known to devour humans, and the creatures were seeking various articles of commerce, possibly gold, psychoactive, hallucinogenic, plants, etc. Throughout Pueblo land, on pottery, cave and kiva walls, will be found decorations representing a feathered or horned snake, the plumed serpent, Quetzalcoatl. From the Pecos Pueblo, Montezuma is said to have led his followers south and founded Tenochtitlan, Mexico City. The manipulators of the mind alien civilizations have contacted some of the Earth's inhabitants and practiced various forms of thought control on those they have contacted. Officer Herb Shermer, Betty and Barney Hill, and others were given post-hypnotic suggestions to try and make them forget the contacts. Only through strength of character and hypnotic regression were they able to talk about their experiences. That aliens use us, by reaching into our minds directly. We should not respect any group which uses a method of interfering with our brain's normal electrical patterns. They use devices which produce a combination of flashing lights, pulsating sounds, ELF and EM fields. It is also insidious to put implants, brain transceivers, into human beings. And worse, to kill them for their blood and other nutrient substances, vital energy resident within their vital fluids. The Greys, the short, big heads, are mercenaries. They interface with humans in secret societies and the fascist, military/governmental complex. An interconnected web manipulates the surface Earth cultures. The 7 feet -8 inches tall reptoid/drac have been seen giving directions to the Greys. The reptoids get their orders from the elite winged Draco. Note, the actual chain of command seems to begin with the rebel angels or poltergeists, which utilize biosynthetic constructed physical forms to operate in the physical dimension. These bodies have been recovered from crashed disks and seem to consist of a sponge-like substance throughout. Followed by the paraphysical mantis insectoid type beings and the winged and white Dracos or Mothmen, as John Keel refers to them in his book, The Mothman Prophecies, although it is not certain which of these three are superior. And then the large lizard or crocodilian-like saurian bipeds or reptiloids, a dark large-muzzled 5 feet tall, approximate race that are sometimes referred to as the iguanas, a satanic, priest class of human-sized reptiloids that have been seen wearing dark hooded robes and seem to be a cross between the tall reptiloids and the smaller greys. A race of frog-faced, amphiboid lizards approximately 4 feet tall, various types of greys, with blue-gray, brown-gray, white-gray, green-gray, tan-gray, etc. Skin as well as the genetically engineered, hybrid reptiloids and greys which possess insectoid and other genetic characteristics. Followed by various non-hominoid reptilians such as the sea saurians, giant subterranean serpents, the so-called dragon worms, etc. which have been encountered within the deeper cavern systems or in the sea and which seem to be used more for psychic energy channels. All of these various alien branches collectively make up what has been referred to as the serpent races. Branton. The winged serpent, the reptilian/amphibian humanoids have been interacting with Earth for ages. Many contactees and abductees repeatedly describe an insignia of a flying serpent on a shoulder patch, a badge, a medallion, or a helmet. Note, snakes have skeletal indications of atrophied arms and legs. There have been many transformations and metamorphoses. The serpent race, like snakes, lives underground. Yet, they can come out, in their saucers, and fly. The EL Giants Elite Caste Man, the Orion, Betelgeuse group, have outpost bases inside the planet Mars. They are also known as the Titans, the Brother S, etc. Note, this Mars-Orion reference is the only source we have which actually claims to identify an extraterrestrial colony of the giant EL humans, Titans, Anakim, or Nephili. The Orion star Betelgeuse is most often referred to by some contactees in reference to the giants. Some of the residents of the Jovian moons claim that they previously came from or returned from Rigel and Betelgeuse, apparently after being driven from those systems by the draconian infiltration and invasion of Orion. Although we have come across little corroborative information concerning the extraterrestrial activity of this branch of the human race, there have been roundabout accounts of possible interaction with the Orion constellation. As for a possible subterranean presence, one source claimed that several years ago a man was let down a cable into a gigantic cavern which had been broken into by a deep oil well shaft in Texas. The man claimed to have met, within the caverns, giant 11 to 12 feet tall humans, Anakim Nephili, who claimed that the Creator and the angelic forces had ordered their civilization to remain in these caverns and to separate themselves from surface races where they might otherwise be worshipped as gods by ignorant humans because of their stature. This man was told, however, that this condition would last only until the day of judgment purification, at which point the giants would once again be allowed to return to the surface world. This doesn't mean that the DL races do not interact with other interstellar federations who are less inclined to worship them. Several years ago one woman by the name of Margaret Rogers claimed to have visited the underground civilization of the Nephili deep below Mexico. They said that their name for God is Tamil, which was also confirmed by the Telosian Bani or Sherula, whose people reportedly have considerable interaction with the giants. They also told Ms. Rogers that one day man would develop interstellar craft and be so presumptuous as to approach the very throne of the Creator and invade his personal domain, and thus invoke his wrath upon the whole planet. Could she have been referring to the Eternity Gate, within the Orion Nebula which lies far beyond the Orion star cluster, or to the New Jerusalem command? A virtual city of light which has reportedly been seen by government astrophysicists to be emerging from the Orion Nebula vortex and is now on a direct course to Earth, due to arrive near the end of the third millennium A.D. Another source has claimed that many centuries ago these human giants left their underground cities and set out on a great expedition to the stars, only to return in later centuries from their great interstellar migration or expedition. Upon returning they re-established their ancient and vast cavern cities beneath Alaska and elsewhere, some of which had been overrun by degenerate animal men from the Earth's interior during their absence, who were particularly cruel to the natives on the surface. Ancient records state that the Anax, Nephili or Titans once dwelled in the Middle East and also the ancient Gobi region, but now live mainly in large cavernous systems deep below Alaska, Oregon, Northern California, Utah, Texas, Mexico, some of the Pacific Islands, and also other parts of the western flank of North and Central America. One friend of mine informed me of a very vivid abduction-type dream, in which I came to her and took her to a cliff in the western Rockies, somehow causing part of the cliff to open up like a door with the rock moving inward and down, and took her through an inclining tiled tunnel and to a large metallic door with a type of keyboard affair next to it. She claimed that in this altered state or alternate personality mode I used my left hand to punch in a quick succession on the keyboard, a kind of code that opened the metallic door and we entered. Normally in my conscious life, which does not recall this incident other than vague subjective, dreamlike images and unsolicited thoughts, I am right-handed. She claimed that I took her inside, and we met some friendly humanoid beings about 12 to 14 feet tall who wore silvery uniforms which seemed to be alive, in her words, or emanated life energy. During another experience she claims, I had taken her to large underground chambers below the Salt Lake Valley where I was directing some kind of operation and instructing humans from the surface, who were also experiencing a double existence in this other world. My impressions are that although this collective-based alternate identity was originally psychotically induced by the Greys during past abduction experiences, as they have done with numerous abductees, this alternate self was to a certain degree reprogrammed by more friendly alien forces and became involved with various humanoid cultures within the inner Earth, who are making a common defense against the reptilian invasion of their native territories. Aside from the obvious angelic influences that have guided my life, the interaction that more benevolent beings have apparently had with my alter ego would help to explain the steady flood of inspiration which has resulted in the manifestation of this current project. So I am certainly not the ultimate source or mastermind behind these Nexus/Dulce files, but merely a willing, and sometimes semi-willing, vessel, for other sources you might say. who have continually inspired me and led me towards a mother lode of information which would otherwise defy the laws of probability or synchronicity. These sources, based on my own personal perceptions, would include humanoid giants, hybrids, Sasquatch, dwarfs, extraterrestrials, Agarshans, deep-level surface military agencies who are against the draconian agenda, and what might be considered Farian-type people of an ethereal quality yet no less human than us. Should it sound strange that there are also people dwelling within this planet who are also against draconian collectivism and who value freedom and liberty as, hopefully, most of us do? There is indeed a war going on right under our feet that is just as intense as anything that might have been conceived by your average science fiction or fantasy author. If this sounds unusual, then consider that an entire lost world existing throughout the crust of this planet, which has for ages remained separated from the often superstitious residents of the surface, would tend to develop a state of high strangeness. At least from our perspective. The outer world would probably seem as alien to them as their world seems to us. The distinction between these two worlds, aside from the fact that it is usually only the most powerful secret societies who have access to both worlds, is often augmented by the fact that most of those throughout history who have encountered the outskirts of this lost world often reacted with fear of the unknown when they encountered something strange and unusual in connection with these portals, and normally wanted nothing more to do with them, interpreting the experiences according to their own frame of reference. And the reality of this other world below would surface in a more diluted form through legends, myths, folklore, and such. If, as I am convinced, many abductees are living similar nocturnal, double lives, with interventionist or non-interventionist aliens, or both, we might look no farther than our own unconscious minds in order to find the aliens. In fact, from one perspective the following might be true: we have found the aliens, and they are us. Branton. TL continues, the elves will engage the Draco in battle around this planet. Most will die. Revelation 12 verse 7, now war arose in heaven, Michael and his angels fighting against the dragon and his angels. The elite corporate/military/governmental complex of this country, and its connection to one-world control cliques, are currently in negotiation with the Draco. They have threatened fail-safe, if the Draco, the serpent race, and their minions, the Greys and their human agents, do not stop exploitation of the Earth. In other words, an elite control group who have moved most of their chosen race to underground cities on the Moon and Mars, are willing to launch super-dirty nuclear weapons, from deep sub-city bases, manned by patriotic, mind-controlled orphans, to poison this entire planet and kill everyone, so that no one can have the jewel Earth, the divine tear. Take note of the references made by contactee Alex Collier and others to the effect that some of the elite military-industrial alternative 3 bases on the Moon and Mars were sabotaged by the Draco in 1985. And that the Draco are currently targeting the alternative 2 underground bases below the surface of the Earth. This would tend to polarize the secret government factions even more, those who, once in alliance with the reptilian collective, are now opposing the Dracoorine collectivist forces. These are those who had not succumbed to the absolute psychological control of the Draconian collective or have not been infected by collectivitis, you might say, when the Dracos made their move and took possession of many of the former joint operational bases. Unless the leaders of this military-industrial underground come clean with Congress and the patriotic citizens of the United States of America and ask for their assistance and open up their underground empire for all Americans, and not just the fraternal elite, then these people will find themselves in a very difficult situation, trying to keep draconian infiltrators at bay on the one hand and attempting to appease the wrath of an awakening giant in the form of freedom-loving Americans on the other. Americans who will begin demanding access to the underground network which they paid for via taxes and other collective economic losses. Branton. The Secret of V. The following is a list of those organizations which repeatedly advertised on NBC during the first 19 V programs, a weekly, hour TV series. Advertising support came from General Electric, who happens to own NBC and has worked on the government/alien saucer projects. U.S. Army Recruiting Command. AT&T. Eastman Kodak. Union Carbide. Chrysler Corp. Mars Incorporated. Warner Lambert. Ford, Sears Roebuck & Co. McDonald's. Zale Corp. Kellogg's. Note, for years it was impossible to buy a video set of the V series. As of the beginning of 1995, the V series was released on video and became available through major video outlets. Branton. The reptoids are returning to Earth. The invaders are here. We must convince a disbelieving world that the nightmare has already begun. Their purpose, to make Earth their world. It is not over for the human race. Freedom fighters join together, for the sake of all of U.S. Chapter 27, Dulce and the Secret Files of a U.S. Intelligence Worker. The following information was released by Jefferson Souza, a contactee who has had repeated encounters with the Vega Lyrans, who according to Souza are similar in appearance to the dark-skinned Orientals of India. Souza also claims contacts with Scandinavian-appearing humans from Yuma or Wolf 424, the Amo people. Both cultures utilize a huge Federation base located within a vast system of caverns deep beneath the Death Valley Panamint MTS region of California. In fact, several Federation groups utilize the base according to Souza, which contains whole areas specifically conditioned with the various gravitational, atmospheric and environmental conditions necessary to meet the needs of the various Federation visitors and dignitaries. The Paiute Indians of the southwest USA claim that a Greek or Egyptian-like race first colonized the massive caverns within the Panamint MTS thousands of years ago. One source claims the base was established around 2500 BC. Which is incidentally about 600 years following the beginnings of the rise of Egyptian intellectual culture, when Death Valley was part of an inland sea connected to the Pacific Ocean. When the sea dried up, these people, who were described as wearing flowing robes draped over one shoulder, headbands holding back their long dark hair, and bronze-golden skin out of necessity began to develop their collective knowledge and intellect and soon afterwards began to construct silvery flying canoes. At first these flying machines possessed wings, were relatively small, and flew with a dipping movement and a loud, whirring noise. As time passed the ships became wingless, grew larger in size, and flew ever more smoothly and silently. Eventually these people, the Musavs, moved their civilization into still deeper caverns which they had discovered farther underground, and commenced to explore the nearby planets and eventually other star systems as their own technological explosion began to refine every aspect of their society. These Musavs have apparently had interplanetary or interstellar travel for 3,000 to 4,000 years since they first developed their flying machines. Could they have been one of the many native Turanian ancient astronaut civilizations which apparently had colonized Lyra and other systems? The story of the Panamints was related by a Navajo Indian by the name of Ogamake, who in turn heard it from an old Paiute medicine man. What about Souza's reference to the vegans, who are similar in appearance to East Indians? I believe that India is a major key to understanding our planet's lost history. The ancient Vedic texts speak of flying ships called Vimanas, as well as nuclear technology which was utilized by the ancients there. Hinduism itself arrived in India as a result of the pre-Nordic Aryan invasion from the north, the Gobi region. Some researchers insist that the Mayas and Egyptians were originally navigators from India, possibly explaining the similarity in architecture and their advances in medicine, astronomy, mathematics, and so on. Swiss ethnoarchaeologist Yves Naud also quotes from ancient Indian texts which state that the leaders of ancient India later collaborated with secretive Grecian intellectual societies in the development of aerial ships. So then, the Musavs may have been representatives of any one of these cultures, Nordic Aryans, East Indians, Egyptians, Mayas, Greeks, or a combination of cultures. However, one thing is certain. Only a very small portion of the true history of planet Earth, as of this writing, can be found in the standard historical textbooks. Jefferson Sousa claims that the following revelations are from the personal notes and scientific diaries of a scientist who was commissioned by the U.S. government over a period of several years to visit all crash sites, interrogate captured alien life forms and analyze all data gathered from that endeavor. Eventually this person was discovered to have kept and maintained personal notes on his discoveries and was therefore scheduled for termination, not just job termination, which he narrowly escaped. Following 33 years of investigations, he went into hiding in 1990. The Blue Planet Project, Alien Technical Research, 25 Westchester Camp, Office of Central Research No. 3 Alien Life Forms. Code, Aramis 3, ADR 3-24 SM Section, the Dulce Base. Code, J.B.3. The following material comes from people who know the Dulce underground base exists. They are people who worked in the labs, abductees taken to the base, people who assisted in the construction, intelligence personnel, NSA, CIA, etc., and some specific UFO inner Earth researchers. This information is meant for those who are seriously interested in the Dulce base. For your own protection, be advised to use caution while investigating this complex. An ongoing investigation made by JB3, Code, SR 24.3b7. Note, the author is no doubt quoting from some of the writings of a researcher and friend of yours truly, who has been at the very center of the Dulce investigations and has met with Thomas Costello personally. JB 3 would be Jason Bishop 3, Branton. WHO's planet is this? These specific aliens, greys, reptiloids, consider themselves native Terrans. They are an ancient race, descendants of a reptilian humanoid species. They are untrustworthy manipulator mercenary agents from another extraterrestrial culture. The Dracos, who are returning to Earth, which was their ancient outpost before the coming of the original Uniterrestrials, to try to use it as a staging area. Which is not easy at all because it causes all the other 170 different alien species to want their share of the metagene secrets. Note, these 170 are in most cases various subspecies of the humanoid and reptiloid root species. Although various other transdimensional species are also visiting Earth, like the insectoids, etc. This also includes various humanoid and reptiloid species who are the products of genetic integration with various bizarre animal life forms. The metagene is an inbred gene within humans on Terra resulting from the mixture of various cultures upon the mother world or Genesis world, a genetic anomaly which can produce extraordinary characteristics and abilities in individuals, allowing them to accomplish what would be considered by many ETs to be extraordinary physical and psychic feats. Branton. But, these alien cultures are in conflict over whose agenda will be followed for this planet. All the while mind control is being used to keep humans in place, artificially of course, especially since the 40s. The Dulce complex is a joint U.S. government and alien base. It was not the first one built with the aliens, and others are located in Colorado, Nevada, Arizona, Alaska, etc. The Navajo Dam is a main source for conventional electrical power, with the second source in Nevada, which is also an underground entrance to the Dulce base. Note, if RAND is the mother of think tanks, then the Ford Foundation must be considered the father. RAND's secrecy is not confined to reports, but on occasion extends to conferences and meetings. On page number 645 of the Project RAND, Proceedings of the Deep Underground Construction Symposium of March 1959, we read: just as airplanes, ships and automobiles have given man mastery of the surface of the Earth, tunnel boring machines will give him access to the subterranean world. Note, the September 1983 issue of OMNI, page 80, has a color drawing of the subterrane, the Los Alamos nuclear-powered tunnel machine, that burrows through the rock, deep underground. By heating whatever stone it encounters into molten rock, magma, which cools after the subterranean machine has moved on. The result is a tunnel with a smooth, glazed lining. These underground tubes are used by electromagnetically powered sub-shuttle vehicles, which can travel at great speeds. They connect the so-called Hidden Empire subsidy complexes. Also, the top-secret project codenamed Noah's Ark used the tube shuttles in connection with a system of over 100 bunkers and bolt holes, which have been established at various places on Earth, including beneath nearly every military base and many airports in North America. Branton. They built the same type of subterranean tunnels at the ultra-top-secret Moon and Mars bases as well. Many of these underground cities are complete with streets, sidewalks, lakes, small electrical cars, buildings, offices and shopping malls. Deep sections of the Dulce complex connect to natural cavern systems. A person who worked at the base, CR 24/ZM35 File 4, who had an Ultra 7B clearance reports the following. There may be more than 7 levels, but I only know of 7. Most of the aliens are on levels 5, 6, and 7. Alien housing is on level 5. Transamerican Underground Subshuttle System, TUSS. Overt and covert research within Dulce as U.S. Energy Secretary, John Harrington named the Lawrence Berkeley Laboratory and New Mexico's Los Alamos National Laboratory to house new advanced genetic research centers as part of a project to decipher the human genome. The genome holds the genetically coded instructions that guide the transformation of a single cell, a fertilized egg, into a biological being. Note, contactee Alex Collier claims that the reptiloid species of Alpha Draconis and Rigel Orion, although involved in short-term mind control projects, are also interested in long-term genetic control. That is, introducing genetic information into a conquered race in order to keep succeeding generations subjected to the draconian elite by sabotaging certain genetic strengths. Branton. The Human Genome Project may well have the greatest direct impact on humanity of any scientific initiative before us today, said David Shirley, director of the Berkeley Laboratory. Covertly, this research has been going on for years, at Dulce Labs. Level number 6 at Dulce is privately called Nightmare Hall. It holds the genetic labs. Reports from workers, CR 24/ZM52 File 7, who have seen bizarre experimentation, are as follows. I have seen multi-legged humans that look half human, half octopus. Also reptilian humans, and furry creatures that have hands like humans and cry like a baby, it mimics human words, and also huge mixture of lizards, and humans in cages. There are fish, seals, birds and mice that can barely be considered those species. There are several cages and vats of winged humanoids, grotesque bat-like creatures about 3.5 to 7 feet tall. Gargoyle-like beings and dracoreptoids. Level number 7 is the worst, row after row of several humans and humanoids, hundreds, perhaps thousands, in cold storage. Here too are embryo storage and storage vats of humanoids, in various stages of development. Notes. 1. Human and animal abductions, for their blood and other parts, slowed in the mid-1980s when the Livermore Berkeley Labs began production of artificial blood for Dulce and its sister complexes. 2. About the confrontation, human and alien at Dulce, 82 people were killed between scientists and the National Recon Group, apparently 66 from Special Forces and 16 scientists. Branton, the Delta Group, which is responsible for security of all alien-connected projects. Also, there were hundreds of other wounded people and 132 dead aliens. The Dulce facility is the most well-known place where this, joint interaction, activity occurs, although there are at least another 26 bases within the United States that have similar facilities. In the book ETS and UFOs, They Need US, We Don't Need Them, was an original idea for one title, but not my personal choice, by Virgin Posty Armstrong. He reports how his friends Bob and Sharon stopped for the night in Dulce and went out to dinner. They overheard some local residents openly and voicefully discussing extraterrestrial abductions of the townspeople for purposes of experimentation. The ETs were taking unwilling human guinea pigs from the general populace of Dulce and implanting devices in their heads and bodies. The townspeople were frightened and angry but didn't feel they had any recourse since the ETs had our government's knowledge and approval, Code, SR 24/AK.5. Several Dulce residents are not naturally from this area. Single people and even couples with children have just come to the town of Dulce since 1948. Generations of frozen agents occupied in suspect positions. Work in a gas station, drugstore, bar, restaurant, etc. They're there to listen and report anything which violates their limit of security. Always in the town of Dulce, you never know who is who. The Dulce base is run by a board. The chairman of the board is John Harrington. Jim Baker of Tennessee is the NSA/CIA link to Dulce. House Speaker Jim Wright of Dallas, Texas, the nation's third highest office, is the treasurer at Dulce. There is currently a power struggle going on, as Representative William Thomas, Republican California, put it. Part of Jim Wright's problem is he fails to understand what's equitable and fair. It's the arrogance of power. Even among his fellow Democrats, many find Wright to be uncomfortable. Wright's operating style leaves him vulnerable. Most meetings of the Dulce boards are held in Denver, Colorado and Taos, New Mexico. Former New Mexico Senator Harrison, publicly known as Last Man on the Moon, Schmidt has full knowledge of Dulce. He was one of 7 astronauts to tour the base. In 1979, he held an animal mutilation conference in Albuquerque, New Mexico. This was used to locate researchers and determine what they had learned about the links between the mute operations and the alien/government deals. Senator Bryan of Nevada knows about the ultra-secrets at Dreamland and Dulce. So do many others in the government. This is what the UFO researchers are up against, so be careful. They have killed to keep this information secret, and by reading this document, you now know more than they want you to know. After all, a fascist group, within this country, had John Kennedy assassinated and got away with it. Look to the links within the larger umbrella, the web of a fascist totalitarian secret police state, within the Pentagon, JCS, DIA. Division 5 of the FBI, DISC/DIS and CIA. Other information contained in the Blue Planet Project manuscript includes information on various secret government projects, including the following. The VMAGI, Majestic Agency for Joint Intelligence, projects. Sigma, initial project involved with attempts to establish communication with alien intelligence. Plato, responsible for establishing diplomatic relations with the aliens. This project secured a formal treaty, illegal under the U.S. Constitution, with the alien Greys. Aquarius, concerned with investigating the history of alien presence on Earth and interaction with human beings. An outgrowth of this project is a huge thesaurus-like document called the Yellow Book describing aliens, their history in regards to humanity, and technology. Some believe that the Yellow Book is filled with alien propaganda meant to make government agents vulnerable to alien psychological manipulation. For instance, this would include the deception that humanity is a genetic creation placed on this planet by the reptilians, and so on. And the potential results of such propaganda. For instance, that since they are our creators, we have absolutely no defense against them and might as well try to negotiate with them and attempt to appease our creators by giving them what they want. Branton. Garnet, a project responsible for control of all information and documents regarding the alien subjects and accountability of their information and documents. Pluto, a project responsible for evaluating all UFO and IAC, identified alien craft, information pertaining to space technology. Pounce, a project that was formed to recover all downed and/or crashed craft and aliens, and provide cover stories and operations to mask the true endeavors whenever necessary, i.e. such as cover stories of crashed, experimental aircraft, construction, mining activities, etc. NRO, National Recon Organization, based at Fort Carson, Colorado. Responsible via Delta Forces for security on all alien or alien spacecraft and underground base projects. Delta, the special arm of the NRO which is especially trained and tasked with security of all magic projects, MAGI or Magic Oversea MJ-12. Also codenamed Men in Black, the Delta forces are trained to provide alien-tasked projects and Luna base security. Blue Team, the first project responsible for reaction and/or recovery of downed and/or crashed alien craft and/or aliens. This was a U.S. Air Force Material Command project. Also synonymous with Alpha Team crash/retrieval projects. Sign, the second project responsible for collection of intelligence and determining whether alien presence constituted a threat to the U.S. national security. Sign absorbed the Blue Team projects. This was a U.S. Air Force and CIA project. Red Light, the project involving the test flying and back engineering of recovered alien craft at Area 51, Groom Lake, Dreamland, Nevada. UFO sightings of craft accompanied by black unmarked helicopters are Project Red Light assets. Snowbird, established as a cover for Project Red Light. This project is activated from time to time when it is necessary to provide cover stories for red light operations, etc. By releasing information on advanced conventional military aircraft which are used to explain unexplained UFO sightings. Blue Book, a U.S. Air Force, UFO, and alien intelligence collection and disinformation project. This project was terminated and its collected information and duties were absorbed by Project Aquarius. A classified report named Grudge/Blue Book, Report No. 13" is the only significant information derived from the project and, other than information from second-hand sources, is unavailable to the public. Reports number 1 to 12 and number 14 are available to the public. The Grudge/Blue Book Report No. 13 mentions that many military government personnel and civilians have been terminated, murdered without due process of law, when they had attempted to reveal the alien interaction with the secret government. Some of MAGI's secret weapons against the aliens include Gabriel, a project to develop high-frequency pulsed sound-generating weapons that would be effective against alien crafts and beam weapons. The project also involves working with high-frequency microwaves. Joshua, the development of low-frequency pulsed sound-generating weapons. This weapon was developed and assembled at Ling Temco Vought in Anaheim, California. It was described as being able to totally level any man-made structure from a distance of 2 miles. It was tested at the White Sands Proving Grounds, and developed between 1975 and 1978. It is a long horn-shaped device connected to a computer and amplifiers. The project also involves low-frequency and microwave projection. Excalibur, this is a weapon designed to destroy alien underground bases, developed and funded mostly by intelligence branches connected with the U.S. Navy and SDI projects who have rejected any further interaction with the Greys after they turned on us during the Groom Massacre and the Dulce Wars. Some patriotic elements of MJ-12 and the MIC. Military-industrial complex support this agenda of resistance. Whereas other elements tied in with the corporate imperialists of the international banking community support continued collaboration for purposes of acquiring further mind control technology for their New World Order. Excalibur is a missile capable of penetrating 1,000 meters of tufa/hard-packed soil, such as is found in New Mexico, with no operational damage resulting. The missile's apogee is not to exceed 30,000 feet above ground level, AGL, and impact must not deviate in excess of 50 meters from designated target. The device carries a 1 to 10 megaton nuclear warhead. The secret for a self-contained missile, drill, a vertical shaft over 1,000 meters deep, consists in an energosynthetizer macrowave deflector in the missile warhead. Magic has 5 other major weapons to be used against the aliens, however little if any information on these is available. Also from the same report we find the following information on reptiloid alien forms: average height, male, 2.0 meters. Female, 1.4 meters. Average weight, m, 200 kilos, f, 100 kilos. Body temperature, m, ambient temperature, f, ambient temperature. Pulse/respiration, m, 40 tenths, f, 40 tenths. Blood pressure, m. 80/50ths, f. 80/50ths. Life expectancy, m. 60 Earth years. F. 23 Earth years. Cold-blooded. Like all reptiles, the reptiloid is found to flourish in a warm, tropical clime, normally artificial, big caves. With imperfect respiration providing just enough oxygen to supply tissues and maintain the processing of food and combustion, their temperature can be raised only a few degrees above the ambient. This suggests that heat weapons, like flamethrowers and so on, may prove to be nearly immediately effective and fatal to this species under battle conditions. The reproductive system is oviniparous, with eggs hatching in the oviduct prior to birth. The underdeveloped reptiloid, for faster activities, physical activities, cerebellus results in a slowness and simpler city of movement. The reptiloid eye is composed of thousands of microscopic facets, each facet with its own independent protective lid. The eye is almost never closed entirely during waking hours. Rather, sections of the organ are shut down in conjunction with the dominant light source. The reptiloid survived hidden inside the earth, within big caves underground. Information on the insectoids. Average height, master race, male, 1.6 meters, female, 1.2 meters. Average height, servant race, m, 1.0 meters, f, 1.0 meters. Average weight, master race, m, 70 kilos, f, 40 kilos. Average weight, servant race, m, 35 kilos, f, 35 kilos. Body temperature, m, 110/2. f, 110/2. Life expectancy, m, 130 Earth years. f, 130 Earth years. Note, are the current attempts to create a genetic reptilian insectoid hybrid race, like those genetically mutated species reportedly existing in Bellatrix Orion, a result of the reptiloid's desire to increase their lifespan. Branton. The insectoid retina is composed entirely of tone-sensitive rods, and is incapable of discrimination between different wavelengths of light. Therefore, the addition of color to the insectoid's vision is accomplished by the dual antennae which, in addition to being auditory receptors, are made up of a complex network of wavelength-sensitive cones. Owing to the highly directional nature of the antenna, the corona of vision is perceived by the subject in the tones of gray. Because of this correlation of four independent light-receptive organs, insectoid vision can be correctly termed quadrascopic, resulting in relatively superior depth perception. Insectoid auditory capabilities are highly developed, and insectoids are capable of distinguishing from among a wider range of audio frequencies than is normal for humanoids. Because of the monodirectional antennae, insectoids, most of which have been observed in the form of giant mantis, locust or grasshopper-type entities, Branton, usually listen with their head tilted slightly downward. They also have a limited exoskeleton. More alien races mentioned in the secret report. 1. Type A, Rigelian, Rigel, or the Gray. 2. Type B, 2 Reticuli, Xereticuli 1, or Gray. 3. Type C, 2 Reticuli, Xereticuli 2, or Gray. 4. Type D, Orion, Pleiades, or Nordic. 5. Type E, Bernard's Star, the Orange. Information on the Rigelian reptilian grays. Luna 1 is the Rigelian base on the far side of the Moon. It includes a base, a mining operation using very large machines, and very large alien crafts or carrier ships. Wavenest is the Rigelian base in the Atlantic Ocean, and includes an underwater alien base, mining and big cigar-shaped crafts. Rigelians made contacts with certain members of the military-industrial, corporate or secret government complex from 1947 to 1971. The government thought that the Greys meant us no harm, but in 1982 and 1988 the picture that emerged was exactly the opposite. The story now is one of great deception at several levels. The Greys, Trojan horse-style manipulation and lying involved MJ-12/magic forces. The current agreements with the Greys within the NSA-connected levels of the military-industrial complex, some sources have implied. continue as a result of the large level of alien infiltration and mind control that exists throughout certain levels of the intelligence community, Branton. The inner core of the CIA/NSA is deeply controlled by the Greys. Working under the instructions of the aliens from Rigel, the CIA and former Nazi scientists have developed and deployed malignant strains of bacteria and viruses, including AIDS, in order to exterminate undesirable elements of the human population. Information on the Nordic races. Average height, male, 2.0 meters. Female, 1.7 meters. Average weight, m, 90 kilos, f, 70 kilos. Body temperature, m, 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit, f, 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit. Pulse/respiration, m, 72.5/16, f, 72.5/21. Blood pressure, m, 120/80. f, 80/50ths. Life expectancy, m, 60 Earth years, f, 23 Earth years. According to other sources, this low life expectancy is probably greatly exaggerated. Branton. Information on the Orange. The Orange are reportedly humanoids with red, stocky hair and in some cases may have been genetically tampered with and imputed with various levels of reptilian genetics, making them a quasi-hybrid race, although apparently mostly human, in many cases. Unlike the reptilians, however, they have external reproductive organs and are apparently capable of mating with other humanoid races. They come from the Barnard star system. On certain rare occasions they have been seen with facial hair, beards, etc. Apparently some strains of the Orange hybrids are more humanoid than are others. Branton. Average height, male, 1.7 meters, female, 2.0 meters. Average weight, m, 70 kilos, f, 50 kilos. Body temperature, m, 91 degrees Fahrenheit, f, 91 degrees Fahrenheit. Pulse/respiration, m, 242/61, f, 242/61. Blood pressure, m, 80/40ths. f, 80/40ths. We will close this section by quoting from one more installment of the Blue Planet Project. The metagene factor. The metagene is a biological variant lying dormant in select members of the human race, especially on planet Earth, until an instant of extraordinary physical and emotional overstress activates it. Apparently a latent self-preservation gene capable of producing seemingly superhuman abilities in Earth humans during times of extreme stress or crisis. Branton. That's an energochemical, in response to adverse stimuli. A chromosomal combustion takes place, as the metagene takes the source of biostress, be it chemical, radioactivity, or whatever, and turns the potential energoresponse into a catalyst for genetic change. The main focus of the catalyst power is a gland in the middle of the human brain called the pineal gland, and the nutrient for increasing the pineal's action is the adrenaline. The metagene factor gives the ability of psionic power, for better or worse. The main interest of the aliens, especially the Greys, is to understand and control the metagene for their own race. They try to do this using biological experiments to make hybrids from both humans and aliens. They believe perhaps the men from planet Earth are the deadliest creatures in the universe, because only on Earth people are apparently capable of generating the metagene factor, which means natural psionics ability, real power, note, power for good or evil, you might say. One of the reasons that humans on Earth are being controlled/harnessed, as is the case with the Nazi NSA military-industrial space forces, or denied advanced interplanetary technology, as in the case of those who have not been brought under their control, is simply because the aliens, especially the malevolents, are terrified that if a free non-collectivist human society from Earth gets a foothold in space, then we would pose a deadly threat to their alien agendas of conquest and manipulation throughout the galaxy. This is why they are intent on taming or harnessing the metagene factor, as they have done with the fascist forces based in Antarctica via massive mind control, so that these forces can be channeled as human shields or warriors to fight their battles in space against interstellar cultures who would otherwise resist the activities of the draconian collective. We must demand from the military-industrial complex which has been built with our tax dollars, and which is being deeply influenced by alien/fascist forces that they cease from selling us out. And share their interplanetary technology with the rest of us, so that we as a whole can access the stars rather than just a core of super-wealthy and alien-controlled elite. If we as a constitutional republic, and Congress, rightfully take overt control of whatever space projects have and are being financed by our tax dollars, then the open space policy and public conscience itself will prevent these space forces from engaging in any unjustified military actions against peaceful worlds that would defy the foundational ethics of the U.S. Constitution on the one hand, or will prevent us from allying ourselves with any exploitative and manipulative alien force on the other hand. Branton. The principal races in the universe are psychologically the same. The pure cold logic is a normal order to most important races. Basic sameness makes for predictability and security. The enemy one knows, are the ones you can guard against. This is not the case with unpredictable mankind. While most are uniformly human, some, many more, apparently, than anyone had dreamed, possess a latent tendency towards superhumanity, natural psionic abilities. That in itself could prove dangerous for any idea of alien domination on Earth. Note, for instance, some Terrans have the ability to scan the UPF or universal psionic field with their superconscious minds via projecting and focusing their magnetic body at various levels on a conscious or unconscious basis. And any subjective danger that is detected through this process is converted to consciousness via intuition. This might be compared with remote viewing, which is simply the human brain's ability to tune into and ride the universal psionic field or the flow line like a biochemical radio receiver scanning the psionic air waves, and psionic waves are a tangible energy form that can be measured just as radio waves can. The electromagnetogravitic grid of any planet, and supposedly the EMG fields which connect the planets and stars at a subtle level, serve as the energy web in which thought forms are trapped and contained. Humans are multidimensional beings and therefore have the ability to perceive the vast reservoirs of thought forms within these interstellar grids on an intuitive level, for instance when they are dreaming. During the dream state the brain operates on a lower frequency and what we might call psionic long waves are produced which can reach out and connect with others long waves on the same frequency. Or connect with the psionic field itself and observe the psychic atmosphere resident within any certain area through tapping into the reservoir of thought forms there. This would explain why people often have vivid dreams near high-energy grid areas, simply because these areas tend to trap more thought form, psionic or psychic energy residue than do other areas. Also astral. Human or animal lifeforms which have become trapped within these psionic energy grids by encountering powerful EMG zones like that which exists in the Bermuda Triangle area, essentially having entered into or become part of a world of thought forms. A dimension density where events and objects are more fluid than they are in the third dimension, might be contacted, for better or worse, while in the dream state. Not all of the beings, or even dreamscapes that one encounters within the dream state are the exclusive products of one's own subconscious mind. Branton. By coupling mankind's inherent belligerence with the fact of the metagene effect, each human is unique and Earth becomes a spawning ground for an unpredictable superrace, if we have the chance. Others have already demonstrated an awareness of man's potential, throughout human history. This is because the aliens are here to try to control Earthlings before we dominate them, and they want our most important secret, the metagene factor, which is the aliens' only hope. Chapter 28, The Organization, Inside the Collaboration. The following information comes from an article written by researcher William Hamilton, titled Magical Caverns, which was in turn based upon Hamilton's book Alien Magic. The first case of subterranean abduction that I investigated occurred in 1988. I never reached a firm conclusion regarding the information that resulted from this investigation, but did receive corroborating reports from other abductees. The incident occurred in the Rosamond area of the Antelope Valley in California up on the sides of the Tehachapi Mountains. The Tehachapi Mountains rise on the north side of the valley. There is a saddle in the mountains and a secret Northrop electromagnetic testing facility is in the area just below the saddle. The Northrop facility has been dubbed the Ant Hill or the Black Hole by some of the locals who refer to it as a multileveled underground facility. Ray and Nancy worked at the Northrop B-2 assembly factory in Palmdale. Ray is a Native American. Ray was an aircraft inspector and worked swing shift. One June night he decided to take a midnight ride with Nancy up to the cut in the Tehachapi Mountains. This cut appears as an inclined whitish mark on the side of the foothills. It actually marks the site of a road that winds up around the mountains. On the backside is an entrance to an artificial plateau that had been blasted out of the rocks. Ray parked his truck on this plateau. They got out to look at the stars and the city lights of Lancaster and Palmdale in the valley far below. While looking at the stars, Nancy noticed that some of them were moving around and brought it to Ray's attention. Ray got his flashlight out of the truck and started signaling the lights. At some point, Nancy noticed a bright basketball-sized orb hovering just above a nearby knoll. They both walked closer to get a better look at the orb. Ray thought it had just risen out of some invisible opening in the ground. It seemed to be flashing and sparkling. Some sort of line dangled from its underside. It rose a little higher and Nancy tried to speak to it, having an intuitive feeling that some intelligence has guided the orb to that plateau for their benefit. As they watched this strange phenomenon around 1 o'clock in the morning, they next observed the morning dawn light over the far distant eastern hills. Something had just snatched 4 hours of time out of their lives. The orb was gone. They were terrified and drove quickly home. The next day, they felt a vibration going through their apartment. When they went outdoors, they saw 2 orbs hovering above their apartment. This scared them badly. I took Ray and Nancy to a local hypnotist and she regressed Ray. Nancy refused to be regressed, expressing fear over what she might discover about those 4 hours of missing time. Ray was an excellent subject. When in trance, with little prompting, he fell backwards nearly to the floor before we caught him. The regression brought out some amazing revelations. Ray and Nancy had been abducted and taken underground. Under hypnosis he kept mentioning the Kern River to the north. There is an area near the Tehachapi Mountains called the Kern River Project. The upper river is being used by the government for hydroelectric power to power an underground facility at Tehachapi Ranch, actually, the Tejon Ranch. The mountain next to the power facility is being hollowed out. There is mud all around and it's so obvious, but apparently people aren't looking. All the power is being used for the ranch, which is the site of underground skunk works where highly technical aircraft, spacecraft and all kinds of stuff are being dealt with. It is a huge underground base, probably close to the size of the one under 29 Palms Marine Base. It has huge hangars and very large elevators as well as technical laboratories. There is a whole city under there, large passageways. The whole valley is full of tunnels. You can drive from one end to the other underground. You can drive from Palmdale, site of the Northrop, Lockheed, and Black Project areas, to California City, all underground. There are tunnels all the way to George AFB. Aliens apparently have access, they've been seen all over the place. The corporate government lets them do whatever they want. They're probing the human brain. Trying to find our weaknesses and learning how to control us, like they've apparently learned to control the secret, corporate, government elite who in turn control these underground military-industrial networks and who have in essence turned these facilities over to the aliens. Whether out of fear of retaliation, out of some type of global control agreement, or just plain mind control. Branton. They dissect humans, can't describe the dissections because they are not humane. Really morbid. The government knows it, they just turn their heads. Some people in the government want to stop this but they don't know how to stop it. Note, as so many in the know have already said, the entire alien interaction scenario is completely out of control, which I would guess means that we are no longer in control of the situation. In other words, the framework, which was created as a result of the alien interaction projects when most of the human collaborators believed that the aliens were benevolent, is still in place, even after we lost control of the situation. Since the aliens now have control of much of the infrastructure that grew out of the early interaction projects, the control structure, or establishment, itself will not and cannot do anything about the situation. It is up to those on Earth who are not bound by security restrictions, or fraternal secret society OATHS. Or in the case of humanoid visitors, those who are not bound by non-interference directives, such as the many Nordic Terran hybrids who have, according to Michael Wolff and others, been legally born into this society. In other words, it is those and only those who are free from and operating outside of the system who have the power to change the situation for the better. Branton. Ray was disconcerted that Grays had Nancy strapped to a table in this facility. He could see instruments all around. During hypnosis he would freeze up when recalling this scene. He yelled and became very emotional. He was convinced they would rape her and violate her, yet he was helpless to prevent it. He and Nancy also felt they had contact with a benevolent race of aliens who had observed their capture, by the Greys. After a few months, Ray and Nancy announced to me that they wanted little more to do with reporting further events. They felt exposed and monitored and feared retribution if they continued talking. They last told me they intended to go to Bible classes to find refuge from this enormous evil that encroached upon their lives. Many witnesses have observed unusual phenomenon over the Tejon Ranch. One night on March 3, 1991, Pearl Schultz and Eric Levitt sighted 5 or 6 UFOs moving in pairs at various speeds and sometimes switching directions over the Tehachapi Mountains. Each had a pulsating light that alternated from bright white to heavy red. Mrs. Schultz noticed orange and yellow colors. Some of the UFOs seemed to come from the saddle area. A man named Stan saw a bright flash of orange light which seemed to have a cigar shape. He saw this from Avenue I looking northwest over the Tehachapis. 3 witnesses went up to the plateau near the anthill on January 31, 1991. They saw a green glowing disk take off from this facility without any apparent acceleration and climb at a 45-degree angle to the south. They also heard a tone when they sighted the object. When traveling back down the road, 170th Street West, they saw 2 black vans and 2 black helicopters. In the morning dawn, a pilot was flying out of Fox Field on Avenue G headed for Merced. His flight path would take him over the Tehachapis. When passing over the saddle where the anthill is located on February 23, 1991, he observed 4 white rectangular objects hovering over the facility. He described them as being 4 times the size of a typical highway billboard. They were each separated by about 200 yards. Another observer, who was called on the phone, drove his car out to the highway and observed these same objects before they winked out. Cloaked. Branton. One local man who has property on 170th Street West reported seeing the ground open up like a missile silo within the fenced perimeter surrounding the Northrop installation. He saw a flying saucer emerge from this silo and take off. He also claimed that someone from Edwards had come to talk to him about his story and told him to shut up. I further found out that the man's name is Chuck and he was a contractor who worked on the underground tunnels in the anthill facility. He said the tunnels have round doorways with panels that have red and green lights for ID and entry. There are no doors covering these doorways, but some kind of field is projected from cylinders embedded in the door wall. Tiny globes hovered in the tunnels and followed Chuck and his crew around. He thought they were being used by the Air Force as sensors. But where did the Air Force get the technology to levitate these orbs? Joe told me a lot of stories. He attended many of my UFOrum meetings in Lancaster. He claims to have had a close encounter and missing time when traveling a road through the south side of Edwards AFB one night. Joe was in construction and held clearances for working in military operation areas. He said that he had worked on an underground tunnel project below Haystack Butte on the eastern boundary of Edwards near the NASA rocket test site. He also claimed that he saw orbs roving around these tunnels. He painted numbers inside a box located on a stripe that ran horizontally midway along the tunnel walls. I asked him how far this tunnel ran below the Earth's surface. He said that he and fellow employees used to count as the elevator descended to the tunnel level. From the count and from the elevator speed, I estimated that the tunnel must have been around 3,000 feet deep. One time he saw a door open to a room in one of these tunnels and he could see a very tall alien standing next to two men in white lab coats. He thought this alien was all of 9 feet tall. He claims that he saw two gray aliens inside a hangar at China Lake one day when he went back inside the hangar after finishing his work to retrieve a tool that he had left behind. Joe was always telling me fantastic stories, yet he seemed very sincere. I never knew whether to believe him. One day Joe told me about two old school buddies he had run across. They both held jobs in underground facilities and had worked at the anthill, he said. They would work underground for 2 weeks at a stint. They lived in condos when working underground. These condos were also built into the underground facility. The government even picked up the tab on one guy's alimony. One was known as a computer genius. He said that he had seen both gray and reptilian life forms in various underground facilities. One of the underground projects was Project StarTalk. The work involved lasers. The informer, a guy named Paul, said that he worked in a big underground building, 350 feet across. Project StarTalk utilized a powerful laser which strikes a mirror and is sent into space. The laser is modulated with a signal and acts as a beacon to bring in UFOs. Apparently, the beacon is directed at friendly forces from other systems. He also worked at the Douglas facility near Llano. He once saw a saucer land and go into an underground hangar. Inside the underground building is a huge computer complex. The workers wear white clothing and white socks, no shoes. The computers use an alien symbolic language. Manuals indicate codes that can be entered. There is a large Lexan plastic screen in this complex that displays various star systems and galaxies. A wax pencil is used to indicate targets for the laser. The technology used is so far advanced that it is beyond known engineering technology. The laser is also capable of interdimensional communication. Hyperspace or subspace communication. It would have to be so, since laser light modulated in third-dimensional beams would take at least 3 years to reach the nearest star. Branton, security workers accompany all workers, even to the bathroom. Phones are tapped, even workers' home phones. It took Paul and Gopher, the second guy, 2 years to get a security clearance. Note, if the military-industrial establishment or the corporate government is involved with the alien interaction as it would seem to be, then the electorate government does not have entire control of the situation. Those who control these corporate structures do. Or those whose motivation is to increase their wealth and power even if it means making business deals with malevolent alien forces. Their motivation would not necessarily be to govern the American citizens nor uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States. As they say, the lust for money is the root of all evil. Branton. Gopher also worked at the anthill as a computer specialist. He has also worked at Lockheed's Helendale facility and at the Nevada test site. Gopher says that we are working with aliens and alien technology and it scares the hell out of him. He gets paid well. He makes $145,000 a year and the government pays his alimony. He says he has also worked at Section D, better known as the Dulce facility. He has seen reptoids and greys in these underground facilities. He doesn't have a life of his own. He worked with white-skinned reptoids, probably the white Draco that Thomas Costello spoke of, Branton. He has also seen members of the orange race. He has not seen any benefit to humanity. He is trying to find out what is going to happen. He is worried about what the future holds. He foresees an alien war. He has a good lifestyle underground. Besides the condo, he has swimming pools, saunas, and a gym at his disposal. He works 14 to 16 days on a shift. He is not allowed to leave the country and must obtain permission to leave the state. He says the main control center in the valley is at Haystack Butte. A tunnel runs from Haystack Butte to the anthill. Gopher believes there are benevolent aliens and says he saw one once. They are from a federation. The one he saw was human-looking, a tall blonde, Nordic, that wore a white jumpsuit and had a green coat over it. He believes that we are trying to enlist the aid of such friendly beings. This is a very similar scenario to what I received in the letter from a veteran. My friend's stepson obtained a job in an underground facility at Los Alamos. He says there is a tube shuttle that runs from that underground facility to Section D. He worked on Level 1, which runs under Main Street, in Dulce. 1 block from the Pan Am building is the old high school, now used as an engineering facility by Haken Hangar, originally ZIA Corp. Inside the facility is an elevator that descends to the computer room. From the computer room a side tunnel intersects the main tunnel transit tube that runs from Los Alamos to Albuquerque. These levels are protected by perforce security. At deeper, more secure levels exist automatic devices that kill intruders. A security guard accidentally tripped an alarm and was killed by one of these. These tunnels are a minor part of a vast network of such tunnels. One other thing mentioned by this source is an underground city which housed a population of thousands who occupied condos. Many of these people lived permanently underground. Some of the advanced technological research going on involves genetic labs using laser fusion. The budget for the surface facility, alone, is over $1 billion a year, but the underground research projects get many times this amount. How much of this comes from our hard-earned tax dollars? Is the America economy and our wealth literally going down the tubes? Branton. Pam and I were introduced to an abductee named Diane a few years ago. Diane lives over in the Apple Valley area. She had ongoing alien encounters since she was a child. As she grew older, she started experiencing abductions by humans that took her to underground facilities. One of these underground facilities she believed was located at China Lake Naval Weapons Test Center, just west of the Panamint Range and Death Valley, Branton. She was taken down to lower levels in an elevator. Her description of this elevator matched the description given by a man named Thomas of an elevator in use at the Dulce facility. Thomas's description of this and other details were never published, at the time, so that we could check out corroborating eyewitness reports. Evidently these elevators have an unusual shape and operate on magnetic forces in the elevator shaft rather than using cable systems to run the elevator up and down the shaft. Diane also reports that she was taken on a tour of one part of the facility by a man in a white coat. He showed her humans that had been biologically altered. These humans were housed in cages set about a foot above the floor. She also saw altered animals. Her story was just as bizarre as Thomas's story of Level 7 at Dulce. The story of an underground base on the Jicarilla Apache Indian Reservation first came to light around 1980 when Albuquerque physicist Paul Benowitz reported the crash of an alien ship on the slopes of Archuleta Mountain. Paul wrote a letter to Senator Pete Domenici and Paul Gilman in Washington, D.C. This letter was accompanied by a report. He said, "Atomic ship originally outlined in my report, copy to you. Several years ago had crashed approximately 2 miles northwest of Dulce, New Mexico near Archuleta Peak on Archuleta Mesa." He believed there was a concern because gamma and neutron radiation could be emitted from the crash site if there had been a nuclear meltdown. Paul's Thunder Scientific Corporation manufactured various detection instruments. In his Project Beta report, Benowitz stated that humanoid aliens had a base near Archuleta Mesa and that he had established direct computer communication with aliens at the base. He did not believe the aliens to be trustworthy. Paul became paranoid about the government, the aliens, and admitted abductees whom he believed were being controlled by the aliens. At a MUFON conference held in Las Vegas in 1989, featured speaker Bill Moore made the statement that Paul Benowitz was fed disinformation by intelligence agents, that he contributed to this effort. And the whole story concerning the Dulce facility was constructed around these bits of disinformation that were fed to Paul, or was it a case of reverse disinformation, in the same vein as reverse psychology? Branton. However, testimony from Walter Baumgartner and State Police Officer Gabe Valdez indicates otherwise. According to them, they had seen video images of aliens that Paul had made contact with using his special equipment, that is, a video-radio link utilizing a hexadecimal code with computer printout which he used to interrogate the aliens' collective intelligence via ship-to-base communication frequencies, Branton. These aliens would send messages that would output on Paul's computer printer. Some of the sentence structure was disjointed. Were intelligence agents taking extreme measure by hoaxing computer communications with Paul? For what purpose? Apparently Benowitz was using special transmitter coils to send and receive electromagnetic signals to and from the alien base. Then along came Thomas. Thomas E. Costello was born in Glen Ellen, Illinois on April 23, 1941. Thomas was the man who released the Dulce papers. His good friend, and West, pseudonym, true name on file, Branton, tells his story, as Thomas has not been heard from since 1991. Thomas had a passion for antique cars, any antique car, but especially Packard's, and especially the big-nosed cars of the 40s and early 50s. A lot of his spare time was spent modifying his 1949 Packard, and he needed special parts. His friends told him about an older man in town that had a machine shop that could rebuild antique cars. This old man was Ed West, N's father. He found Ed easy to talk to, not just about cars, but anything. The two spent endless hours discussing cars, planes, and the space program. Tom and Ed found they were both fascinated with flying saucers. After a few months, Ed introduced Tom to the organization, a group that did deep research on flying saucers and contactees. Tom completed initiation into the group and was soon on several assignments. At that time in 1961, Tom was in the Air Force, stationed at Nellis AFB, near Las Vegas. He was schooled in photography, and had received a top-secret clearance. He was given the opportunity of receiving additional training in Virginia. There, he had his first experience of working in an underground base. When he left that facility, his top-secret clearance was upgraded to TS4. His duties as an Air Force sergeant included photographing a runway exercise in Florida. He would meet with and during his off-duty time in Orlando. Tom was pleased to discover that and drove a classic 1950 Packard Straight 8 with a beautiful swan as a hood ornament. The next year, 1963, and moved to Las Vegas to be near her folks. When she was in Florida, she had a close encounter with a glowing flying saucer and was actually taken on board. The haunting dreams and memories of this incident bothered and Tom introduced her to the organization. After a few visits, and became initiated into the group and started certain assignments. She and Tom began to collect books, articles, and magazines about UFOs. They would spend nights doing research. Over the years, Tom became like a brother to Anne. His parents were killed in a car accident, so he adopted Anne's parents into his heart. Tom stayed in high-security photography for 7 years, then left the Air Force in 1971. He began working for Rand Corporation in California as a security technician. Within a year, his clearance was upgraded to Ultra 3. Tom met Kathy in 1972 and got married. In November 1974, Kathy gave birth to Eric Scott Costello. They moved to Santa Fe, New Mexico in 1977. Tom had been transferred and his clearance upgraded to Ultra 7. He found his new position financially rewarding, but more stressful. He told Anne that he worked in an underground facility that had incredible security, for the photography department. His job touched on all aspects of photography from large format cameras to mini cameras. It was his responsibility to check, align, and calibrate all the security video cameras, from the doors to exit tunnels. His position required that he be armed at all times. It was also his job to escort visitors to certain areas of the base. This facility came to be known as the Dulce Base. When Tom finally left his job, he had earned the security rank of major. Tom and Kathy, and TL and Mary Levesque, all lived in Santa Fe, New Mexico in 1979 when and went to visit them. Tom seemed more intense than usual. He said that he wished that he could talk to Anne about his concerns, but his high security clearance prevented him from saying much. The day Anne left New Mexico, Tom pressed a folded piece of paper into her hand and whispered quietly, "Don't let anyone see this." She slipped it into her pocket. That night, alone at a motel in Durango, she opened the paper. There were 3 things on its yellow page: a sketch of an alien, an inverted triangle, and the name Dulce. She stared at the mysterious drawing and tried to figure out what it all meant. The alien in the drawing had a large head, big black eyes, no nose, and no hair. The triangle was shaded black. After looking at it, she flushed the paper down the toilet. That night, she had nightmares about aliens. The next morning, over coffee, she was looking at a map for a route back to Las Vegas when she noticed the name of a small town near the New Mexico state line called Dulce. Were there aliens in Dulce? What was Tom trying to tell her? Then she remembered where she had seen the black triangle before. The symbol was on a hat on Tom's coffee table. It was burnt orange with a black inverted triangle with gold bands cutting it in 3 sections. Note, it is interesting that this 3-level triangle is inverted, when we consider that some Nordic groups use an upright triangle with 3 horizontal lines through it as their emblem. Some Christian sources have reported visions of the New Jerusalem city mentioned in the Book of Revelation, as being a vast city of light and of pyramidal shape and in 3 levels. This city of light has been reportedly observed using superpowerful telescopes to be emerging from the nebula far beyond the Orion cluster, and it is said to be on a direct course to Earth. This is reportedly the supreme headquarters of the angelic forces and the triune Godhead under whom they serve, according to these Christian sources. This description would coincide with the Nordic emblem of an upright 3-level triangle or pyramid, in that these humanoids would no doubt be aware of this divine center of angelic activity if our elite scientists are. And the fact that an inverted or upside-down 3-level triangle is associated with the Dulce base might denote a direct Luciferian connection. This is especially interesting if the reports are true which state that the Dulce base has its counterparts within the 4th and 5th densities or dimensions of that particular point in time-space. Branton. She decided to drive through Dulce looking for something suspicious, but found nothing. She went back to Durango and drove to Cortez. She fell in love with it, and moved to Colorado. Early in December of that year, Tom paid Anne a surprise visit. He told her that he had walked out on his job some months ago after a major dispute broke out between security workers and a military group. Tom said that the security force used flash guns. But the military group was armed with machine guns. Although an apparent human/alien security force may have possessed flash guns and the military force machine guns, this does not necessarily mean that a weapons dispute was the sole trigger of the conflict. Branton. He said it was like a war with screaming and panic in all the tunnels. A lot of people died in the conflict. He wondered what story the government would use to cover up the deaths. In February 1980, the media reported a prison riot near Los Alamos and that many prisoners died. Was this the cover-up? Tom admitted that he was in trouble. He went back to the base and took photos, papers, and other items. He had entered and left through a ventilation shaft inside an ice cave. After leaving the cave, he returned to a prepared box, put everything in the box, and buried it. He went back to his car, but security was waiting for him. They questioned him about his purpose for being there, but allowed him to leave. He was on his way to Colorado Springs, and now he was on the run. He asked Anne to have faith in him and that he was still the same man she had always known as a friend. The next day, after he had left, 3 men from OSI showed up and questioned Anne about Tom's whereabouts. On 4 other visits in December other men questioned her and she told them she knew nothing about where he had gone. In January, the CIA came to her door. They insisted that she was withholding information and had been in a car accident in 1978 and had recurring headaches. In January 1980 she checked into a hospital in Farmington, New Mexico. She went in for an angiogram, but woke up to find that she had had a stroke. She had to relearn everything again. At that time the OSI and CIA stopped bothering her. It was June of 1982 before she heard from Thomas again. He called from her dad's house. They talked for hours. He had been running for his life and had been in 20 states and 4 countries. He showed her medical papers and scientific diagrams, but Anne could not make sense of it all. Tom told her that the government had a treaty with an alien nation and that aliens had been under this earth for countless centuries. He showed in pages of alien written material and translated papers. It was horrifying. He told her that Kathy and Eric had been kidnapped and were being held captive in a subterranean base. He needed a safe place to hide all the original papers that he took from the Dulce base and other things of a substantial nature to prove the alien conspiracy. Tom and then buried the box of material on a mountain. Years have changed the terrain, and then has not been able to relocate the exact burial site. Sound like a tall tale? Many think it is. And had photos of Thomas and details of his life in her files. TL met with him once. He is a real person. He answered some of my questions by mail. He fully believes what he says and has answered the questions when he knows the answers. Some of this information has been published in hopes of eliciting further witness testimony. So far, I only know of 3 others who claim they have been to this underground facility. One man is known to a friend of mine and was trained as a nuclear physicist. The Dulce facility is a 7-level underground research base, run by the DOE Department of Energy, as is the Nevada test site, Branton, and connected to the Los Alamos labs. Level 1 has garages, street maintenance equipment, photo labs, hydroponic gardens to grow fresh vegetables, fruits, legumes, etc. Human housing, a mess hall, VIP housing, a kitchen, and a security vehicles garage. Each of the levels has color-coded electric cars that are used for short-distance transport. Level 6 houses the infamous Nightmare Hall, a security arsenal. A military arsenal, military security, and a generator/impulsor. The generator is 200 feet in diameter, and has a 2-level electromagnetic impulse device that can create a perfect clone, duplicate or replicate, of a person. Science fiction. Abductees have described being taken to similar facilities. There is no proof unless someone can find the box. If it is there. Or unless one succeeds in discovering one of the entrances to the base, although there would no doubt be risks if one were to attempt entrance to the base without full-scale military backup. Branton. However, these stories have prompted researchers, including myself, to find documented evidence of underground facilities, and we have found plenty. That such an underground empire exists in almost total secrecy is absolutely amazing. Few question its existence, its purpose, or the tremendous expenditure of monies that must have gone into the design, construction, maintenance, and operations of these facilities. Chapter 29, They Live, Chameleons in Our Midst. John A. Keel, in his book Our Haunted Planet, gives an interesting introduction to the reality of an alien race that has taken careful measures to remain hidden from the mass consciousness of those dwelling on the surface of planet Earth or those ignorant, human cattle, whom they are intent on manipulating and exploiting from their secret hiding places above, below and even amongst the inhabitants of planet Earth. The parahuman serpent people of the past are still among us. They were probably worshipped by the builders of Stonehenge and the forgotten ridge-making cultures of South America. In some parts of the world the serpent people successfully posed as gods and imitated the techniques of the superintelligence, God. This led to the formation of pagan religions centered around human sacrifices. The conflict, so far as man himself was concerned, became one of religions and races. Whole civilizations based upon the worship of these false gods rose and fell in Asia, Africa, and South America. The battleground had been chosen, and the mode of conflict had been decided upon. The human race would supply the pawns. The mode of control was complicated as usual. Human beings were largely free of direct control. Each individual had to consciously commit himself to one of the opposing forces. The main battle was for what was to become known as the human soul. Once an individual had committed himself, he opened a door so that an indefinable something could actually enter his body and exercise some control over his subconscious mind. The Serpent People or Omega Group attacked man in various ways, trying to rid the planet of him. But the superintelligence was still able to look over man. God worked out new ways of communication and control, always in conflict with the Serpent People. In relation to these Serpent People, who some claim are now living among us and have been doing so for a very long time, the anonymous intelligence officer and planetary patriot Commander X released details of an incident which may well have come right out of a John Carpenter movie. If not for the fact that the commander himself, from his own high-security position within the intelligence community, is convinced of its potential reality. Another story comes from a private stationed on the surface at Dulce. He soon realized something mighty odd was going on around there, but it took a while to put his finger on it. One morning last September, I was working on a routine job when another of the young enlistees, a mechanic, came in with a small rush job he wanted welded at once. He had the print and proceeded to show me exactly what he wanted. We are both bending over the bench in front of the welder when I happened to look directly into his face. It seemed to suddenly become covered with a semi-transparent film or cloud. His features faded and in their place appeared a thing with bulging eyes, no hair and scales for skin. I stood and looked at it for about 20 seconds. Whatever it was stood and looked at me without moving. Then the strange face seemed to fade away, and at the same time recede into the ordinary face of the young man underneath. The dissipation of the imposed face lasted or took about 5 seconds before it was completely gone and I was standing there weak, my mouth open and staring at the young man who had come in with the rush order. The young man did not seem to be conscious of the elapsed time when I had observed all this but went right on talking about the job as if nothing had happened. This is hard to take, but I assure you it was still harder for me. No one can realize a jolt you could get from seeing anything like this until they have experienced it for themselves. It was several days before I had myself convinced that maybe after all what I had seen was real and that I was not suffering from illusions and the beginning of insanity. Days passed before I saw this particular phenomena again. The next time was later at night at the guardhouse near the front gate, on the way to work. I had purchased some small items and on arriving I went around to the guardhouse with my slip to retrieve my package. There was only one guard on duty. I handed him the check and he began to look at the package, taking his time. I waited a minute, then happened to look directly at him again. His face began to change. Again a face of a strange creature was imposed. You could see through the imposed face for a few seconds and then it became the only one visible. Solidified is the word, and again about 20 seconds duration. Again 5 seconds for dissipation and the guard started to move normally again, found my package and gravely handed it to me and I walked out without a word being said. Since coming across this report from the commander, I made an effort to see if there were any other similar accounts that might confirm the existence of chameleons, or alien infiltrators, working on the surface of planet Earth in an apparent attempt to pass themselves off as human beings and blend in with our society. For whatever nefarious agenda they might be serving. Some of the reports of quasi-human infiltrators spoke of the men in black, who have terrorized UFO witnesses. Although many of the MIB who have been reported were obviously humans working for some obscure surface, other planetary or subterranean intelligence agency as well as others that appeared to be either cyborgs, clones or even paraphysical manifestations. There was a branch of the so-called MIB which betrayed definite reptilian characteristics. These in essence were reptilian humanoids with a full-blown, although at times not too convincing, reconstructive surgery job, apparently intended to allow them to operate in human society undetected. Some of the early infiltrators betrayed themselves with their plastic or artificial appearance, whereas in more recent years the disguise has become far more sophisticated with the advent of molecular shape-shifting occult technology. Techno-hypnotic transmitters, and portable laser hologram technology, according to one source, and therefore harder to detect. However, there are ways. Researcher George Andrews, in his book Extraterrestrial Friends and Foes, Illuminate Press, P.O. Box 2808, Lilburn, Georgia, 30226, quotes a statement made by Valdemar Valerian, director of Leading Edge Research. A friend of mine and 4 of his friends experimented with crystalline structures a year or 2 ago, mid-1980s, Branton, and they figured out how to cut them along certain planes so they could actually see the aura or energy field around people. That's when they discovered that all people aren't people, or the people they thought they were. It appears that some ET humanoids have a dark blue ovoid aura. Note, aura cameras developed by Chuck Schrammick, yes, the same Chuck Schrammick of the Hale-Bopp Companion, Controversy, and others clearly show the 7 multicolored chakra points of the human soul/spirit matrix. Presumably, since reptilians have no soul, they would have no multicolored auric field. Branton. It so happens that all the people they checked that met this criteria also wore dark glasses and made every attempt to act like they really wanted nothing to do with people in general. They followed one of these people out into the desert where he evidently had a trailer. After waiting until dusk, they made a pretense of needing help and knocked on the door. After a short while, the light went on and the man came to the door. He looked normal, except that his pupils were vertical slits instead of circles. It works. The only trouble is that it costs $2,000 to put a pair of those glasses together. Several areas across the western U.S. where surface and/or underground military installations exist have reportedly produced similar chameleon sightings. There seems to be a trend which involves the infiltration of the NSA-CIA and the subsequent replacement of agency personnel, and in turn military-industrial personnel, by alien life forms not loyal to planet Earth nor to the human race in general. These reports are very similar to other reports that made the rounds within fringe research groups during the early 1980s concerning the reported assimilation of high-ranking communist officials and scientists by serpent-like humanoids. Reptilian beings that were reputedly revived out of suspended animation from a frozen city that was discovered under the northern Siberian ice fields. That was referred to as the Siberian Affair. Are there really tares living among the wheat as all these reports suggest? Aside from Dulce, New Mexico and the Nevada test site, other areas where these chameleon sightings have taken place include Deep Springs, CA, where these alien imposters have allegedly been sighted. And Dugway, Utah, where one woman by the name of Barbara who worked as a hairstylist claimed she saw one of the high-ranking military officials transform temporarily into an entity with reptilian features. Another source at Dugway who worked in an auto shop claimed that he saw a similar phenomena while changing the tires on the car of one Dugway military official. Remember that Dugway works closely with Area 51, which is just to the west and across the state border. It is interesting that there are claims that the joint CIA alien activity within the Dreamland underground complexes of Nevada have and are being extended to the underground facilities below the St. George and Dugway areas of Utah, among other sites. Another sighting of these imposters occurred just south of the midpoint of an old toll road that ran between Hopland and Lakeport, California. The sighting involved large black automobiles that would leave and enter a dead-end road in the area. When investigated, the tire tracks ran right up and under a large boulder at the base of a cliff and seemingly disappeared beneath it, and since the road was fenced on one side and a steep hill existed on the other, it is unlikely that the large automobiles were able to turn around. This same area, especially one particular mountain there, is known as a very unusual place. Bottomless caves with stone stairwells have been reported. Government vehicles and personnel have disappeared without a trace on the road. An atmosphere of fear is said to exist in an area approximately 30 miles in diameter. Also, there have been a lot of unexplained deaths among the settlers in the area. Apparently this area is the site of a large underground center of alien activity. This activity was taking place back in the 1930s, long before the so-called alien men in black started getting any major attention from ufologists in America. The Dulce Enigma, and the Chameleons, have not only infiltrated Utah, Nevada and California, but seems to have stretched its tentacles all the way up to the Pacific Northwest. One area of particular interest is the Madigan Military Hospital south of Seattle, Washington near Fort Lewis, which has been investigated by Val Valerian. In June of 1992 Valerian released the following article, titled Alien Infiltration of the Military Medical System, Madigan Hospital in Washington, in his Leading Edge newsletter. About a year ago, we ran into several people who stated that they had heard that reptilian humanoids were working at a U.S. Army hospital near Fort Lewis, Washington. At that point, these statements were simply filed away in rumor status, pending the arrival of something more substantial. Descriptions of the nature of and appearance of alien humanoid forms that could be termed reptilian vary widely. Reptilian humanoids have been described in Italy as looking very lizard-like, even with tails. Pictures showing some of these entities were published in an Italian magazine and eventually ended up in the United States in The Leading Edge. Logic would seem to tell us that if alien humanoids were in fact in collusion with military medical personnel at a hospital, they would not in fact have the appearance of anything other than humans, or be close enough to humans to blend in. About a month ago, the nature of synchronicity brought me to an espresso bar, where I chanced to engage a lady in her early 50s in some small conversation about an entirely unrelated matter. She had been a nurse for some 20 years, and 16 of those 20 years had been spent working for the U.S. Army. She retired from the service and was now job hunting in the local area. She was very professional, and seemed to know a lot about the nursing field. Gradually, her conversation got around to a very unusual place, Madigan Military Hospital, which is located on Route 5 south of Seattle. She had applied for work at the hospital and noticed that it was indeed a hospital unlike any she had ever seen before. Madigan is a brand new $150 million facility, built about a year or so ago. From her description, there are small R2-D2 type robots that shuttle prescriptions between floors. All the equipment is prototype, one of a kind, like laser X-rays and a lot of equipment that was extremely high-tech. It was not this alone which piqued my interest, but a comment she made later. She made the statement that when she entered a specific lab in the hospital, she noticed that all the personnel were extremely absorbed in their work, nothing too uncommon about that. But then she stated that she had the thought that some of the equipment looked quite alien, and two men who looked exactly alike turned and looked at her in response to her thought. She said that the eyes of these two men were quite penetrating and that they both moved in unison. That got my interest. She then stated that during the tour of the facility, the individual who was escorting her said at the top floor of the hospital and two of the sub-basement floors were top-secret R&D areas and were off-limits to both military and civilian personnel. That really got my attention. Subsequently, I ran into a cable repairman who was installing cable TV in a nearby town, and decided on a hunch to mention to him about the strange nature of Madigan. The hunch paid off. He said he had been involved in the installation of fiber optic networks between the floors of the hospital when it was in its construction stage, and that there was a 3-foot space in between the floors where the optics ran. Since these observations were the result of the nurse's, preliminary interview, I talked to her about the idea of getting more information, since she would be going back at least one more time. She agreed to make some tapes of her observations. The transcript of these tapes is as follows. Visit to Madigan Hospital. The entrance to Madigan Hospital is off of Interstate 5 past Olympia, Washington. The exit is marked as Madigan Hospital, Camp Murray exit. As you enter the area, the hospital sits to the right, a massive white structure. As you enter the parking lot, there is a pond and sunken area that runs through a bridge which connects the medical mall area to a 3-story building that serves as the main core of the hospital, where the services like X-ray, nuclear medicine and other services are performed. The 3-story complex is connected to an 8-story tower dubbed the Nursing Tower. The tower has a floor that is closed off, and I could find no access to it. I entered the front of the hospital, and the lobby was very typical, but not typical of a hospital of this size. I then went to the information desk and was greeted by an Oriental specialist 4th class, who was seated. He seemed very low-key and laid back. I was directed to human resources. As I walked through the corridors, I noticed how beautiful and calm I was beginning to feel. The colors are very soft and conducive to feeling mellow, tranquilized atmosphere designed to negate any apprehensions. Branton. The military personnel were very slow-moving, which has not been my experience in the past, having served 5 years as an army nurse, and low-key. I went to the human resources and asked about an application, and was directed to a master sergeant, director of personnel. Having been a medical technologist for the better part of 25 years, the equipment I saw at the hospital was far beyond anything I have ever seen. I was shown an area where there was a long room with computer banks on both sides where both civilian and military personnel were working. Before entering the room, I was asked to stand in front of the door, where I was scanned by some beam-like light. I was told that my thermal pattern was being recorded in order to permit my entry to the room. Off this room was another room where procedures were conducted on patients, and I noticed that a patient walked over and climbed on an exam table. The procedure they were doing always requires that the patient must be sedated, however I noticed that the physician leaned over the patient and touched the patient in the center of the forehead with his index and middle finger of one hand. Immediately, the patient fell into a state of sedation and the procedure was started. What kind of doctor can touch a patient in that way and sedate him? I looked around at the other personnel in the room at this time. There were 2, a private 1st class and a specialist 4th class at opposite ends of the room from where I was standing. Both of these men were the same size, had the same skin color, and moved in a very deliberate manner. I was talking with the sergeant and happened to say something to myself very softly while having the thought how strange these people seemed. Both other men turned and looked at me almost as if to stare at me. I got this strange feeling. I had heard before from a friend whose brother had made the uncharacteristic comment that aliens worked at Madigan. All the people in the room and the military personnel in general that I had seen in the hospital seemed to move very, very slowly, almost in slow motion. I left the area and went back to the sergeant's office. A month later, I returned to Madigan with a friend to see, without telling her anything of my experience, if she saw and felt the same things I did. She is very sensitive to variations in electromagnetic fields, and eventually had a headache and became nauseated. There are many other things about this place. Between the floors there are spaces where small robots move to deliver supplies to all the wards and other areas in the hospital, according to the sergeant. I was told that there is no reason for personnel to go into these areas, that the robots do all that. I did see one of the robot devices. It looked like the R2-D2 character on Star Wars. My friend and I entered through what is known as the clinic mall. This area houses the outpatient clinic. There were very few people there for such a large clinic. We were told that there are 3 floors beneath the hospital and 1 floor above that are off-limits to all personnel, military and civilian, and that these areas were classified top secret and were research and development, (RAND) areas. There are very unusual antennas on top of the hospital. The 3-story main service area has a complex on top of it that appears to have no entrance and no windows. Judging from the way the hospital is built, there are a lot of dead areas that comprise spaces that cannot be accessed from the main service area. The personal feeling we both got being in the hospital was that we started to feel very drained, and we both experienced getting a dull headache. It wasn't until we had driven several miles from the facility that we started to feel better. I came across yet another report suggesting that reptiloid entities were infiltrating our military-industrial complex, however the exact source of this particular story was not confirmed and therefore should be taken as is. The report stated that sometime during the 1980s a secretary working in the Pentagon noticed a high-ranking Pentagon official, who had apparently lost a contact lens. The eye from where the lens fell out was not human, but instead contained a vertically slit pupil. No one working at the Pentagon seemed to know where the official worked, although they had apparently assumed that he was supposed to be there in some capacity or another. The secretary however informed her superiors of the strange incident, and immediately security personnel approached the officer, who apparently was not aware of his missing contact lens. The man did not make any major attempts to resist. When the apartment of this official was searched, copies of several sensitive documents on the Star Wars, or Strategic Defense Initiative, program were discovered. Apparently the entity had been stealing the documents and transmitting their contents to some point beyond the planet. Rumor had it that the entity was physically examined and it was discovered that its internal organs were not human. In reference to the draconian interest in our planetary defense net, I pass on the following information from British ufologist Timothy Good, who described the unfortunate fate of several experts who assisted in the development of the Star Wars defense system. Apparently, they were either eliminated by those they worked for so that they would not reveal what they knew, or someone or something else that was not pleased with the ultimate products of their efforts was responsible for their tragic deaths. Certainly, all of these scientists dying at once cannot be explained in coincidental terms, whatever the case. Reports of suspicious deaths, darkly and deeply linked to UFOs, persist, however, and continue to cause speculation. Word comes from Gordon Creighton, editor of the informative Flying Saucer Review, who notes a possible deathly tie-in with the U.S. Star Wars program. He wrote to me in November 1988 as follows. Here in Britain 22 scientists have reportedly either taken their own lives or died in very strange or mysterious circumstances. And it seems that most were engaged in British work on behalf of, or related to the U.S. Star Wars program. The British government, it seems, was trying to hush it up. But press statements here say that the U.S. government had put our government on the spot and demanded a full inquiry. So, quite clearly, it is either the Russians or them. As many researchers have surmised, Star Wars, ostensibly conceived as a defensive system against Russian missile attack, may have had from its beginning a defensive UFO connection. Whatever the case, a mock test, in September 1988, of an earth-shattering warhead, much like Star Wars in reverse, was conducted at the Tonopah Test Range in Nevada. Announced as a proposed superweapon designed to destroy Russian underground command centers dug in solid rock down to 1,000 feet. Some UFO analysts believe that the real target is not Russian but another adversary deep down in cavernous installations in Nevada and New Mexico. Hopefully this weapon will only be used against those underground bases where no human captive presence exists. In those bases where humans captives are present, which is probably the reality in the greater majority of the bases, a full-scale ground assault should be considered instead. Branton. According to the Pentagon, the proposed Earth-penetrating warhead is urgently needed. According to rumor mills, an alien race, the Greys, in their fortified underground laboratories, are genetically experimenting with the human race. Even more ominous, rumors say that their intransigence today may lead to new perils tomorrow. In reference to the Chameleons and certain elements of the so-called Men in Black phenomena, I cannot help but include the following account from Brazil which apparently puts everything in perspective. The following excerpts were taken from a report by Brazilian researcher Antonio Hunias, titled, The Chupas UFO Horror Stories from Brazil. Mr. Hunias describes the following incident that was investigated by APEX, Association of Extraterrestrial Investigations, in São Paulo, one of the best-known UFO groups in Brazil, founded by Dr. Max Berezowski. The affair began near Vitória, the capital of the state of Espírito Santo north of Rio State, where there are beaches rich in mineral contents. It happened either in late 1979 or early 1980, Osni, Schwartz wasn't sure, when he told the story in 1986. A youngster called Aromar sold beverages at the beach, where one day he encountered three men dressed with suits and tie, highly unusual clothing for the beach, especially in Brazil, who approached him and said they wanted to talk to him. Aromar became scared, thinking they were perhaps policemen who wanted to implicate him in a drug case, so he avoided the beach for a few days. As he returned home after dropping off his girlfriend one night, he saw a car with the same three men inside. He ran to the house, but suddenly he couldn't hear well. His mother took him to the hospital where he was not cured, although about a month later he suddenly could hear well again. Aromar moved to Rio, finding work at a bakery in a shift between 4 and 11 p.m. One night, as he was crossing one of the many tunnels that link the Rio bays, he saw two of the MIBs walking in his direction. The youngster ran in the opposite direction, only to find the third MIB waiting at a bus stop. He escaped and went back to the bakery, where he told his boss that the Vitória police were chasing him. The boss accompanied him to the nearest police station to make a complaint, which he did, but he was not believed. The boss then convinced him that he should perhaps move to São Paulo, a bigger city where it may be easier to go unnoticed. So Aromar moved to São Paulo, finding work in an electrical company and sharing a room with another man. He also became friends with a vendor of beverages from Vitória who had a stand near a movie theater. While hanging out there one night, a car stopped right in front of the stand and the door opened. Even though he didn't want to go, Aromar lost his will and entered the car. The door closed and he found inside, not surprisingly, the three same men whom he had been dodging for months. They drove for a while, leaving the city and entering a wooded area. The car stopped and they all walked up to a big UFO surrounded by some sort of luminous ring and hovering above the ground. The men walked underneath the craft, which emitted a ray of light, and they suddenly were inside. Still drained of any willpower, Aromar walked to a chair and sat down. From the arms of the chair appeared handles that secured his wrists. An iron bar then pressed his forehead backwards while another gadget fastened his neck. Up to here the men were always dressed with suits, but at this point an incredible transformation took place. The MIB's head ripped open into a heart shape and the skin became green and scaled like a reptilian. Take into account that while the popular image of the MIB was well known 14 years ago, the idea of reptilian abductors was then not in vogue as nowadays. Be that as it may, the UFOnauts proceeded to interrogate and tell him things that were going to happen both to him and the Earth. To make the story even more Hollywood-esque, a door in the room opened at one point and Aromar was able to peek at human corpses hanging by their feet from hooks. The man naturally became traumatized, remembering only that his straps were loosened. Everything went blank after that. Aromar's conscious recollection places him next back at the theater, but several hours later since there was no traffic in the streets. He returned to his room in panic and began to tell the story to his roommate. A strange force pushed his body, however, throwing it against the wall in front of him, as he remembered the aliens had told him that he shouldn't speak about the experience or he would suffer. Aromar cried for a while, not knowing what to do. A few days later, his friend contacted the Globo TV network, which was working on a UFO documentary. Globo, in turn, passed the tip to Dr. Max Berezowski. Aromar and his roommate went to Apex on a very busy day when the office was full of people. They told the whole story to Dr. Berezowski and a few assistants, Osni Schwartz among them. Berezowski attempted to do hypnotic regression with the witness, but there was too much interference in the office and Aromar was in total panic. He was saying that they were going to take him on the next Thursday and that a UFO was going to land in a São Paulo neighborhood on Tuesday night. A crowd of people, in fact, went that night to the supposed landing site but nothing happened. Although Dr. Berezowski was in touch with Aromar, he vanished a few days later and nobody ever saw him again. I wrote down at the end of my notes on this affair, the whole case is like a UFO horror movie. Chapter 30, Revelations from the Leading Edge. The following information is reproduced, with permission, from Val Valerian's massive work Matrix 2, The Abduction and Manipulation of Humans Using Advanced Technology. This and other highly interesting research reports are available from the Leading Edge Research Group, P.O. Box 7530, Yelm, Washington State CF 98597 CF. The following information is not given in any particular chronology or order, but more in a random collection of notes and research generally involving the connections between aerial, conspiracy and subsurface phenomena. In July 1947, the radar at the Four Corners area in the southwestern United States affected and took down an alien disk. It was entirely by accident, as a result of the electromagnetic beams, upon which the radar system was based, interfering with the EM systems of the craft. Branton. The disk landed near Roswell, New Mexico. It was to be the first of 2 disks that would crash in that area. On board, scientists and military personnel found several dead aliens beings. An immediate analysis of their species could not be determined, but the aliens, referred to as the Eben, had both reptilian and insect-like qualities. Also on board were found the remains of several military personnel. As far as we knew, this was the first major indication that human beings were being taken by an alien species. In December 1988, former Navy intelligence officer William Cooper interviewed a man who said, "I don't know everything, but it's way out of our control. To tell you the truth, I'm afraid of what's going to happen." Giant underground shelters are being built under Groom Lake and in other places. In reference to the claim by some that these aliens are harvesting humans on planet Earth for their genetic, bioplasmic and secretional properties. Valerian states, "There is no doubt that the government policy of secrecy makes the harvests easier for the Greys. Governments, by definition, are supposed to protect the public welfare. Obviously, something went very wrong here, and it appears that the Nazi SS intelligence-based CIA had a lot to do with it." Note, the CIA was reputedly established by Bavarian Illuminati representative Alan Dulles in collaboration with Bavarian Thule Society representative Nazi SS General Reinhard Gehlen. The CIA/NSA, working on behalf of the corporate socialists in America who according to Anthony Sutton and other economists financed the Bolshevik and Nazi revolutions, in turn infiltrated the industrial military system and in turn the largely unelected/appointed executive branch of the U.S. government via their coup d'état of the executive branch which occurred simultaneously with the assassination of John F. Kennedy. Since Kennedy's death, most if not all of the U.S. presidents have been members of global financial organizations like the Council on Foreign Relations, the Trilateral Commission and the Bilderbergers. All of which do not honor Americans' Declaration of Independence but instead advocate a New World Order, to be implemented with the assistance of a United Nations military force. Branton. These malevolent aliens have allied themselves with the secret world government whose thirst for power and system survival is probably only unequaled by the malevolent aliens themselves. The malevolent aliens have given advanced technology to the government, manipulated, lied to, deceived, and generally used our secret government for their selfish and inhumane alien ends. An alien base in Nevada. The continuing situation with regard to MP, a 20-year-old woman in Las Vegas, has brought many interesting factors to the fore. Her first abduction occurred when she was 5 years old in December 1975. She has experienced over 400 abductions since that time, an average of 2 a month. Around 1987, she found that she was able to retain more and more memory of the activities. She is also an excellent artist with a photographic memory. There is sufficient evidence that she has been on various craft and she has also been taken to underground facilities in the mountains in Arizona and under the desert near Paradox, Nevada. The Nevada facility is located near the Paradox area. She was also brought to this facility in 1987. The facility is not as large as the one in Arizona. Reichian programming devices were used on her in attempts at programming. The facility is generally described as one oriented toward genetic work. Large cylinders containing amber, pink, and light blue fluids were noted. These cylinders appear to be similar to those detailed in Matrix 2. All cylinders contained humanoid forms. The cylinders containing light blue fluid contained forms that looked human. The others contained hybrid/genetic variant humanoids. The last time she was brought to this facility was on January 22, 1991, where they attempted to get her to agree to not revealing data, as the Syrians were aware of her detailed interaction with us. She refused. The Syrians said something to the extent that she was affecting the balance in the Confederation. If that is so, then we're certainly all for it. Note, these are probably humanoids from Sirius B, who have formerly collaborated with the reptiloids/Greys of Draconis Orion. Although many Syrians continue to collaborate with the Orionite forces who have commandeered their collective, other Syrians seem to have been experiencing a major conversion to the Andromedan Pleiadian Federation's non-interventionist policies. Now that many of their former treaties with the reptiloids/Greys are falling apart because of betrayals on the reptilian side. A huge armada from Sirius B is supposed to arrive in the Sol system around 2004 to engage the Orion Draconian forces, which have since taken full control of many of the Syrians' former joint operational bases throughout this system. As with the Nazi element on Earth, there are apparently agents from Sirius B who still wish to maintain collaboration with the reptiloids. If not for the fact that they are operating under near total mind control, then for the fact that they see a joint effort between the elite power cults of Sirius, Bavaria and Orion as the only means to carry out their totalitarian plans for planet Earth on behalf of their supposed astral, ascended master, leaders, especially in the face of Federation opposition. This may be what was meant in regards to the balance in the Confederation. Branton. Upon her return she discovered that she had some pain on the right side of her abdomen. At this facility, she saw Syrians, Greys, and in another part of the facility she saw what appeared to be U.S. military members. There were other beings there that she described as light beings. Light does not always make right, Branton. Her description of them was that they had a humanoid form, but there were no details in the form, it just emitted a light. In view of the current state of knowledge, it is thought that these were beings of a least fifth density. The beings hovered around and monitored the Syrians and Greys all during her stay at the facility. The human military at the facility wore black uniforms. Information on the Greys. The United States, executive branch, not the congressional branch of government, made one or more agreements with a species described as the Tall Greys, and has agreed not to interfere with alien operational plans in trade for technology. Agreements made in 1934, 1954, 1964, and 1972. The Grey clones are performing biological work which necessitates the termination of various species on the surface of the Earth, which is not governed or protected under the treaty made with the U.S. government. Underground installations are the only sovereign areas under the treaty. Researchers will recall that the disk that crashed in 1947 at Roswell, New Mexico had several reptilian species on board, as well as the body parts and clothing of several Army Air Force officers. Species objectives appear to be founded on a rigid domination survival-based social order, where their religion is science, their social structure is geared to obedience and duty, their military concepts are grouped around conquest, colonization, and domination through covert mind control programs. Their basic game appears to be to use nullification and domination to control the leaders of various targeted civilizations. They accomplish this by taking out the leaders and replacing them with entities they can control. The function of the elite humans, as far as the Greys are concerned, are to decimate portions of the human population so that the remainder can be easily controlled. Hitler is a prime example. Apparent social structure. One byproduct of their social memory complex is that any kind of decision takes a while to make, since none of the Grey clones seem to have the innate ability to act independently of the other clone species. This social structure has no room for surprises, and the best-laid plans of mice and man can be totally wrecked if it comes into contact with anything outside its operational context. The Tall Greys seem to be less prone to the frailties of the system than do the smaller Greys. Grey strategies and operations. The Earth is somewhat unique in that it has a broad spectrum of beings of several density levels and race types. It is inhabited inside, outside, and in the atmosphere in thousands of hidden little pockets and time stream projections. The process of conquering a planet involves the location of beings that vibrate in resonance with their vibrational frequency. These located beings are then told that they are the elite or chosen ones who will conquer and lead the human race and rule the world for their Grey Masters. Often the located beings are physically taken aboard craft and given physical examinations, provided with implants, given accelerated data through inculcation methods that will help them serve the Greys. The function of an elite is to decimate portions of its own race in an effort to reduce populations to manageable limits so the remainder can be easily controlled. The Nazi Jew scenario is a good example of the Grey modus operandi. They also controlled the Imperial Japanese Empire and are generally responsible for most aggression between human groupings on the planet. The Greys use divide and conquer tactics, although it should be mentioned that since WW II and the cessation of the alliance with Bavaria, the Japanese have been interacting more and more with the Caldasians, a relatively benevolent humanoid race that reportedly inhabits the alternate antimatter universe, and who apparently maintain close ties with the Andropleiadian Federation. Branton. Humans have generally been deceived into playing victim games of negativity, self-limitation, self-denigration and destruction. The games that the Greys are trying to enforce are games of covers ion and secrets, as well as hidden standards. All activities are conducted on a playing field, which is limited by the attention span and the scope of awareness of the players. Grey military operations include colonization of unprotected civilizations which are unaligned with any other group in space. They use planets for supply depots, slave sources, and biological materials. The exercise of domination and the enslavement of planetary populations is expressed as service to self, as opposed to service to others. It creates power for their group, but inherent in this process is a rapid dissipation of power in that civilization, due to the limitations imposed by the games of limitation and negativity enforced on the popularity. According to what research has revealed, there are certain methods and plans that have underscored the literal invasion of Earth by various Orion-based species. Typical scenarios might be: the target planet is timetabled for invasion. The base station is moved within range, disguised as asteroids, planetoids, or comets but recognized as alien craft by minor course alterations that can and have been detected, for instance in regards to the asteroid Geographos, Phobos, Hale-Bopp, etc. Branton. Leaders are approached with population control programs or solutions to survival-related problems. Leaders are convinced that they represent an elite group that has been chosen by God to rule the populace for the good of God's empire. In many cases, however, the elite do not believe in any God other than themselves. Branton. Look at any theocratic or religiocratic country on Earth and you can see this. Apparent reasons for Orion-based operations. In accordance with service to self philosophy, goals are sought that will achieve more power for the elite or ruling class. It is important that more and more slaves be made, so that the psychic energy can be drawn off to feed the madness of the power elite. Domination and nullification is the basis of the game of struggle and conquest. It is a stable datum to negative Orion-based groups that empires can only be built and maintained on the backs of broken game pieces, and oiled by the blood, sweat, and tears of worthless entities too decayed to be useful for any other tasks, and too rebellious to trust in more cooperative ventures. Primary physical characteristics of the Greys. The larger Greys apparently have some vestigial reproductive capability, and some of the hybrid species that have been crossbred with the taller, reptilian species have full reproductive capability. The brain capacity is estimated to be between 2500 and 3500 cc, compared to 1300 cubic centimeters for the average human. Due to the cloning process, the neural matter is artificially grown brain matter, and the Greys have known technology that enables them to insert memory patterns and consciousness into clones in any manner or pattern that they wish. The Greys consume nourishment through a process of absorption through their skin. The process, according to abductees who have witnessed it, involved spreading a biological slurry mixture that has been mixed with hydrogen peroxide, which oxygenates the slurry and eliminates bacteria, onto their skin. Waste products are then excreted back through the skin. Many abductees have noted that the greys have a distinct series of odors. The larger greys have a more pronounced nose. According to some government sources, these extraterrestrial biological entities called themselves the Ebon. It is with the larger greys that elements of the government made a series of diplomatic agreements in the 1950s. 60s and 70s. Note, other sources say that the agreements made between the Scottish Rite faction of government date back at least to 1933 to 34 and possibly earlier in regards to the native sub-Terran reptilian species. The large greys are apparently crossbreeds between the tall, lizard-like saurian bipeds and the smaller, grey-type saurian bipeds. Although the treaty was initiated with the tall greys, the very fact that a reptilian hierarchy exists, small greys working for taller reptiloids, explains why the shorter greys have also been seen working with government officials. Branton. Reproduction processes of the greys. Innumerable witnesses have confirmed the presence of underground facilities that the greys use for breeding. These facilities, of which Dulce is the most famous, provide for genetic work of all descriptions. Humans are brought to these facilities on a continuing basis in order to provide a genetic pool from which to extract DNA and RNA mixtures that will contribute toward the efforts of the grey species to strengthen their genetic structure. Biological materials and animal mutilations. In some cases, humans are killed and tossed into the vats, the slurry mixture mentioned above. In 2 cases, dead humans have been seen floating in vats right next to the body parts of cattle. Human mutilations appear to be less obvious than cattle mutilations, although both still continue to this day. According to Don Ecker, the Justice Department is making a concerted effort to keep the human mutilations out of the media. Branton. Researcher beaten up by MIB/CIA, May 1990. Researcher Jefferson Souza, vegan, UMO contactee, arrived at a UFO conference in May of 1990 bearing information that included data about which corporations were producing helicopters with gravity assist, as well as information about their use in cattle mutilations. 4 men appearing like classical MIB, took the documents, and threw him back on a plane to New York. It may well be that CIA/Delta/NRO involvement in the mutilations might be more significant than supposed. One report has stated that in the forests SE of Los Alamos, New Mexico, witnesses have observed nightly caravans of cattle trucks entering a particular mountainous area known for its unusual and alien Amerindian pictographs. These caravans reportedly arrive following or preceding overflights of dozens of UFOs. When the cattle caravans left the area, they were reportedly empty. Is the government trying to appease the huge nest of greys that reportedly operate below the Los Alamos region? This sounds hauntingly familiar to the ancient legend of St. George, who delivered the inhabitants of Cyllene, Libya from a fierce dragon who was in the habit of terrorizing the city. The king of Cyllene ordered the residents to offer their sheep and cattle to the beast in order to appease it. After all the livestock were depleted, the king ordered the inhabitants to draw lots, and he or she on whom the lot fell would be that day's sacrifice to appease the monster. One day the king's own daughter drew the lot, and with great anguish he allowed the guards to take her to the post outside the city. When the dragon approached to take his prey, a white horse with a silver-clad knight quickly approached. He brandished a sword and a long spear, as well as a shield with a red cross emblazoned on a white background. The Christian knight made quick work of the beast before the worm knew what had hit him, and delivered the city from this reptilian scourge. Whether the story is true or allegory, the message is clear. Eventually the time comes when one must cease from trying to appease the enemy, and by the grace of God Almighty go forth and destroy it. Branton. Now the question remains as to why the government would be carrying out or participating in this large-scale, cattle mutilation, program. Whose interests are being served? More on the greys. The greys are involved in the stockpiling of humans, including children, for use as a food source for the reptilian species, and as a lesser food source for themselves. Breeding facilities under Dulce. Pictures in the Dulce labs portraying wombs with little fetuses and the clear tubs with little aliens in them are believed to portray the cloned worker class of beings that are pictured on the cover of Communion. The tall greys are the dominant species and are basically test tube species. The clones are synthetically produced with biological materials, much of which owe their source to lifeforms on Earth. The brain of the greys has been described as having many more lobes than the human brain. There have been previous references to crystalline networks that have been found in the brains of some of the alien autopsies. It is believed that the network has a functional relationship to telepathic communication and acts as a function in what is essentially a hive mind. Each of the grey clones has an individuality, but it is much less pronounced than in the human, where tendencies toward expanded awareness and shared consciousness are minimized through cultural conditioning, programming, and basic cranial differences in structure. Physiological characteristics of some grey reptilian species autopsied by United States government. Alien life form, term used by the government to describe the greys in terms of being a malevolent life form. The deal with the greys is that their field around their body is different to ours to the point where merging of the fields ends up creating physical symptoms, the body terror mentioned by people like Whitley Strieber. The field around them is in direct opposition to ours. It is an anti-life field, as these specific species are on a devolutionary spiral. They are akin to soldiers of fortune, and offer their advanced technology in trade for things they require. They are experts at manipulation of both the human body, through manipulation of the fields, and the human mind. They require blood and other biological fluids to survive. They abduct humans and animals in order to acquire these fluids. They implant small devices near the brain which potentially gives them total control and monitoring capability. These devices are very difficult to detect. The analysis of the devices by technical staff has produced a description that involves use of crystalline technology combined with molecular circuitry, and these ride on the resonant emissions of the brain and the various fields of the human. Information is entrained on the brain waves. It appears that all attempts to remove the implants, 1972, have resulted in the death of the human. This is usually due in part to the fact that the implants are attached to major nerve centers, and once attached the nerve tissues grow in and around the implant, essentially making the implant a part of the nervous system. When relatively unsophisticated medical procedures are used in an attempt to remove the implants, major nerve centers are damaged as a result, causing severe injury or even death. Branton. Various descriptions of the Alps relate the following characteristics: between 3 to 3.5 feet in height, erect standing biped, small thin build, head larger than humans, absence of auditory lobes, external, absence of body hair. Large tear-shaped eyes, slanted approximately 35 degrees, which are opaque black with vertical slit pupils, arms resembling praying mantis, normal attitude, which reach to the knees, long hands with small palm. Claw-like fingers, various number of digits, often 2 short digits and 2 long, but some species have 3 or 4 fingers, tough gray skin which is reptilian in texture, small feet with 4 small claw-like toes. Organs that are similar to human organs but have obviously developed according to a different, mutational, process. A non-functioning digestive system, 2 separate brains, movement is deliberate, slow and precise. Alien subsistence requires that they must have human blood and other biological substances to survive. Other indications suggest that originally they did not require human blood. But once having used human blood for this purpose, they have since acquired a racial addiction to this vital substance. This goes far beyond just mere physical hunger, since the greys/reptiloids tend to feed off the human life energies resident within human blood plasma, in what may be considered a vampirial type of hunger for human vital fluids. Branton. In extreme circumstances they can subsist on other, cattle, animal fluids. Food is converted to energy by chlorophyll by a photosynthetic process. This supports results gained from autopsies at 29 Palms underground base, where it was seen that their blood was greenish and the tissue was black. Waste products are secreted through the skin. The two separate brains are separated by midcranial lateral bone, anterior and posterior brain. There is no apparent connection between the two. Some autopsies have revealed a crystalline network which is thought to have a function in telepathic, and other, functions which help to maintain the group consciousness between members of the same species. Functions of group consciousness in this species does have a disadvantage in that decisions in this species come rather slowly as the matter at hand filters through the group awareness to those who must make a decision. The Greys and the Reptilians, from an anonymous abductee. This initial report is concerned with two groups of aliens, Greys and Reptilians. There are several different kinds of both Greys and Reptilians, but for now I will simply refer to them as single groups. Both groups live on this planet or beneath its surface and in space. They have been here for a long time. The Greys are also working for Reptilians, relative to the abductee as an individual and to the human race as a whole. They have been used by the Reptilians as the middlemen, doing the work and exposing themselves to us on behalf of and instead of the Reptilians, although reptilian-based, the Dulcean Greys are less visibly so. Which is why they have been chosen to interface with abductees. Branton. The Greys are consistently referred to as a mercenary force. Some Reptilians eat humans like we eat chicken. In the United States, there are rumors of great, underground food storage rooms full of preserved human bodies. Sometimes the rumor has it that the bodies are those of children. I asked the Greys why, if this was true, would it be children? I was told that it is not only children but also adults that Reptilians eat. Children are preferred because they are generally unpoisoned by substances like caffeine, nicotine, alcohol and other things adults are saturated with, as a group. The Reptilians seem to have little regard for us as living beings. They think that we are as ugly and repulsive to them as we ever portrayed them to be, and that we, the human race, are as valuable as weeds. However, they do seem to consider some of us valuable property. One gets the feeling they will continue to use us as they see fit, or, if we ever become a real problem as a group, they would sooner wipe us out than deal with it. They do not fear us, considering themselves far superior to us by all comparisons. They supposedly consider the surface of this planet to be a poisonous, inhospitable environment and allow us to live here, as livestock. Branton, since they live below the surface and in space. We in our surface environment function as a physical buffer or living shield around their home underground. Note, some sources claim that many of the Greys and Reptiloids are moving en masse to massive underground centers below major human cities for the sole purpose of having a human shield, in order to protect themselves from Earth-penetrating weapons which their Andromedan, Pleiadian or other enemies might otherwise use to destroy them. This would also provide them with a ready source of human, biological, material for whatever purpose they require. Branton. Socially and culturally, Greys and humans are very different. They fear us because they know we are potentially powerful beings. However, they insist that they own us, they say they created us, lie. Branton, and therefore have the right to do what they will with us. Beyond this original right to interfere with us, they say they have additionally earned the right through their control. Because they can control us on an individual and cultural basis both physically and mentally, they say they own us. These attitudes are propaganda. Their control over us in any capacity is ultimately very frail due to its very nature, depends on us not knowing that we are being controlled. Branton. Their control is based on intimidation and advanced technology. As we become more aware, we are harder to control, harder to lie to, harder to confuse. Our technology would definitely be competitive to theirs if we had access to it. Much of the technology we would need to effectively overcome this situation exists now, within the alien-manipulated military-industrial establishment which is part of the secret or corporate government technocracy, Branton. It just isn't made available to the public, for economic reasons, as well as national security. The preceding statements about the Greys are based on conversations with them and long observation of them. Impressions about the Reptilians are more general. I have not engaged in conversations with the taller reptilians, though they have sometimes spoken to me. Most of my experience with them does not include direct communication between me and them. Almost all of my consciously recalled memories of reptilians also include greys, who usually do the communicating between us. Often the reptilians seem to be present during abductions as observers only, standing off to the side of the action, just watching. The Greys and the Bavarian, Nazi, Thule Society. The Greys were ultimately behind the Bavarian Gnostic, Thule group in Germany during the war. And no doubt were ultimately behind German policy of internment and termination of the Jews during the war. Think of the emotion that was generated in the concentration camps. Note, reptiloids and greys feed off of negative emotions like fear via a type of osmosis. Joint operational underground bases maintained by the reptiloids/greys reportedly exist beneath Germany as they do beneath the US. Branton. From The Pasturing and Use of Surface Earth Humans, by Jason Bishop III. Most UFO buffs think that their efforts will lead to some sensible attention by the authorities to the broad problem that UFOs present. The problem of, are they invaders, what do they want here on Earth, and all those other nagging questions. They come to Earth for things surface people don't even know about. Earth is on the ancient space trade routes. They come to bases, cavern city complexes, and they mine, manufacture, and do some genetic manipulations to form various subservient crossbreeds. The reptilians, for the most part, we are dealing with another species that is humanoid in shape, but reptilian in heritage. Their leader elite are the Draco. They even have special wings, which are flaps of skin, supported by long ribs. These can be folded back against the body. They are also known as the dragon race, and their symbology usually includes the winged serpent. There are elements of their species which do not have wings, the soldier class of the species and scientists. They are all cold-blooded and have to have a balanced environment to maintain body temperature. The soldier class of the species can bury themselves in the ground and wait long periods of time in order to ambush their enemy. If need be, they can survive on one very large meal every few weeks or even once a year, when hibernating or in suspended animation. As a species, they are well suited for space travel due to their ability to hibernate. These reptoids have scales which protect them from moisture loss. They have no sweat glands. The scales, scuts, are much larger on their backs, making the skin waterproof. The scales elsewhere on the body are more flexible. They have 3 fingers with an opposing thumb. The eyes are cat-like and large. They have twin nostrils at the end of a short stubby muzzle. They are mostly meat-eaters. The mouth is more like a slit, lipless, but they have teeth which are differentiated into incisors, canines, and molars. They average from 6 to 7 feet in height. The reptilian, amphibian, humanoids have been interacting with Earth for ages. Many contactees and abductees repeatedly describe an insignia of a flying serpent on a shoulder patch, a badge, a medallion, or a helmet. The serpent race lives under the ground. The GROAS, the reptilian species, directs the efforts of the worker class, which are about 4 feet tall. These are currently referred to as Greys or EBEs, and are the largest category likely to be encountered by surface humans. These beings, the Greys, operate very efficiently in the dark. Their eyes are more sensitive to ultraviolet light. They have the ability to control their heart rate. The normal heart rate for a Grey is above that of a human. The skin seems to have a metallic content and an unusual cobalt pigmentation. Many have no external sex organs. Some have been bred to have them. Note, most reptiloids that have been encountered have been described as having no exterior sex organs, however on a few occasions reptiloids have been described as having external sex organs. In nearly every case that I have heard of where these reptiloids were encountered, the abductee was a female human who was forcibly raped by the reptilian within an underground base or even within their own homes during the abduction encounter. Branton. There are accounts in the legends of Babylon, India, Egypt, South America, Central America and elsewhere that reveal the influence of this other species on our own. One variety of reptilian crossbreed is particularly negative and dangerous. This variety, who work with the Draco, do not eat in the same way humans do. These hive-like beings use synthetically produced substances, mixed with blood. Thus slurry is sometimes mixed with hydrogen peroxide, which kills the foreign bacteria and viruses. They may also be feeding off the life essence energy of the substances. They also seem to feed off nuclear energy, and have manipulated humans into developing sources of nuclear power that emit radiation. Nuclear methods involved use of neutrons to create radiation. Methods that use positrons emit no radiation. The Greys, the short, big heads, are mercenaries. They interface with humans in secret societies, and within the military/governmental complex. An interconnected web manipulates the surface Earth cultures. Command progression, Draco, winged reptilian, greater than Draco, non-winged, white, brown, green-skinned, etc., greater than Greys, greater than humans, collaborators. Underground bases and way stations, the caverns beneath Calvert, Texas are being used for some type of operations. Farmers and ranchers in the area have reported hearing peculiar noises coming from deep beneath their feet. Individuals living 5 or 6 miles outside Calvert have been repeatedly driven out of their homes by the sound of generators. In April 1973, students camping in the San Gabriel Mountains on the western edge of the Mojave Desert felt uneasy, and then saw a giant man-like creature. Researchers from the UFO Research Institute were called in. They discovered the sound of geared machinery and what might be compared to a hydroelectric plant coming from beneath the forest floor. Sounds of operating machinery have been recorded coming from mines in the area after midnight. The Yakima Indian Reservation, southeast of Tacoma, Washington, is the Yakima Indian Reservation. Of special interest is one particular section 40 miles wide and 70 miles long, bordered on the west by the Cascade Mountain Range. It is an area of canyons and heavily forested regions. The valley is essentially closed to the public and special permits are required to enter. Forestry personnel have heard, Dorothea Sturm, unusual sounds for years coming from underground. One area of intense activity is known as Toppenish Ridge. From deep within the dark, restricted canyons, glows have been seen. This area is not accessible by foot or vehicle. Low-flying silver cigar-shaped craft have been seen to disappear into the deep canyon known as the Middle Fork of Toppenish Creek. Additional information about the Greys and reptilian species and their general activities with human beings on Earth. In general, there are 3 kinds of Greys, the reticulans, who are about 4.5 feet tall. Those from Bellatrix, in the Orion system, that are about 3.5 feet tall, and another species of Orion, Rigelian. Branton, Greys that range in height from 6 to 9 feet tall. The planetoid that is entering our solar system at this time, it will be here in the coming years, has been written up in several major newspapers. And it has been determined that it is being intelligently guided and that it emanates a large variety of frequencies within the electromagnetic spectrum, which indicates that it is occupied and has a technical culture. Through analysis of many cases, it would appear that the tall Greys have one base near the Aleutian Islands. The taller Greys seem to have overall influence over the reticulans and also over the Bellatrix, in Orion, where reptilian insectoid genetic hybrid mercenaries reside according to some sources, Branton, species. The influence over humans seems to center around implantation of human political figures and those in control of planetary power groups. You will recall that mutilations generally result in all of the blood being withdrawn from the body. This has been the case whether the subject is an animal or a human. The blood and other fluids are then generally transferred to holding containers, or vats, along with other body parts. There are many reports of humans in various situations and scenarios having come in contact with aliens, or have been in caves or caverns with aliens, and having seen canisters or vats in which animal, or human, parts were floating, and in which a purple-red fluid was present as a substance in which to suspend all the organic materials. There was one case where a woman and her 2 children were abducted by the entities from Bellatrix, the entities referred to as SMs, snake men. Branton, in the case for the UFO, by M.K. Jessup and annotated by Carlos Allende and friends, and she would not cooperate with them when they had her on board their ship. Their reply to this lack of cooperation was very direct: they killed both of her children. She managed to run down a hallway and went into a room where she saw a vat full of red liquid and body parts of humans and animals. She saw another vat of the same type in which the liquid was being agitated, and as she looked into the vat she could see greys bobbing up and down, almost swimming, absorbing the nutrients through their skin. There is also the use of H2O2, water molecules with an extra oxygen atom added, in the vats in order to aid in preserving the fluid from rapid degeneration. These entities have been abducting humans for many centuries. These entities view Earth as a big farm, and have been essentially raising and harvesting humans and apparently abduct humans to take them back to their home planet to raise there in a kind of human husbandry, or livestock, scenario. Note, it would be my position that in times of warfare between humanoid and reptiloid forces, human forces should first offer the enemy a chance to surrender unconditionally by setting a reasonable timetable for doing so. If they refuse once the time limit has been reached, then full-scale eradication of the reptilian life forms would be justified if they pose a continued threat to human life and are not able to be taken alive. Especially in light of the above revelations as well as the overall revelations throughout this volume. Exceptions could be made if human lives are at stake, for instance if the lives of human and hybrid slaves who serve at the very bottom of the hierarchy are at stake, and surprise attacks in these cases could be carried out, with care taken not to harm any humanoid captives in the process. Human lives must come first, with reptilian lives being secondary. I do not advocate the complete extermination of the reptilian races, although I do advocate their complete subjugation, as I believe they have proven that they cannot be trusted to roam wild throughout the universe, interfering in the affairs of countless worlds. Revenge by various human cultures throughout the galaxy against reptilian enemies might satisfy them for a short period of time, but revenge will not restore what these parasites have stolen from them. All-out extermination of the serpent races would be a waste of good muscle that, in my opinion, could otherwise be channeled towards serving the human races who have been abused by the greys and reptiloids. Let the conquered reptilian species that survive the various battles and are taken prisoners become the unconditional servants of those human races throughout the galaxy or galaxies, whom they have devastated in the past. Let them pay back what they have destroyed with their own reptilian sweat. As they have done to us, so let it be done to them sevenfold. As for a joint Terran Federation assault against reptilian collectivist strongholds, when the time arrives when such a possibility is realized, the first target should be the underground systems of planet Earth. Once these are fully cleaned out, along with Luna and Mars, then Rigel and Bellatrix Orion should be targeted, followed by Alpha Draconis and Epsilon Boötes, and also Zeta II Reticuli in Capella, and whatever other strongholds might become known in the course of time. Branton. There are indications that the ritual of the Eucharist is a reflection of earlier rituals where aliens were eating off the bodies of humans or feeding off their energies. The phrase, food of the gods, takes on new meaning when these factors are understood. The true nectar of the gods, which the aliens involved seem to prize most, is a substance that is taken from freshly killed humans. This substance is generated at the moment of death by the strong surge of adrenaline. This surge of adrenaline through the body accumulates at the base of the brain stem, and some aliens thrive on this substance as though it were some kind of ultimate drug for their particular species. This substance is most potent in human children. In the Draco system there are other types of entities which have visited the Earth in the past. These entities were described by John Keel in his book The Mothman Prophecies, released in the 1970s. The Draco are about 8 feet tall and have winged appendages coming out of their shoulders, dark scaly skin, and have glowing red eyes. They have the ability to fly and usually operate at night. These entities, as well as the elite of the other reptilian species, that also have winged appendages, were the source for some of the legends of the past relating to gargoyles and valkyries. It is also apparent that some of the qualities ascribed to vampires have also been taken from these creatures. Interjection: these elite reptilians have gone by many names: gargoyles, mothmen, birdmen, winged draco, winged serpents, cycars, etc. One such creature that was described by a female abductee who was taken to a multi-leveled underground system below Camp Hero at Montauk Point, Long Island, was described as follows. I will provide only the description of the creature itself, an alien that she encountered inside the base which is said to be maintained by European and American Nazis working under the Bavarian-backed Society. However, I will not release any personal details about this woman in honor of her wishes to keep the overall details of the abduction confidential. What I see is a creature about 6 to 7 feet tall, his ears are large and pointed at the top. His eyes are bright yellow gold and seem to glow. He has pointy teeth and a large wrinkle on his forehead, and he has a tail. He's coming towards me. I have never been so scared in my life. He comes to the foot of the table. He pulls off my shorts and bathing suit bottom, he pushes my legs open and pulls me down towards him. His face is so close to mine, I want to scream, but it's only in my head. I hear a raspy sound coming from him. He puts something inside me and I feel like I'm being ripped apart. He likes to see how terrified I am, it gives him a lot of pleasure. It hurts so much, I have to get away in my head to someplace safe. I go. More details of the alien. Frame, very tall, closer to 7 foot than 6, well proportioned, except shoulders were very broad in comparison to waist, well-muscled torso and legs. I see some kind of appendage that reminds me of wings, protruding from behind the shoulders. There is what seems to be a tail, extending from the back. The diameter of the tail would approximate 3-5. I do not see his feet. And cannot recall a penis. I have a feeling that my mind is not allowing me to see this because of the trauma associated with it. Skin/textures, the color of the skin is a gray-green, dark, somewhat oily, but with the feeling of scales. The odor he emits is putrid. He is not wearing any clothing, but there is something on his chest that reminds me of armor, but it seems to be a natural protection and not a material addition. Face and head, the size of the head is in proportion to the body, there is no hair, there is a large ridge or flap of skin on the forehead just above the eyes, extending across the brow, the eyes are yellow gold and glow. Slightly almond-shaped with the pupils vertical slits, the nose and mouth protrude slightly giving the appearance of snout-like. The teeth are pointy. The ears are oversized in proportion to the head and the tips extend above the head and come to a point. Branton. 'Twas brillig. Alien species, service to self. There are some, 22 subspecies of greys. In most cases, their digestive tract is useless. Nourishment is ingested by smearing a soupy mixture of biologicals on the epidermis. Food sources include bovine cattle and human parts surgically removed by light technology, laser, and distilled into a high-protein broth. These type of greys have been referred to as being the Orion Crusaders or the Marcabians. Sources: Rigel, Ursa Major, Draconis, Reticulum. Draconians are reptilian in nature. The elite have winged appendages on their backs. The mass consciousness of the government agencies cooperating with the Rigelians have failed to realize that it is not to the aliens' advantage to give either the Soviets or the US an advantage in the arms race. These aliens have given the US technology that is flawed. Much of the technology can only be operated by the Greys. They control governments by picking up likely subjects and implanting them, manipulating their careers and elevating them within the societal structure to positions of power and/or a position as a leader of public opinion. When a human candidate becomes controlled by reason of inculcation therapy, they often knock the individual out of his head and store the human's consciousness/individuality, or soul/chakra matrix. While an artificially created intelligence is placed in the head of the candidate's body, via electronic intelligence implants, to carry forth covert operations against the human population. Humans implanted as controls are indoctrinated into the belief that they are superior to other humans, leading to schisms within the body of humanity, resulting in warfare as in the case of the racist Germanic atrocities in World Wars I and II. Eugenic population reduction policies, etc. Branton. The aliens then give the humans technology or help them to obtain weapons for use against each other, the old divide and conquer strategy. As in the case with the Nazi forces whose elite leaders maintained a treaty with the Ashtarian, Komagol II, or Gizeh Empire, a joint humanoid reptiloid collective operating from beneath the deserts of Egypt. Branton. All key personnel, in the NSA, etc., are implanted and controlled by the alien species. If the elite are successful, they are used as priests and caretakers of the slave planet. If they fail, Hitler, then they are betrayed and thrown to the wolves. The first stage of their one-world plan is to use biological warfare, engineered plagues, etc., to rid the planet of undesirables. Note, it is interesting how plagues have often historically accompanied the appearances of comets, as will be seen further on in this section. Branton. The biological warfare is out of control. Decimation of population places the remaining population ultimately under their control. They blanket couples for sexual thrills and are drawn to aberrants and sexual deviates, feeding off of their negative orgasmic sexual energy. As, according to legends, do the vampirial incubus and succubi demons that have been recorded throughout history. Branton. The Markabs use sex, pain, drugs and fear as obsessive elements with which to aberrate humans. By coming to a thorough understanding of a hostile entity's ability to wear many faces, it unmasks and loses its ability to adversely influence. Alien species, service to others. The Procyon have the ability to travel within time frames and density levels, as well as in between. Alien entities lack this capability. They depend on beam craft for interstellar travel. Procyonians astrally travel from location to location, perception to perception, as a natural function. Humanity as a mass consciousness can create any destiny it chooses to create for itself. Service to self scenarios. Typically, individuals are taken and subjected to testing, examination and manipulation. Biological monitoring and control implants are inserted and the individual is then released. There have also been cases where humans were mutilated, in the same way cattle are mutilated, while still alive, parts of their bodies literally sliced away in order to secure biological materials for nourishment or genetic projects under alien. Gray, control. Multiple abductions, multiple witnesses. Abduction is not necessarily an experience that one undergoes alone. In fact, one study shows that in 24% of the cases reviewed there were multiple witnesses to the abduction. There was one case in Connecticut where 7 people from 3 different cars were involved in an abduction event. Another case involves 221 United States Army troops at Fort Ord in 1961. In this case, soldiers were out on exercise when one or more craft descended and abducted them, implanted them and left them dazed on the ground. Some of the troops looked up and saw the discs flying away and vomited, which indicates a programmed response inserted by the aliens. Note, this is not the only case of mass abduction and implantation of military personnel. Several such events have been reported or hinted at. Often these mass abductions take place near military facilities where existing, joint operational, underground facilities exist. In some cases personnel have described the sudden paralyzation of several servicemen or women. And suppressed memories of Gray's levitating personnel through ceilings via some type of dimensional phase-shifting equivalent to Philadelphia experiment technology, and basically the traditional abduction procedure except on a much larger scale. No doubt this is how the aliens maintain collective mind control of sensitive levels of the military so as to keep these military-industrial personnel under their spell. Especially if there is a potential threat that the interplanetary technology that the military industrialists are developing is in danger of being leaked to the public domain. Branton. As the troops were coming out of the daze, approximately 600 fresh troops from Fort Ord descended on them and sequestered them and their families for a period of time. This operation involved pre-knowledge on the part of the United States Army. They already had a plan in hand to use soldiers to sequester other soldiers in case of mass abduction. To come up with 600 men immediately after a mass abduction suggests that things were extremely organized to start with. Remember, this is 1961. We also have multiple cases of gray abductees, those abducted by grays, being contacted by blondes after long experience with the grays. They were then protected in some way from influence by the grays, apparently saved from the grays by the blondes, often by implant technology. What are the major effects of abduction? In October of 1989, we heard reports that the aliens are training the abductees on weapons and in aircraft, in order to have those abductees actually fight an enemy of the grays, while in a programmed altered state of conscious. Possibly via an induced alternate personality which is connected to the alien collective or hive via psionic implants, Branton, possibly the blondes, sometime in the near future. We do have abductee testimony that indicates such training but not for those reasons. Most of our sources say the abductees will be taken away before the fighting because they are too valuable to be wasted in that manner. One would not think they would need us to fight for them. Note, it has been reported that on most planets that they have conquered, the reptiloids/greys have depended on the cooperation of powerful and self-serving individuals working within the governmental intelligence complexes of those cultures. In order to gain access to the eco-political establishment so that mass mind control agendas could be implemented. It would seem that an all-out overt invasion like the ancient, draconian attack against the Lyran worlds would be carried out as a last resort. Obviously the Greys/Reptiloids have opted for covert warfare so as to limit casualties on their side and also to minimize the destruction of the spoil or the potential mind slaves and the resources of the targeted culture. A radioactively toasted city or planet is not very useful to meet the needs of the Orionite Empire, but they have resorted at times to such destructive methods when all other options have failed. What they attempt to do is create slave planets which can feed the ever-expanding appetites of the draconian Orionite collective. It is said that many of the human colonial worlds within this immediate sector of the galaxy, 21 or so star systems have already fallen to the Orionites through a process of infiltration and conquest. Their assimilation of planet Earth is essential so that the warrior instinct and metagen Terrans do not get out of control and pose a threat to their continued exploitation of these peripheral systems. They have targeted and infiltrated the United States of America because this is where the individualist movement has its strongest base in this sector of the galaxy, as exemplified in the Bill of Rights, etc. The individualist or independence revolution is the deadly foe of the forces of collectivism on, within and beyond planet Earth. Branton. From The Government Factor, by abductee Cynthia Crowell. Abductees are under government, NRO/NSA/CIA, etc., surveillance because of alien contact. This government mindset demands that we suddenly have no rights or values beyond our obvious value of keeping track of what the various alien groups are doing. Further, the situation seems to be one in which parts of the United States population are seen by certain factions within the government as a threat to national security. This may be behind the spiteful attitude with which people are being treated, especially by military-based factions of the government. Assuming the government had made a deal that they regretted in a later administration, they would be faced with millions of people that have had contact with other beings. The Agent Handler program was intended to track and monitor a percentage of the people having alien contact in the hope of being able to predict possible use of humans against covert factions in the government and to defend the concept of national security. Note, as is often the case with human nature, many intelligence agencies who have had dealings with the collectivist reptiloids and greys in the past, having since broken off such interaction. tend to more readily point the finger at the abductees, rather than at those mind-controlled elements within their own agencies who may have been assimilated and implanted as a result of their past interaction with the alien collectivists. And the abductees often tend to point the finger at the government and fail to see the enemy within. Or the subconscious programming or even alternate identities that have been psychotically induced within themselves during abduction experiences. It's obvious that the alien collectivists as part of a divide-and-conquer agenda are manipulating the emotions of intelligence agents and abductees in order to set them against each other. While the aliens sit back and laugh if they have such a capability and continue onward with their assimilation of our cultures. However, it is counterproductive to try and fight alien collectivism by imposing collectivist control upon abductees. As one ancient and long-forgotten Chinese wise man once said, "Beware when fighting a dragon that you do not become one." Branton. It would not surprise me to learn that the government is aware of the group mind aspect of the abduction experience. If so, they would know that the more abductees they can counter-control, the more influence they can exert over people who have contact with other beings. If they are not fully aware of and acting on this aspect, then it may mean that we are not only expendable but have already been lost to the conflict as far as the secret government is concerned. I can understand the concept of the government running into an alien technology and making a deal to buy time in order to try and deal with a perceived threat. At what point did they become monsters, who run drugs and guns to finance their actions, abuse children and suppress technical developments that would help us overcome a lot of grief? We abductees are the human sacrifice of our times. This would probably be acceptable to the vast majority of us if we could believe that it was for the good of the whole. Our blood has bought you nothing, like medical, technological and other scientific advancements, and it has not saved you or your children from the aliens. It has served only to line the pockets of the select few in the central power group, be they government, financial, religious and/or alien leaders. I have been told that we all occupy several different bodies, all stacked together like nesting boxes, the physical body surrounded by the etheric body, surrounded by the astral body, surrounded by the mental body, etc. We also actually have an extra body, the emotional body, that the aliens don't have. This part of us constantly puts out a kind of energy they cannot generate or simulate. This emotional energy, which you are aware of as love, hate, passion, etc., it is really all the same kind of energy at different angles and intensities, is, to them, like a potent, much sought-after drug. They can take it out of us and bottle it, so to speak, and use it recreationally, scientifically, and as a trade item, like money. We constantly generate this energy, storing it within one of our many bodies, always keeping a supply on us. I've been told that it is stored in our etheric body, as a substance, between the small ridges of the etheric field. This energy is also contained within our experiences and memories of experience. During the process of soul shearing, it feels more like something is being taken from within as opposed to from outside the physical body. I know this because we are left conscious for the process. Consciousness intensifies the product. Also during this harvesting, greys will look directly into our eyes, as if they are drinking something or basking in light. This may be why their eyes strike us as so ugly. They're not really ugly, just big, but when we see them, we subconsciously associate them with the horrible feelings of the harvesting. Abductees will say about gray eyes, they seem to look into my soul. I have always considered that description to be basically backwards. The sight or the memory of the sight of gray eyes brings on a feeling that they are sucking my soul out of me, absorbing it into themselves, not looking into my soul. It feels like you are disappearing from existence. With the process of soul shearing or one like it, they can literally take a person, let's say Billy, out of his body and put him in another person's, let's say Bob's, body. The essence of Billy's conscious awareness and identity, motivations, values, etc., can be put into Bob's body. Bob's essence can be put into storage, something like freezing, while Billy occupies his body. They can separate it further. Billy's essence can be spliced into Bob's body in conscious programming and memory. In other words, Billy could be taken out of his life and body and put into Bob's life and body, and never really even know the difference, except for strange dreams and feelings he could not associate with resident Bob's memory and programming. I have been threatened with this and would not be surprised to find out it has already happened. I suspect this is done on a regular basis. They do it partly to keep us confused. It is a superblocking or double-blocking process as far as memory. Beyond experience/memory removal, it is a massive experience/memory replacement. Excerpts from letter to leading edge research sent by Christy Bjork of Dallas, Texas, October 7, 1989. To whom it may concern. I am an abductee. I am a contactee. I am a UFO researcher. All of these and more. I have had missing times several times. I have conscious memories of contacts made at about age 4 or 5. One was an underground base with vats, no less. The vats had cattle body parts in them. The people doing the abductions are two kinds. One is blonde with long hair. The other is small, gray and delicate. The entities drawn during the Travis Walton case are identical. These people have done a lot of weird things. Once while in college I got a strange letter about me being mateable material, and a drawing of a serpent symbol. The aliens have a serpent symbol. I did not know about Travis Walton when my experience happened in 1970. I had loads of sightings. I guess I must have lived near a base of some kind. The usual balls of light, saucer shapes, and ovals in formation. I have a girlfriend who is researching UFOs. She joined the Air Force in 1980. I got into the Navy but was discharged due to my asthma. She called me and told me some information that got us both investigated by the FBI. They were tough on her. She nearly committed suicide. They threatened me with espionage laws. They pumped me for all the data I know on UFOs. Abductee training. Over the last 10 years research into alien abductions of human beings has produced evidence that abductees are being trained on alien equipment. Types of training include flight instruction, weapons training, computers, and location of other abductees. There are several scenarios or apparent purposes for this type of training, which is blocked from conscious memory. These scenarios hypothetically might be 1. To operate alien equipment for the ruling forces of the planet in defense of the planet from other alien invaders. 2. To operate alien equipment for aliens in defense against ruling forces of the planet. Note, an alternate theory that should be mentioned would be 3. To operate alien equipment for a joint collaboration between aliens and the ruling forces of the planet, in defense against their enemies, whoever or wherever they may be. Branton. Abductees are divided into categories. It has been observed that female humans that are being abducted and used as a hybrid breeding source generally seem to fall into two general breeding categories. 1. Those females that are fairly young and can produce superior eggs. The aliens have recognized that eggs raised by human females that are free and unconfined are of better quality. These females are abducted and returned to their place of origin after each abduction. 2a. Those females that are aging, either naturally or by virtue of the physical toll taken on the body by the alien agenda. It has been observed that human females in captivity produce a higher quantity of eggs but the quality is lower. These females are eventually retained in underground breeding facilities until their death. Many abductees have observed underground rooms with hundreds of human females all wired for sound. The expressions on the faces of these females ranged from silent terror to blank stares. Some appeared to be pregnant beyond the normal 3-month in vitro breeding time. An area such as this is known to exist in Nevada, and features security systems which can detect the presence of observers in the astral density by minute magnetic fluctuations. Note, other sources claim that the Dulce and Pine Gap underground facilities are also equipped with these magnetic sensors which can detect a projected astral or magnetic body of a human being. And in fact that these bases are simultaneously operational in the third, fourth and fifth densities or dimensions. It may be that the fourth and fifth dimensional personnel controlled the third dimensional activities. Aside from astral security systems that can detect astral intruders or the magnetic bodies of remote viewers, there are also apparently containment rooms specially constructed to trap and contain subspace life forms. One remote viewer, an Australian by the name of Robert, encountered 3 other remote viewers or astral spies checking out the underground base that he had targeted, Pine Gap, Australia. 2 of them were roaming about as he was, but the astral or magnetic body of a third had apparently become trapped in an astral containment field. He speculated on the possible effects that this might have had on that person's physical body, including the possibility that he might have slipped into a coma or worse. Some Amerindians speak of sorcerers who could suck the soul out of a human body and place it in a container. If that soul was absent from the body for a certain period of time, then that soul's physical body would die. In the case of alien occult technological manipulation, this might also be the case, unless the soul is returned or replaced by another entity. Branton. 2b. It has also been discovered that abductees who are part of the hybrid breeding program that offer too much mental resistance are often abducted permanently to live out their lives in a test tube situation, held in stasis. Note. Other abductees on the other hand who have not been taken out nevertheless live in a constant and unceasing mental hell or an imposed psychological concentration camp resulting from the relentless psionic attacks of alien or other dimensional forces who do not wish to allow such people to get out of control and become a threat to them. If these abductees do not play ball, then rather than abducting them if their disappearance would cause too much public attention, they will often, as an alternative, program the abductee with unconscious self-destructive suggestions. Millions of people have had their lives sabotaged, on many levels by alien intervention, and in some of the more unfortunate cases abductees have been driven to suicide. My heart especially goes out to those whose lives are being sabotaged, manipulated and victimized by alien forces who are not consciously aware of their abductions. These people are probably the most desperate of all victims of alien manipulation. Branton. The abduction of children. The Greys seem to spend more time being afraid of humans than disliking them. They prefer to subdue humans and take what they want from them in the form of biological products or energy frequencies. Note, they are energy vampires, ever siphoning off the vital energies of their victims in order to feed or energize themselves. Branton. The Greys have the ability to extract knowledge and sensory information from the brain of the human and make use of that information when mentally controlling the consciousness of the human. This information may be woven into a scenario which is specifically geared toward modifying the behavior of the human. It is estimated that at least 10% of the human population is regularly and systematically abducted by the Greys and other species. That number has been steadily rising as time goes on. Children are sometimes abducted and never return to their point of origin. The Greys may abduct a human child and raise them in their own environment to eventually become a manipulated human that they can use for their own purposes. Reptilian aliens are known to be carnivorous. It is also known that as far as humans are concerned, they prefer human children to adults. The bodies of human children are relatively uncontaminated with tobacco, alcohol, and other substances that are distasteful to that species. Research indicates that human children are being collected and stored by some species for that purpose. The probability of the children being returned in good condition by reptilian-based species is much less than with the Greys, although the Greys are also reptilian-based, but less obviously so. Branton. The Greys feel they have nothing to physically fear from a child. The Greys are generally paranoid of adult humans and will, in most cases, automatically seek to induce paralysis without consideration for the temperament of the individual human adult. Children are seen by the Greys as future targets of biophysical manipulation as far as their identity as humans is concerned. Human actions that have halted activities of the Greys. 1. Researcher Clifford Stone on one occasion received word of an impending abduction and rushed out to the site in his car in an attempt to interfere. As he reached the site, he saw the Greys dragging a little boy away from a station wagon into a waiting disc. Stone, with incredible presence of mind, rushed into the disc with a can of hairspray and a lighter and burned the Grey that was holding the child, grabbed the child and ran out. The disc took off immediately and all was well. 2. On one occasion, an abduction occurred on a farm in the southern United States. The farmer, who had a rigid and strong belief structure, perceived several Greys hauling off his young son. He yelled at the Greys, "Stop! If you don't stop, my God will crush your ship." The Greys halted, glared at him, let the boy go, climbed into the ship and took off. The point is that the human could believe anything strongly enough, and as far as the Greys were concerned, it would be fact. The Greys, having a group-oriented mental structure, cannot process policy decisions without consultation with Greys higher in their social hierarchy. The result can be confusion when they are faced with events that they don't expect. They will often cease operations until a decision is made. It seems to be an inherent operational weakness. Note, there is also something to be said about the aliens' fear of divine intervention. If indeed the Greys and reptiloids are physical beings that are largely incarnated by subspace entities akin to rebel angels as some accounts suggest, then a sudden reminder of the almighty power of their ancient foes, the Supreme Being and his angels, might be enough to cause them to stop in their tracks. Branton. Underground UFO bases and way stations. UFOs are using the area near Calvert, Texas as a base or way station. Caverns exist beneath farmland on the outskirts of town. There is a complex network of caves and tunnels which connect somewhere underground. A check of geographical survey maps will show that Calvert is built directly on top of a fault line which zigzags for miles in all directions. The ranchers and farmers in this area have reported hearing peculiar noises coming from deep beneath their feet. Individuals living 5 or 6 miles outside Calvert have repeatedly been driven out of their homes into the cool evening air by the sound of generators. It appears to them as if a steady droning noise is originating from all directions but is loudest when ears are placed to the ground. This bit of information has led me to conclude that UFOs operating around here have established bases for themselves far beneath the Earth's crust. United States Gravity Anomalies Maps. Perhaps the most widely referenced area that allegedly has a base is 2.5 miles northwest of the town of Dulce, New Mexico. Another major extension of this massive base seems to be south of Dulce. Branton. The area is normally referred to by researchers and abductees alike as Dulce. Over the past 10 years, a lot of data has come in about this facility. Many of the underground bases are adjacent to large underground cavities, many of which are known by both the public and the military forces. All large underground cavities affect the gravitational field strength in that area, and they all can be located through an examination of a gravity field anomaly map obtained through the U.S. Geological Survey. The average field strength is about -100 to -150. The field strength over these large cavities seems to vary from -250 to -400. Check it out. Relate these areas to areas of sightings. Viola. An abductee reports underground facilities. We have some sensitive areas in Kansas just reported. Wichita, UFOs seen, military black helicopters seen. Also a report from a military man from Fort Riley. He has seen UFOs and not been allowed in certain areas of the base. There is also talk of UFO abductions of military men and their families. Cannot confirm this at this time because the man and his family suddenly disappeared. My best friend of over 15 years has not contacted me since they reported the information to me. So Kansas is definitely a concern for me personally. The Dulce Base. Many of the early underground facilities belonging to the Atomic Energy Commission in the 1950s were eventually turned over to projects relating to alien technology. Most apparently were added on to by the forces that occupied them. Residents of the Dulce area report that a certain section of road around Dulce Lake has been the site of several accidents. It is said that drivers report that they see a straight stretch of road where the road apparently curves. Elders of the local, Jicarilla Apache, tribe report that when they walk by this area they have a similar visual problem. Some of them have even fallen into the lake because of this. These same elders refrain from discussing the animal mutilations. One interesting fact is that the Jicarilla Indian creation myth says that they emerged from underground. Note, could this be an area containing time-space distortions? A similar area reportedly exists just south of the midpoint between Lakeport and Hopeland, California. Major time-space distortions have been detected there between these two. Many residents of that area have also died under mysterious circumstances. There have been reports of ancient caverns and tunnels with stairs leading downward. Several cars including government vehicles have disappeared along that stretch of road in the past. Photographs of quasi-physical beings have been taken, strange voices from nowhere. Large black automobiles which disappear into cliffs have been reported, and strange beings stalking the area at night. The time-space distortions involve certain areas where, for example, an object that appears to be 100 feet away may turn out to be a mile, and vice versa. Other areas where time-space distortions have been reported include Sedona, Arizona. The midpoint between Arkansas and Missouri, an area in or around Lake Ontario, Empty Shasta and the Mojave Desert in California, Montauk, Long Island, and of course the Bermuda Triangle region, just to name a few. Branton. A recent field investigation of the area adjacent to Archuleta Mesa proved to be difficult. Researchers were confronted by several small hovering spheres that had some sort of electronic emission that made them all violently ill. Activity in the area of Dulce, New Mexico began almost at the same time as the Roswell crash, 1947. Studies of the area have confirmed that summer troop movements occurred every year after 1947 for quite some time. The construction of a road into the area was done, and trucks went in and out of the town. Later on, the road was mysteriously blocked by the military and destroyed. Since the initial activity seemed to occur in the same year as several disk crashes, one might wonder why the military would be carrying on a large construction program of this nature. Especially since it occurred some 12 years before the famous Rand Corporation Conference on Deep Underground Construction, which occurred in 1959. They might have discovered information about the base from analysis of the crashed disks or the reptilian-based entities they found on board. It is possible that this facility was functional earlier than 1947. We do know that the base was made in stages using alien technology. Most everything in the base is controlled magnetically. Even the illumination is magnetically induced. What we do know is that the upper levels were built after the lower levels. In other words, a U.S. base was built on top of a pre-existing alien base. This is not the only location where this phenomena has taken place. There are indications that there are situations like this up at the Nevada test site and elsewhere. Deep sections of the complex are connected to extensive, natural cavern systems. We know that the base consists of a many-leveled cylinder with tunnels radiating out in several, 5, directions. There are at least 7 levels. We know, through personnel who have worked there, that the first 2 or 3 levels are primarily U.S. government personnel. We know that senators and astronauts have been brought to the facility and have been shown the first, few, levels. The facility appears to be a state-of-the-art cryogenetics facility and laboratory. Level 7 is where human children and adults are stored as a source of biological materials. Remember the long ships in the series V, where all the humans were stored? It's similar to that, but it is more of a production laboratory situation. Humans have been seen stored in clear cylindrical containers over 6 feet in height, suspended in a yellow or amber fluid, alive and conscious but unable to scream or say a word. This has been a common observation in this installation as well as in some of the other 26 installations in the Midwestern U.S., containing similar facilities. Biogenetic research gained at Los Alamos, New Mexico was funded under the cloak of secrecy. It was combined with alien technology in the genetic sciences to produce expendable biological entities for use as the makers see fit. Cloning of humanoids is part of the natural progress of scientific development along the service to self lines. That it is going on there is absolutely no doubt. There is also no doubt that political figures in governments have been cloned and reproduced. Note, these replicates maintain the same surface memories and identity of the original, which are electronically transferred into the clone's mind via a mind-computer link, and the clone may or may not contain the original soul energy matrix. However, in most cases the duplicate is heavily implanted electronically in order to connect him, her to the alien collective on a subconscious level, or on a conscious level if the body is under the full control of an alien identity. As in the case of the notorious walk-in phenomena. Branton. It sounds like the plot from a grade B movie, doesn't it? Well, what is more comfortable for humans to handle in the guise of science fiction is actually based on fact. The main reason that this problem exists to the extent it does is that it is all literally underground and covert. Although the base actually has more than 100 exit points, including large air intake ducts near Lindrith, these exits and other areas inside the base are covered by cameras. Everything and everyone is watched and monitored. In 1978, a small group of workers at Dulce discovered the true nature behind the facility and a resistance unit formed. A resistance unit is a touchy thing in a base that was estimated in 1978 to have a population which included over 18,000 alien beings. By late 1979, the situation led to a confrontation over the flash tube weapons that alien/human security forces carried, as opposed to the machine guns which U.S. government military forces had to settle for. A lot of humans were killed. Members of the NRO's Delta security team were among the casualties. Known activities at the Dulce base. The United States government has maintained an interest in so-called disposable biology, humanoids, to perform tasks that it considered too dangerous for humans. With the knowledge gained from work at Sandia and Los Alamos, along with knowledge gained by interacting with alien technology, the government has achieved the ability to produce humanoids for this purpose. The abilities of the United States government, although many would argue that it is the executive industrial government rather than the congressional electorate government that is involved, Branton, have been advanced enough, and this has been confirmed by witnesses, to instigate the same clandestine impregnation of human females in order to achieve 3-month hybrid fetuses, which are grown further in labs under alien technology. In other words, the Greys are not the only ones doing this to the population of the United States. The hybrids thus generated are products of DNA manipulation. Implants that function as brain transceivers are also installed, and are controlled through RF transmission, regular radio frequencies. The network of hybrids was apparently put together by the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, and include RHIC, radiohypnotic intracerebral control, and EDOM. Electronic dissolution of memory, type controls, which were developed in the latter half of the CIA/NSA mind control programs of Ultra and Delta. A significant portion of the base is geared toward maintaining the survivability of the alien population. The main focus of these facilities appears to be acquisition and processing of biological materials in order to assure a supply of DNA and other biological materials for production of both aliens and synthetic lifeforms. Synthetic lifeforms are created with animal-based tissue, which can take any form, genetically manipulated, including artificial neural matter. Alien technology permits the withdrawal of memory from a human being and the implantation of that memory in synthetic neural networks. Other methods use molecular computers to simulate memory. The humanoids created by these methods end up being slow and clumsy. They have relatively short lifespans, typically about 3 years, usually shorter. Humanoid lifeforms are also bred with standard human beings, producing hybrid lifeforms. The desired result is to produce self-breeding hybrids to function on the lower end of another master-slave game for the alien species. Terrestrial humans are in the middle. Terrestrial humans are also used for training purposes, to train synthetics and to train themselves to perform duties imposed by their alien captors. Some humans are kidnapped and completely used, right down to the atomic particles in the matter that forms the body. Terrestrial humans are also treated with various mind control techniques, such as the Orion method of hypnosis, techno-hypnosis plus drugs, chemicals plus stress repetition, and used to spread disinformation or distort information that will lead others astray. The DNA acquired from animals and humans is altered and used to create lifeforms that grow to adult size in a matter of a few months, allowing for massive reproduction potential. Actual mixing of DNA types to create new lifeforms which are a hybrid between the human and non-human are done inside the fetus that grows inside a manipulated human female. Groom Lake, Area 51, and the Nevada test site. The Air Force has had a unit at Nellis, AFB, for several years, its name, Alien Technology Center. The first question is, do they think they are studying Mexicans? The center is rumored to have obtained alien equipment, via the Alpha Blue crash recovery teams operating out of Wright-Patterson AFB, Ohio, Branton, and, at times, personnel to help develop our new aircraft, Star Wars weaponry, etc. Yes, I know I sound crazy, but the rumor is awfully solid. The Alien Technology Center is for real. Something remarkable has caused the Russians to suddenly want to play ball, and I personally believe this could be it. Sure, it sounds strange, but the most advanced known airplane in the world today, State Route 71, was secretly flying in 19634. Do you really think our best, 23 years later, is the F-16? In reference to the Groom Wars of 1975 and the Dulce Wars of 1979, John Lear stated in a November 25, 1989 interview. I know one of the families of one of the people that was killed, Dr. Gary Henderson, who testified before Congress. He worked for General Dynamics, and in 1979, the year the Dulce Wars began, he disappeared off the face of the earth. He was involved in that division of General Dynamics which deals with UFOs. We looked for him and found out that he had been attached to a top-secret detachment that was stationed up at the test site. He was one of those 44 scientists, who were killed or captured by the Greys. The government has a way of going to families and giving them money to help them over their problems. Apparently in the late 1960s we made a deal with whoever it was that we would receive highly advanced technology, in return for covering up the existence of the aliens and what they are doing. We thought that we would get advanced weaponry that we could use against our enemies, but in fact it turned out that we did get a lot of technology that was non-weapon oriented. These scientists were working at a highly classified facility, and in 1979 they collectively came upon information which indicated that something really bad was going on. What was, specifically, I do not know. Maybe they found out about the AIDS plan. It became necessary for the aliens to eliminate these 44 scientists. Whatever it was that happened, 66 Delta troops were sent, to find the scientists, and ended up being killed along with the scientists. The document my friend read was dated 1981, and that's all I know. Note, other sources claim that 100 special forces were sent in. Of these, 66 were killed and 44 escaped, and the scientists, an undefined number of them, were not saved. However, this was apparently one of several military assaults that have been directed against alien underground bases over the years with varying degrees of success. Most of the major military actions, however, seem to have centered around the Dulce base. According to Colonel Steve Wilson, director of Skywatch International, several attempts have been made by certain intelligence agencies to take out the Dulce base ever since all but the most die-hard mind-controlled fascist human collaborators were forced out of the base following the beginning of the Dulce Wars. However, all of these efforts to take back control of the base from the aliens have failed. I would personally think that all future attempts will continue to fail, until American citizens as a whole are allowed to be a part of such an action against this base and in fact the entire alien underground. And unless such an action has the full and conscious backing of Congress and of the American people. Branton. Update on current events, a public briefing given by John Lear, May 14, 1990, Las Vegas, Nevada. Excerpts, I'd like to talk a little about Dulce. The question is this true? Does Dulce base exist? I like to have 4 independent confirmations about whatever I look into. The 4th confirmation came in several months ago from an aerospace engineer who worked for the Air Force, mainly in designing aircraft and rockets. He was deeply involved in the space shuttle program. He said, yes, that in fact he had been at Dulce, that it exists. He visited the facility for something other than genetic engineering. The name that he knew it by was Section B. Others, interestingly enough, refer to the Dulce base as Section D. Could Lear have misheard his source, mistaking B for D? Branton. So Dulce does exist. About 6 months ago, Gabe Valdez's brother found some of the above-ground ventilation shafts for the base on the top of Mount Archuleta. They were going to wait until the snow clears, which is just about now, before attempting to investigate further. I understand that the ducts were rectangular, horizontal, and about 30 feet wide. One of the guys that worked on the Meyer video did some very sophisticated frequency analysis of the area and he said, whatever is under there puts out the energy of a city the size of New York. There's all kinds of stuff going on under there. That's the update on Dulce. The aerospace engineer that I spoke of confirmed that Dulce existed and that we do have a base on the moon. I have several other sources that confirm the base on the moon. They go there regularly. I don't know what they do there, but it does exist. He also confirmed the existence of the base on Mars. It's already there. I went to a very interesting talk by Bill Hamilton, who's here tonight, and after the talk we went on a very interesting mission to check out the Lockheed Skunk Works near Los Angeles. This Skunk Works have done a lot of secret work. As you've read in the papers, they're moving Lockheed to Georgia to do a lot of the work down there. They are also closing down the plant at Burbank, saying that they are going to move it down to Palmdale, but we think they are moving operations to the Tehachapi Mountain area, where there already is an underground facility in the western portion of the Antelope Valley. There was a lot of activity going on there. We think that saucer craft are being produced at this underground facility using other types of technology. Bill is here today and brings the information that the silo doors at this so-called Tehachapi Ranch have been seen to open and a saucer-shaped craft has flown out of it. I got a call from Linda Howe a couple days ago, and she told me that there was a discussion by VP Quayle about reorienting the SDI toward shooting down an incoming asteroid and that it was in a paper. She's supposed to send me the article. But what is interesting is that we've heard this story for the last 2 or 3 years about an incoming asteroid. It's obviously under intelligent control, it's putting out radio emissions. Supposedly it's on the edge of the solar system now, heading this way. I have at least 3 confirmations that it does exist. The code name is supposedly Wormwood. Note, according to a message sent to Art Bell at http://www.artbell.com, a former Vatican employee discovered an encrypted file deep within the Vatican's computer center along with signs of a direct link between the Hubble Space Telescope and the Pope. The file apparently dealt with the Hale-Bopp comet and its unusual companion, that was photographed by Chuck Schrammek and can also be seen in a leaked Hubble telescope image, a file that was titled Wormwood. The Vatican was apparently very concerned about this approaching comet which had made inexplicable course changes as if it were intelligently controlled. The snooping around by this Vatican employee was discovered. However, he made a clean getaway and has never been back. Shortly after he went on the run, he claims, several members of his family began to die in mysterious accidents. Branton. One of the other confirmations came from a friend of a guy in the CIA. They were out one night and the CIA guy was drinking heavily and was very depressed. His friend asked him what the matter was, asking, "Is it the thing that is coming in from space?" The agency guy dropped his glass and said, "How do you know about that?" "That's one of them. If we are reorienting SDI in that way, that opens a lot of questions about what is going on." Navy technology. An engineer from Lockheed hinted at developments when he said that they have things on the Nevada test site that would make George Lucas drool. All advanced air vehicles are manufactured in coordination with General Electric, Boeing, Lockheed, McDonnell Douglas, Northrop and other corporate military-industrial complexes in the underground skunk works, such as those in the Tehachapi Mountains in California and other less publicized sites. Several years ago, a fellow researcher was acquainted with a former Air Force warrant officer, who later committed suicide, who used to fly a YF-12 aircraft in the Pacific. At one point he encountered a teardrop-shaped craft during a flight. Later in his career, he became involved in highly classified technical work. Before he became despondent enough to commit suicide, he revealed the following. In 1969, there were 60 B-58 Hustler aircraft kept in an underground base that had an underground runway which ended in an opening to the surface. Each of these 60 aircraft carried a cobalt bomb strapped to the bottom of it. Note, if an H-bomb is 1,000 times more destructive than an A-bomb, and the cobalt bomb, which most mainstream physicists consider to be a theoretical weapon that has not yet been developed, surpasses the H-bomb to a similar degree, then we are talking about major destructive power to the point of causing total devastation on a scale of hundreds of miles rather than a few miles or tens of miles surrounding the impact zone. Hopefully such weapons will be used only in interplanetary warfare in space and far removed from major population centers on Earth, if at all. Branton. In 1871, there were tests being conducted of a gamma-ray laser, gazer, that would track and shoot down meteorites. Also in the early 1970s, this same Air Force officer was stationed at a secret base in Wyoming. The base security was so high that entry to areas was by photo and voice print analysis. An experiment was done there that probably counts as one of the most totally irresponsible acts performed by the U.S. government. Experiments were being done again on time-shifted magnetic fields. Remember that they have been working with this and elements of alien technology for decades. The experiment involved the actual detonation of a nuclear device inside a time-shifted magnetic field to see if any of the energy escaped the field. None did. In other words, these people deliberately sent the entire force of a nuclear explosion into time. No one knows where it went. One can imagine the potential damage that was created on the other side. It is possible that this act attracted other alien species wishing to understand who would have done such a thing, and this act might have been responsible for the premeditated disruption of other beings. Implant technology. Electronic space societies conditioned to war and destruction found a better way to win conflicts. Wars for territories became wars for the control of minds and entities, since it was learned that massive destruction is counterproductive. Orion entities, several species of greys and the reptilians, began an epoch of conquest and domination. Occasionally, invaders would arrive on a planet targeted for colonization only to discover the presence of a primitive culture that had the potential of having tremendous psionic ability. Sometimes they would find their paths blocked by disembodied, other-dimensional, entities. They would employ electronic and psionic crystal-based weapons to drive away local denizens. Since the original purpose was the conquest of the physical universe, which implies control of mind and mass consciousness, it became necessary to create a more equitable system of prediction and control. The practice of implanting came into being as a method of population control. It was and always has been a political expediency. Occasionally, a faction which opposes the invaders appears on one of the planets the Orion entities have taken over, in order to free the prisoners. They do this by giving them the technology or information which would make them free beings again. This creates a certain amount of instability in the unstable and unnatural system which has been imposed on the planetary population. This is what is happening on Earth in 1990. Some elements in history that support interaction with non-human entities, their civilizations, and their technology, examples. Bolivian legends that go back some 5,000 years tell of the destruction of civilization in far-off times as the result of a conflict with some non-human race, whose blood was not red like ours. The American Apache Indians tell stories of tunnels between their lands and the city of Tiahuanaco, and claim that their ancestors traveled for years by this route. The Indian chiefs also assured that the tunnels were carved out by rays that destroy the living rock, and that the tunnel creators were beings that live near the stars. Many Central Asian legends relate to the Gobi Desert as being a great sea in remote times. According to Chinese sages, there was an island in this sea that was inhabited by white men with blue eyes and fair hair, who imparted the arts of civilization to their fellow men, including the inhabitants of Mu, who attained a high degree of culture. Another account that I came across years ago, although the exact source has been long forgotten, spoke of human giants who also worked and lived among these blonde people on the ancient Gobi Island. This island was connected to the mainland by large underground tunnels that ran in all directions from the central island capital, Branton. Population control. The creation of the mentality that produces chemical and biological weapons owes its source to alien influence. The appearance of global disease is also there. Between 540 AD and 592 AD the bubonic plague ravaged the East Roman Empire. Records show frequent aerial phenomena in conjunctions with outbreaks. Very often, plagues would be preceded by mysterious foul-smelling mists, humanoids dressed in black, and comets in the sky. A small list of plagues that were preceded by the above events. Year description. 1298 to 1314 large comets seen over Europe. 1333 plague commenced after a vile mist appeared. 1347 plague epidemic in Europe. 40 million dead in 4 years. Note, this scenario happened every 10 to 20 years until the 1700s, resulting in the death of over 100 million people. 1500, 1543, 26 comets recorded. 1556, 1597, 15 comets recorded. 1568 comet preceded plague in Vienna. 1582 comet preceded plague. 1689 comets recorded. 1606 comet preceded general worldwide plague. Through recorded history, there are also references to humanoids dressed in black. Their presence would signal an almost immediate outbreak of the plague. In 1559 men dressed in black were seen spraying an oat field just before an outbreak of the plague in Brandenburg, Germany. Interjection: one source, Stephen Gibbs, claims that some of the men in black are human agents under the control of the Greys who have the ability to travel through time-space. Also, sources who were involved with the Montauk project suggest that it is possible to travel forward and backward in time. Reverse time travel being possible, yet one must be very careful not to try to alter a historical event, for their own sake, not history's sake. It would seem that all events within the eternal now are the products of all past, present, future influences which are brought to bear on each particular event. When all past, present, future influences have decided the outcome of that event, then that event is set in the timeline. Unless recorded history has been tampered with to cover up manipulations by time travelers, any attempt to alter an event that is set in time would proceed as follows. For example, an agent of a European secret society is sent back in time to kill George Washington as a child. He completes his mission and returns to the future. Absolutely nothing has changed. He goes back and takes Washington's life as a teenager and succeeds, and returns to the future only to find that nothing has changed. So he goes back and takes Washington's life a little later on, say during his trials at Valley Forge. To the time traveler it might seem as if he succeeded. At that point in time, General Washington might experience a nightmare of someone trying to kill him and wake up on a cold sweat. So from the time traveler's perspective the general is dead, but this time he stays around to see what happens. Well, at first things seem to go along normally, but the assassin will, if he is attentive, notice that reality is no longer what it should be. Events and objects slowly start to become somewhat more fluid and dreamlike, until his state of reality is seemingly somewhere between reality and a dreamscape. The time traveler in his attempts to alter an established event has simply been phase-shifted by the timeline into a parallel dimension, possibly a fourth dimension, as nature's simple method of dealing with a potential paradox. He has become trapped in time within a localized quantum quasi-reality field. In this strange new dimension he encounters other time travelers and other quantum reality fields. As these various fields compete with each other, events and objects become more fluid or more solid depending on the combined psychic energy maintaining these particular fields, and the degree by which these quasi or virtual reality fields are competing with each other. The dominant thought form fields become more solid, whereas the weaker ones become less so. He has entered into an insane chaotic realm where multi-density thought forms battle each other for dominance. Having been phase-shifted from the timeline, he has become trapped in a thought line composed of quasi-solid psionic energy forms which are out of phase with the solid and tangible third-dimensional timeline. In so doing he or the others, trapped within this alternate reality may encounter quasi-physical entities or denizens that are native to this ethereal realm. Now the question is, could the men in black, who were spraying the fields as described above be time travelers trying to alter the past, or in this case, establishing a past event that already exists? The question would have to be asked, just where is the line between making the past and breaking the past? Or that point where one has interfered with the timeline to the point that they are kicked out of the third dimension and into a parallel 4th dimensional existence. Is it possible for aliens or whoever, who have been phase-shifted from the timeline, to rematerialize themselves in the third dimension? If they were able to establish events in the past, the Greys for instance might see a person in power and travel into his past, not to change his past but to make his past. They would have to be very careful not to try and create a past event that does not already exist. Just how they would know one from the other would be a major problem. They might manipulate that person on an unconscious level and prepare him or her for whatever purpose they had planned. Or in other words, plant a seed in the past that would manifest in the future, yet without interfering the timeline. Montauk investigators have stated that it was discovered that in order to alter history one would have to alter the parallel realities that were discovered as well. Could some of these parallel realities be other density realms where objects and events become fluid thought forms rather than concrete matter forms? If this is the case, then trying to alter those realities might be about as difficult as trying to build a sandcastle with wet mud. It just can't be done. However, could manipulation of someone's past, even if the Greys had to phase in and out of the third dimension repeatedly in order to claim what little quantum territory they could find in the past that had not been claimed, set or solidified, explain why many members of MJ-12 and other influential people have experienced alien abductions and indoctrination from childhood? If the Greys or some other time-traveling force attempted to take control of or posse's time-space along the timeline that is not occupied or claimed, because that time-space is already generally being occupied in an other planetary, subterranean or phase-shifted setting, then in so doing they would not necessarily stand in the way of the mighty flow of the event chain and as a result might not be pushed off into another dimension by trying to get in its way. Or if they were, they might find ways of rephasing back into the third dimension. Instead, they might accept those events as being set and instead of changing them attempt to work with them, around them and through them to their advantage or for whatever purpose. They might try to change their future by altering the past. For instance, they could bury something in the past and return to their present and unbury it. In this case they would not risk creating a paradox and thus phase shift themselves into some other dimension, however they might use what they buried in the past to influence their present and future. So, regardless of the various ways by which the past might be manipulated, as opposed to altered, we in essence would not have a time cop scenario of an infinite number of solid timelines, which would put an infinite strain on space itself. But a 12 monkeys type of scenario involving time travelers making the past rather than changing the past through some type of multilinear reality or the so-called eternal now quantum cause and effect type of scenario. Branton. During the plague years, there was tremendous ethical decay among humans. There were attempts by various religious factions to eliminate others. There was an attempt by the Roman Catholics to eliminate the Jews. There was more genocide during this period than during the Second World War. Genocides during this period were often incited by German trade guilds, who were brotherhood, fraternal organizations. The effect of the plagues were: plague plus Inquisition plus genocide equals religious apocalyptic prophecy fulfilled. The Bavarian Illuminati and the Rosicrucians were behind many of the new, cultic, movements which appeared at this time. Replacement of humans by synthetic people. There is absolutely no doubt that replication of humans is an ongoing process that has a part to play in the manipulation of events on this planet. Hundreds of individuals over the last 20 years have attested to what they have seen, both on alien craft and in underground installations. The synchronicity and sheer weight of corroboration from vastly unconnected sources is damning evidence that this is occurring. A lot of evidence started to surface in the 1970s. A lot of it seemed to tie in the idea that political figures have been undergoing a process of duplication. During this process, the individual's responses, memories, and habit patterns are copied from the human to be duplicated. The original can then be preserved or processed into basic biological components. The clone will then function as the original, except that the entity is under alien control. There is also an apparent minority of cases where the synthetic duplicate's consciousness is directly replaced by an alien consciousness, the walk-in. Some abductees claim that in some cases the reptiloids will clone a human body through time-space acceleration and transfer the conscious memory matrix from the original body and into the replicated body for the sole purpose of consuming the original body along with the emotional chemical residue or vital energy contained therein, emotional energies which have accumulated through a lifetime of emotional expression. This, emotional juices within the physical body is considered a delicacy by these energy vampires in a similar manner as was depicted in regards to the draconian gargoyle-like aliens, in the movie Life Force. Although this movie admittedly took this concept to the extreme, however the concept of stolen vital energies giving aliens power to shape-shift their molecular structure like one of the legendary WER creatures did not originate from that movie. Also there is evidence of the post-mortem continuation of the emotional bodies of some people who have died under extreme emotional circumstances. Where these emotional bodies linger around in the physical area where the traumatic death occurred as emotional shadows imprinted on the atmosphere as ghosts or specters. These forms of emotional residue seem to also attract various types of malevolent alien and/or astral forms, explaining the often numerous connections which have been found between aliens and poltergeist or haunting episodes. The aliens involved in such scenarios may be physical, non-physical, or as with the case of many of the Greys, malevolent non-physical entities incarnating or inhabiting physical alien bodies. Whether these bodies are equivalent to biogenetically altered reptilians, or synthetic humanoids. Branton. In a walk-in situation, the alien consciousness could be used to a biological matrix that provided 3 fingers on each hand, for instance. Having an organic body with 5 fingers could mean that there would be 2 fingers on each hand that would not be used normally, if at all. This idea was once expressed in the Invaders series on television, which was pulled off the air prematurely. I would suggest that aside from Invaders, The Outer Limits and Dark Skies are 2 other series which are remarkably close to the truth, as some of us perceive it. Branton. Roy Tenis, the main character in the show, has had some experiences of his own relative to the theme of the program. There are other factors that should be looked for. One of them is the eyes. There are 3 aspects of the eyes that have been mentioned. In some cases, one eye is different, darker, than the other. The eyes are bulging, like cow eyes. The eyes depict a blank expression. This is not to say that people who have this appearance are synthetics, but these are said to be possible indicators. Another factor that is said to apply to synthetics is that they do not have a long lifespan. It is said that they do not function well beyond a couple years. Some political figures have been said to have been replaced several times. Conversations between researchers on synthetics and clones. Apparently the researcher that Valerian interviewed has remained anonymous. Q. In your opinion, do you think any of the material about the use of clones, synthetics and androids is valid? A. Yes, there is plenty of evidence that these and other processes are carried out universally in order to permit the housing, or trapping, of consciousness. As far as Western culture is concerned, there have been examples that have been shown to the public. For example, on the TV series, The Invaders, the title role was played by Roy Thins. Shortly after Roy had finished reading for the series, 2 weeks before he was to start filming, he had a UFO encounter himself. It made the whole thing he was doing for the series a lot more real for him. As a result, he began to examine the different ideas presented in the series a little more closely, such as ways that the government eventually forced the series off the air. These beings that are coming from other frequencies that don't use a physical body but need a physical presence have other beings that have a physical presence generate biological structures that function as containers for them. Biological humanoids. Through these, their energy fields are manifested. The internal organs would not matter, since they are just energy transitional containers. A lot of what is going on is like super science fiction. The only way a lot of humans can deal with it is through science fiction, because if they have to continually confront that it is real, or what they may have to think or do about it, knowing that it is a fact, it would evoke too much stress. I would add that it would probably be closer to a combination of science fiction and sword and sorcery. Or a fusion of the physical with the metaphysical, since the reptile insectoid greys especially seem to manifest not only technological powers but supernatural powers as well, or what some refer to as occult technology. In this case it is occult technology utilized by alien sorcerers, capable of attacking human beings on all 3 levels of their nature or the spiritual, psychological and physical levels. Branton. It is easier for most humans to negate reality to a science fiction format so they can manipulate the concepts while at the same time equating the fantasy as a sort of protection against the true nature of reality, which is suppressed by cultural forces in order to maintain organization and pacification in an artificially maintained cultural process of be silent, consume and die, in the midst of massive intentional suppression of awareness. There is consciousness which has manipulated human beings for a long time according to what is, to humans, an alien agenda. The game is deeper and more complex than most humans can imagine. A lot deeper than a few humans having a little disk hardware at S4. A lot of the technology discovered since the 1940s has been actively suppressed. There are all sorts of things that can be done to adjust a living being to look like something or someone else. Many hints of the technology have been seen in the media in old, and new, television programs like Outer Limits and in films. There is a lot of truth in many of the old programs. Gene Roddenberry, creator of the Star Trek series, made several pilot films after the Star Trek series ran out. One of them was Genesis 2, which portrayed United States government underground genetics laboratories that were connected by tube shuttles. The pilot was never permitted to develop into a series, for obvious reasons. There are other films that deal with biogenetic clones and still others that portray remotely piloted spherical surveillance objects that are controlled from underground laboratories. All these portray aspects of what has been actually happening. The early programs in the Time Tunnel series portrayed the government having an underground lab that housed the time tunnel equipment. Access was by way of a piece of desert road that dropped down and allowed vehicles to drive underground in tunnels. Fantasy is coming from reality, not the other way around. Alien interaction in Earth's history, a chronology. 1934, the first deal or interaction with the gray entities occurred on July 11, 1934 on board a naval ship in Balboa. It was here that the agreement was initially made, between aliens and representatives of the Bavarian Illuminati operating within U.S. intelligence fraternities, that let the Greys proceed unhindered with the abductions and cattle mutilations. 1950 In December of 1950, a unit called IPU, Interplanetary Phenomena Unit, was established. It was an operational unit to deal with the ever-increasing scenarios of crashed disks and aliens. That same month a disk crashed in the El Indiogero area of Mexico and was taken to the AEC facility at Sandia in New Mexico. Also in 1950, The revised edition of The Effects of Atomic Weapons, prepared by the AEC advises, complete underground placement of bases is desirable, and, there are apparently no fundamental difficulties in construction and operating underground in various types of important facilities. 1958 In 1958, International Geophysical Year, expeditions were made to the poles in order to again assess the problem of the Germans, as well as the threat from aliens of different character that were detected as coming from inside the Earth. Work continued on alternatives 2 and 3. Use of the Orion method of hypnosis, used on government workers in high-security areas, begins. 1959 In 1959, the RAND Corporation held several conferences on deep underground construction. These conferences were attended by the various military services as well as large corporate construction firms like Bechtel. Underground construction projects began within a year. Existing underground facilities were beefed up and new ones were started. Funding for government underground facilities comes from presidential shelter funds, as well as covert drug operations conducted by the CIA under the orders of MJ 12. This procedure appears to be still in effect as of July 1989. Over 75 underground facilities have been constructed under various programs. 1963 In 1963, John F. Kennedy evidently issued an ultimatum to MJ 12, and they decided that Kennedy should be subject to an expediency, killed. This was the era when the United States first started having its own operational discs. 1963 is the date of one of the earliest visits to an underground joint base by an abductee that came back and lived to tell about it. It is the first hint of the underground breeding facilities that are described in the Dulce papers, events surrounding Paul Benowitz and Thunder Scientific Corporation in Albuquerque, New Mexico. And other insidious experiences that have been reported by scores of people from 1963 to 1989. 1964 In April 1964, Cape Kennedy radar technicians tracked disks in pursuit of the Gemini capsule. On April 15, two intelligence personnel meet under Project Plateau with aliens in the New Mexico desert to arrange a meeting on April 25 at Holloman AFB, New Mexico in order to renew the treaty in a psychological bid to buy time in order to solve the problem of the Greys. 1972, scientist Rene Hardy, also a prominent ufologist, is found dead, an apparent suicide. In December, astronaut Edgar Mitchell admits that NASA has provisions for encounters with alien lifeforms. 1978, in September 1978, scientist Paul Benowitz discovers the activities of alien craft at Manzano Weapons Storage Area outside of Albuquerque, New Mexico. Benowitz submits a report called Project Beta to the government and is put under observation. He was allegedly subjected to 3 bouts with electroshock treatment starting in 1979, then was left to be observed by both the government and the aliens with whom he had been communicating through his computer equipment. 1979 In 1979, a conference on animal mutilations was organized by Senators Harrison, Last Man on the Moon, Schmidt and attended by scientist Henry Monteith, who had just completed 10 years of research on the subject. According to Schmidt's figures, economic losses from the mutilations totaled over $2.5 million annually. Men in Black are also in attendance. In October 1979, an altercation takes place between government scientists and military personnel and the resident aliens in the Dulce base. 66 Special Forces personnel were killed. 1980 In May 1980, discs intrude again into the Manzano Weapons Storage Area in New Mexico. On August 8, a disc was discovered by a Sandia guard next to a building containing HQCR-44, nuclear materials. On August 9, a security officer checks down Coyote Canyon Road and discovers a disc. By November 1980, researcher Paul Benowitz was still being monitored by the NSA. 1983, FEMA implements standby legislation in a bill innocuously titled the Defense Resources Act. The bill would suspend the Bill of Rights, abolish free enterprise, eliminate privately owned property, and generally clamp the American people in a totalitarian vice. Section 202 of the bill, for example, allows the President to instantly confiscate any real estate or personal property that shall be deemed necessary for national defense purposes. Section 501 authorizes the takeover of any industry the White House authorizes. Section 1213 outlaws all strikes. The standby legislation also includes censorship of communications, which allows the President, whenever he shall deem that the public safety demands it, to censor communications by mail, cable, radio, television, or other means of transmission. The COG, continuity of government, also exists. It is a secretive shadow government that is in place and ready to run the country, from underground bases like the empty weather facility near Bluemont, Virginia. In reference to the executive orders authorizing FEMA to violate constitutional law in time of emergency, we must ask, are these executive orders legal? True, many of these EOs were written by presidents who were duly elected by U.S. citizens who trusted the media slant concerning these presidents who came after John F. Kennedy, in spite of the fact that most of these were members of One World Economic Organizations like the CFR, TC, and Bilderbergers. However, what if the death of John F. Kennedy was part of a coup d'état of the executive branch of U.S. government, as many, including the late Louisiana District Attorney James Garrison, claimed? If this were the case, then the entire executive branch might be filled with illegal appointees, who may have been instrumental in authorizing illegal intelligence agencies, may have illegally given power that was not meant to be theirs over to the military industrialists. And these elected chief executives, many of whom happen to be the hirelings of corporocratic elitists who finance their political and media campaigns, have violated the very foundations of the United States by establishing executive orders which violate the U.S. Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the Declaration of Independence. I'm sure that there are still many Americans who see these three documents as being the essence of America, and they fully believe in the words penned within the Declaration of Independence to the effect that military force is justified, if necessary, to defend from all enemies foreign and domestic the form of government that is patterned after the sacred contents of these documents. Branton. 1985. On August 5, scientists Paul Benowitz observes the crash site of a U.S. Black Delta ship in New Mexico. 1987. In 1987, the Dulce Papers are first released. Data on 5 entrances to the Dulce lab is leaked, and the secret fraternal corporate government takes care of the leaks by destroying buildings and building new ones in odd locations for apparently no perceivable reason. On the 27th of November, groups of U.S. Army Rangers attempt and apparently bungle an attempt to enter a joint alien facility in New Mexico, apparently a continuation of the Dulce Wars which began in 1979. In December, the CIA begins to contact everyone who was ever in its employ that ever had anything to do with the alien problem. A woman draws a picture of a black mirrored spherical craft she says belongs to the National Security Agency. On the 14th of December, John Lear offers to host the MUFON convention that would be held in Las Vegas in July of 1989. 1988, word comes from New Mexico to researchers that Los Alamos has developed an antimatter weapon, which allegedly will be used as a last resort if the Greys cannot be pried away from the planet. The number of Greys on, inside, Earth is estimated at 20 million. In December, Stephen White, president of Bechtel Investments, dies. Bechtel has been heavily involved in underground construction and is the world's largest construction firm. Information comes forth that the intelligence agencies are distributing drugs to finance alien-related projects, which demand phenomenal amounts of money. And now, for the year when the Enigma began to collapse, or the year when American citizens and in turn the citizens of the planet were exposed to the first widespread revelations on the alien conspiracy. 1989, data on Project Excalibur is released. The project is involved in developing a warhead that will penetrate 1,000 meters of Earth and then detonate. Useful for destroying underground bases. On May 14, 1989, Las Vegas Channel 8 TV televises an interview with a government scientist, Robert Lazar, working at Groom Lake in Dreamland. The scientist openly tells of 9 disks on the Nellis Range, 3 of them are operational. The craft use antimatter engines. The Soviets were involved only up to a point. He won't talk about the aliens. Subsequently, the government scientist discovered that he has been the victim of a method of hypnosis known as Orion hypnosis. His life is threatened and his car is shot up in Las Vegas. On June 30, July 1st and 2nd, the MUFON conference occurs in Las Vegas, Nevada. William Cooper, John Lear, William English, and Don Ecker speak to an enthusiastic crowd. The day before, on July 1st, William Moore and a disgruntled audience have a shouting match with each other. The audience is astounded when instead of the issues at hand, Moore uses his time to attack other researchers, specifically Paul Benowitz. William Moore publicly admits he works for a government intelligence agency. On August 7, U.S. News & World Report publishes material on America's Doomsday Project, detailing over 50 underground facilities that are for use during time of crisis. In September 1989, several West Coast radio talk shows begin avid discussion of UFOs, aliens, and interaction with the U.S. government. The public discussion is now out of control. On September 23, 1989, a 2-hour documentary is screened on Japanese television. Viewers are treated to the full spectrum of recent investigations, including underground labs, MJ-12, genetic facilities, the Kennedy murder, the voices of the astronauts on the shuttle talking about observing alien spacecraft, and EGAN-G scientist Robert Lazar talking about the disks at Groom Lake, and a visit to Dulce, where residents tell of visits from the CIA. A CIA or MIB type is photographed following the Japanese team. His Colorado license plate is readable. On October 16, word comes from researchers that the United States and the Soviet Union had a disagreement on the base on the far side of the moon in which several U.S. scientists were machine-gunned. This disagreement reflects the split between the U.S. and Soviets detailed in the May '89 disclosure by a government scientist working at the S-4/Dreamland facility in Nevada, during which time the Soviets were kicked off the supertechnology projects in Nevada and sent packing. It is thought that this disagreement occurred in 1986 or 1987. It is uncertain what connection if any this altercation may have had with an alleged reptilian/Grey takeover of an alternative, 2, base on Mars 2 years earlier in 1985, according to contactee Alex Collier. On October 25, Congress works on legislation to make radio talk shows liable for statements made by callers in an effort to shut down talk radio programs, where UFO/alien data is being avidly discussed. On October 26, William Cooper goes on a radio station in Los Angeles and tells the listening public that President Bush is involved in the drug scene. The FCC attacks the talk show host the next day for saying a bad word. Researchers speculate that the Secret Service, who allegedly terminated Sal Mineo during Reagan's administration because of an alleged homosexual tape they were concerned about, will seek to eliminate Cooper. That for some reason Cooper has now made himself expendable with this material involving the former president. On November 3, researchers announced their discovery that a security team codenamed Yellow Fruit was started back during the Carter presidency, and was part of the NSA. It has been periodically disbanded and has existed in one form or another since the Carter administration. Los Angeles radio talk show host Ken Hudnall announces his intention to take a group to visit one of the ancient underground cities, which he says has an entrance 60 miles from Anaheim. Researchers discover the passive security frequencies at Groom Lake, 138.306 and 407.550, and that a group codenamed Seaspray is involved with primary security in the area. Security forces then change the frequencies. On November 6, Channel 8 in Las Vegas starts a 2-week series on Area 51, animal mutilations, and the UFO cover-up. On November 10, EGAN-G scientist Robert Lazar goes on television and tells what he knows about U.S. disk technology at S-4 in Area 51, including information about 9 U.S. disks, antimatter reactors, and mind control for S-4 scientists. On November 19, an electrical worker at Mercury, Nevada, calls the Billy Goodman radio talk show and describes tunnels 3,000 feet under the test site that have stainless steel walls and elevators. He also describes small gray bodies on gurneys being wheeled down the tunnels. On November 20th, a security guard on the Nevada test site describes his contact with a man in black that describes the whole alien scenario to him. The man has transparent eyelids. On November 20th and 21st, the national program Hard Copy televises 2 programs on UFOs. EGAN-G scientist Robert Lazar goes on radio on KVG for 3 hours and answers questions over the 50,000-watt station. Another 3-hour session takes place November 24th and 25th. Robert Lazar publicizes the name of his boss at Area S4, tells that 22 people work at S4, and how antimatter reactors work. Indications are that more people will be coming out of the woodwork to tell what they know up at Area 51. On November 25th, television station Channel 8 in Las Vegas televises a 2-hour special on UFOs, Area 51, S4 and the UFO cover-up. It is revealed that some people who contacted Channel 8 had had their homes broken into in Las Vegas. During the week of Christmas, 1989, it was reported that there were a series of very large underground explosions in the area of the base at Dulce, New Mexico. A month earlier, animal mutilations began to pick up significantly. The last time these 2 events occurred in this order was when the government first discovered what the Greys were up to and they tried to go in and stop them. Over 60 Delta troops were killed in the process, in the initial military attempt against the base. 1990, on February 17, a Ukrainian astronomer detects radio emissions near Altair, Aquila, which in ancient times was associated with reptilian creatures. Note, some contactees speak of an unstable alliance between Nordics and Greys, which has existed for a long period of time in the Altair system, as well as references to a large faction of collectivist Greys who were in the process of arguing against the continued existence of humans in that and other systems, which would apparently also include the sovereigntist humans in the Andromeda and Pleiadian constellations. It is stated that some fascist human elements operating within the Montauk base at the northern tip of Long Island, who have established an agreement with the Greys to bring about a global dictatorship on Earth, were given the Stargate coordinates to generate a time-space window using Montauk technology directly to a particular planet in the Altair system in order to assist in the suppression of a resistance movement among some of the Nordic-type humanoids there. Branton. On March 3, Las Vegas UFOCI chairman Stacy Borland and her brother were brutally murdered while at home. Stacy was attempting to get information out about a group of Mercury, Nevada construction workers and electricians who claimed that some of their fellow workers had been abducted and were being held captive in a vast underground systems there. On March 8, the final destruction of the Fourth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution takes effect very quietly behind the scenes. Now the authorities need no warrant or probable cause to break into a person's home and perform any action they think fit. Suspicion is sufficient. Chapter 31, Confessions of an FBI X-File Agent. The following is from a secret report released by an FBI special agent codenamed Jordan, who has been involved with the intrigues taking place near Dulce, New Mexico and Area 51, Dreamland, Nevada. Among his fellow colleagues within the FBI, Jordan was often referred to as the X-File Man. Jordan claims to be an abductee whose birth in 1962 was genetically engineered by tall Greys that had apparently altered the genetic codes within the ovum of his human mother, who was also an abductee, and infused the genetic coding of the ovum with certain specific genetic characteristics taken from another female abductee for some undetermined purpose. Although his life was being severely manipulated by the aliens, agents of the Department of the Navy apparently stepped in to counter some of the machinations which the aliens were carrying out, using abductees like Jordan as pawns in a vast game of cosmic chess. With the permission of the agent himself, the following is reproduced from Mia Adams' book, The Exiles, Celta Publishing, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 1995. Incidentally, the author uses the British spelling of Grey with an E rather than the American spelling of Grey with an, just in case the reader has wondered which is the correct spelling. They are both correct. The account I am about to give is based on my experiences and the personal investigation I have conducted over the past several months. I cannot, and in a few instances I am specifically prevented from, revealing where and when I acquired all of the information I will present. I will state that on 2 occasions I deliberately violated secure areas and on 1 occasion participated in a rather unorthodox field interrogation in order to obtain data. I also deliberately involved several innocent parties who, unfortunately, may become subject to penalties which should rightfully only be mine. I have lied and have done so knowingly and repeatedly in order to elicit information and in order to cause governmental entities to react to moves they only thought I was making. I freely admit that I am guilty of abusing the power of my office and my credentials. I do not apologize for this, but I may soon become subject to the administrative or legal consequences of these actions. So be it. At the risk of appearing melodramatic, more dire consequences may also follow. I can only state that, if resistance is within my power, I will not go quietly. I am taking the precaution of disseminating this account, both on paper and on discs, to several individuals solely and exclusively as a means of forestalling the desirability of attempting to silence me entirely. It is my belief that revenge would not be the goal of those opposed to my efforts, but, rather, the prevention of the leakage of information. As a copy of this report is now in your hands, I urge you to make numerous additional copies and to place these copies in several locations to avert efforts at recovering all of them. Let me be very clear. If my opponents are able to recover all the copies of my report, then they will inevitably turn to the matter of muzzling me as the only remaining threat to security they face. I am firmly convinced that I was abducted by non-human sentient beings at the age of 6, section deleted, and that my newly surfaced, thanks to Dr. Name deleted, recollections regarding this incident are reliable and real. These beings strongly resembled the grave breeders I will describe below, but, as I remember no workers, I cannot be entirely sure of what these beings represented. However, I have incontrovertible evidence that the aliens who abducted me as a child have maintained an interest, if not an influence in my life. This evidence has already been provided to those who could make best use of it. The Department of the Navy, DON, is a relatively small clandestine agency within the United States government which is staffed primarily by individuals ostensibly recruited and trained by other elements of the federal government. It is funded and supported by the National Security Agency and is also augmented by very tightly compartmentalized elements of the armed forces. I believe that Blue Light is the original code name for the U.S. Army's EBE-related unit, which was allegedly converted into the now famous counter-terrorist Delta Force, and other governmental organizations. Approximately 1/3 of Headquarters Division 5 of the FBI is actually a front for DON. With at least several dozen HQ special agents devoted to these matters. Despite its name, the Department of the Navy has very little to do with the actual United States Navy. Its existence is known only by an extremely limited number of individuals and its actual mission is known by an even smaller number. The Department of the Navy's purpose is to direct extraordinary unique activities in relation to extraterrestrial biological entities, EBEs, and alien technologies with the primary missions of combating alien operations which are hostile to the national security of the United States. Gathering and exploiting alien technologies, and the containment of premature disclosure of information regarding the presence and intentions of the EBEs. Ironically, while NASA supposedly suspects or knows that there are alien artifacts on the moon and is suppressing data on this subject, this was only mentioned to me as an aside. NASA has no official role in dealing with EBEs. This is not to say, however, that NASA, like the rest of the overt government, is not penetrated by some DON personnel. Furthermore, the DON has had some interaction with NASA personnel who accidentally became aware of too much. I was also told that an overt NASA effort to detect non-human civilizations was doomed to failure, but I was not told why. The Greys are divided into quasi-sentient asexual workers who are, on average, 4 feet tall, and dominant breeders who have large eyes and are, on average, almost 6 feet tall. Both types of Greys have 4 fingers on each hand. This alliance emerged from the successful recovery of several apparently crashed gray craft and the subsequent establishment of relations with this species. This relationship is, for the time being, clandestine by the choice of both parties and involves a very limited and gradual sharing of information and technology by the Greys. Note, this would seem to contradict the earlier statement that the Dawn is interested in defending our national security from malevolent alien species. However, we must understand that initially the decision of MJ-12 to establish contact with the Greys was partly motivated by national security concerns, for instance the desire for advanced weapons. The establishment of a treaty with the Greys in order to appease any intent on their part to take control, all the while studying them and their weaknesses. In reality, it seems as if some of the intelligence agencies were attempting to do to the Greys what they have done to other cultures, including our own. That is, use the treaties as a weapon against the Greys to infiltrate their operational structure and find out their weaknesses and exploit their technology at the same time. According to contactees, most of the human cultures who have been taken over in the past as a result of Trojan horse treaties with the Greys were sincerely blinded by the Greys' feigned platitudes of benevolence and friendship. The much more cynical and untrusting intelligence agencies of planet Earth, who were no strangers to war and betrayal, although hoping for the best, were at the same time preparing for the worst once the treaties were established. In the end, the choice of the Greys to play their hand and match wits with the intelligence agencies of planet Earth, whose cunning and expertise in manipulation are notorious, may ultimately be their downfall. Nevertheless, these agencies on Earth are playing a high-risk game. In their bid to gain galactic intelligence and technological parity with the Greys, they run the high risk of having many of their own agents fall under the psychological control of the Greys. In other words, while reaching one hand out in feigned friendship towards the Greys, the other hand is busy developing technological weaponry with the hope of potentially exploiting, conquering or destroying them just in case they turned on us. We must admit that there are various different motives in dealing with the Greys. The elite globalists of course need the Greys' mind control technology to assist in the implementation of their planetary dictatorship. Others want nothing to do with the Greys, but desire only their technology. In a strange twist of irony, the military alliance, and subsequent resistance, to the Greys may work for the eventual good of the planet. The reason for this is the fact that in their attempt to infiltrate and subvert our planet, the Greys made some grave underestimations. One of the major mistakes they made, probably out of fear of reprisals, resulting from the growing knowledge within intelligence agencies of the blatant betrayals of the treaties, was to jump the gun and attempt a planetary takeover before they were ready for it. They discovered that their methods, which have succeeded on other worlds, did not work quite as well on planet Earth. When the takeover came about, they were only able to conquer a large segment of the underground world. Whereas their attempts to use their human agents on the surface to take control of the world above, by precipitating a full totalitarian coup in America, was strongly resisted. Because of this resistance, they could achieve no better than a stalemate. Now it is a tooth-and-nail battle between freedom-loving sovereigntist humans above and freedom-hating collectivist reptilians below for control of the minds of the leaders of the military-industrial complex, which operates both above and below the surface of the planet. Whichever side comes out in control of the MIC will possess both worlds. The aliens are running scared because in 1989 their secret, the Enigma, came crashing through the surface and out into the open when Robert Lazar had the guts to come clean about what was happening at Area 51. Once he stood up to the beast, others joined him in his crusade: John Lear, William Cooper, Don Ecker, Paul Benowitz, Krista Tilton, Val Valerian, Phil Schneider, Thomas Costello, Jason Bishop, Norio Hayakawa, Bill Hamilton. Agent Yellow Fruit, John Rhodes, Michael Lindemann, Michael Corbin, Commander X, Jim McCampbell, Robert Morningsky, Colonel Steve Wilson, Bill English, Jefferson Souza, yours truly, etc. etc. I cannot name all of the names here as the list grows every day. Although many of these may have some heated personality and philosophical differences among themselves. They nevertheless have the same thing in common: each of them possessed a different piece of the overall puzzle on the human-alien interaction. Once the dam broke, so to speak, what had previously been a situation that was out of control in respect to the U.S. government, became a situation that became out of control for the Greys. Expect some rather desperate attempts by the Greys in the future to resolve the situation and take back control. As I said, they are running out of time, and they are running scared, and desperate beings do desperate things. Will they simply concede defeat and leave this planet, or do they consider planet Earth and its resources to be the key to the continued survival of their empire? I personally get the feeling that the infernal leaders of the reptilian collective or hive have already invested too much in this planet to leave so easily. This means that a resolution of the situation will be up to us, and hopefully more than a little divine intervention. With this in mind, one might better understand the seemingly schizophrenic actions of the Dawn, CIA, NSA, MJ-12 and other agencies, which are being influenced and contested by basically three different groups with different agendas: those intent on maintaining true national security, those intent on selling out the U.S. for personal gain, and those in the middle who are just obeying orders and essentially don't know where they stand. Several sources claim that the U.S. Navy structure has been infiltrated to some extent by fascist elements operating deep within the CIA and NSA in an effort to use its organizational structure to serve their unconstitutional agendas. In most cases without the knowledge of most Navy personnel themselves. Through misrepresentation of their motives and intentions, these infiltrators have succeeded in gaining support from Navy personnel for their clandestine activities using the false facade of patriotism or national security. When in reality many of the joint NSA alien projects have in reality subverted the national security of the U.S. Branton. Several underground and underwater facilities. At least one underwater facility is off the Florida coast and has a terrestrial access point in South Miami. I and my unseen cohorts have already provided the address to several individuals, have been established to support these joint operational activities and to provide a suitable habitat for the EBEs involved. Parenthetically, the Multiple Protective Shelter MPS, ICBM basing scheme proposed in the early 1980s was actually a cover for the construction of 4,600 EBE-related bunkers. This scheme was politically untenable and had to be abandoned, but would have allowed for a tremendous expansion of alien activity in the United States. There is presently an ongoing competition for influence, if not outright domination, over the Earth and its life forms between the Greys and another species commonly identified as reptilians or lizards. Note, it is interesting that several other sources claim that the Orion Greys are willfully working with and on behalf of the draconian lizards or reptiloids. Is the suggested animosity between the Greys and reptiloids a ruse to keep the government in a state of confusion, i.e., to pressure them to make alliances with the Greys to fight the reptiloids, or vice versa in order to ensure complete governmental submission to one or the other sides of a single alien collective power structure? Branton. It is supposedly known that this species ominously refers to itself as Earthlings. I was shown extremely clear photographs of examples of this species. Reptilians appeared human-sized, had 3 toes on each foot, and had notably large mouths, muzzles, with prominent teeth. This competition has resulted in the destruction of several craft both within and without the Earth's atmosphere and has prompted the development of certain aspects of the United States strategic nuclear forces as well as the Strategic Defense Initiative, SDI. The Dawn, Department of the Navy, conducts extensive surveillance and monitoring of individuals who are unknowingly part of an ongoing program of manipulation of the human gene pool by competing non-human alliances. This manipulation was initially undertaken by the reptilian species, apparently to direct certain human traits in ways favorable to this species. In addition, reptilian efforts have apparently focused on the United States and, to a lesser extent, its allies due to the United States' leading economic and military, or military-industrial, Branton, role worldwide. Study has determined that the reptilian efforts in this area amount to long-term genetic sabotage. The reptilians have also been responsible for livestock mutilations and some human abductions for other negative purposes. Strangely, there is some historical connection between the reptilians and the development of nuclear energy, but this was only hinted at by my sources. It is interesting that many of the nuclear scientists had ties with the Bavarian Illuminati. The bomb was developed at Los Alamos, beneath which some believe exists the major concentration of reptiloids/greys, those which commute underground to work in the lower Dulce base 90 miles away in North America. And also there is an ancient Hopi prophecy about the greys and the part they would play in the creation of the Gourd of Death. Did they want to provoke an inevitable nuclear conflict that they hoped would destroy all human life on planet Earth? The fact that the Greys interacted with the scientists of the Manhattan Project is evidenced by a personal friend of mine whose father was one such scientist. She has experienced numerous abductions throughout the years and claims to be a part of an alien program involving genetic manipulation. She did show me some unusual scale-like skin on her legs, a condition that I have not seen on any other person. Branton. However, the Grey abductions of human subjects have been aimed primarily at the creation of a particularly hardy elite hybrid species which would be initially capable of forming the leading elements of Grey society as well as serving a similar role in human society. Note, since the reptiloid/Greys have basically failed in producing an actual crossbreed capable of reproducing itself, they may instead opt for the development of a race of genetically altered humans or implanted clones, patched into the collective, who have been fused with some degree of reptilian DNA and RNA. And once this has been accomplished, transfer an individual and/or collective alien intelligence matrix into these genetically altered hosts as they have been known to do in some cases. There is some question as to whether the original soul of the individual is removed or suppressed when this occurs. Both may be possibilities. And one would probably need an aura detection device capable of seeing the multicolored soul chakras in order to determine whether that human has a soul or not. Nevertheless, this would be one manner in which an alien force could infiltrate a human society. In other cases, humans may be manipulated while in an altered state of mind while at the same time living a conscious life separate from and unaware of the induced alternate personality. I have encountered several cases, including my own, involving abductees who are living double lives. In these cases, an alien, sleeper, or walk-in intelligence matrix has apparently been electronically implanted in these people via miniature artificial intelligence implants that are programmed with alien thought patterns and attached to the major nerve centers of the brain. Recently there has been some progress in mainstream science in regards to programming computers with human thought patterns, growing human brain tissue in a laboratory for use in organic computers, or direct mind-machine communication as is being developed for advanced jet pilots. The implant in such cases house an individual or collective alien personality that is activated when the conscious identity is asleep. In this manner an alien parasite, whether malevolent, neutral or in very rare cases well-intentioned, may operate through the body of the host without the host being fully aware of just how his or her unconscious existence is being used or manipulated, for whatever purposes the aliens choose. As for the hybrids that have been developed by the Greys, another problem with producing an actual hybrid is that humans have souls, whereas Greys do not. Therefore the hybrid must fall to one side or the other, soulless human or soulless reptilian, regardless of what the genetic physical makeup of the physical shell may be. I prefer to use the term hybrids to denote the hybrids who have been born with a soul matrix and rebrids to denote those that have not. Branton. The hybrids would also be able to survive destructive ecological changes that the Greys believe will take place on Earth in the near future. The hybrids I saw had the appearance of human children with unusually large heads and eyes as well as fine, sparse hair. Earlier, an unsatisfactory effort supposedly resulted in a more fetus-like appearance on the part of these hybrids. All hybrids thus far produced are sterile and unable to reproduce. However, all hybrids have well-developed digestive systems. The implantation of bioelectronic Devices in proximity to the central nervous systems of abductees has been utilized by the Greys for several complementary purposes, but the most important reason is in order to have a more reliable means of mind control at a distance. Such control is necessary in order to facilitate follow-up abductions and in order to prevent male subjects from having voluntary sterilizations. The Dawn has taken a very active, and largely successful, role in countering reptilian genetic sabotage. However, it is tasked with taking no role other than observation of Grey abductions, to the extent permitted by this group. This fact results in morale and control problems within this organization, that is, they are to work to prevent alien sabotage of the human race, yet not interfere or try to prevent abductions that they know are occurring or going to occur. It's like MacArthur's forces in Korea. They were told by their UN superiors to keep the peace in South Korea and defend it from northern communist aggression, yet not attempt to destroy the main supply depots in the north from where the attacks were originating. As with the Korean conflict, the problem with the Greys would seem to be a no-win situation. No wonder there has been morale and control problems within the organization, and this may explain why an inner core within Navy intelligence has formed around agencies like the Cabal and Com-12. Which are made up of patriots who are fed up with all of the waffling and compromise and outright betrayal of our nation and our planet by unelected corporate collaborators working within the executive branch of government and want to take direct action against the Greys. Branton. These morale problems have benefited me on more than one occasion, and I strongly believe that governmental collusion in these activities is unconstitutional. The Greys, like the reptilians, routinely attempt to erase the abduction-related memories of those they abduct. One of the most exotic elements of Grey technology exploited by the Dawn involves the deliberate regulation of human brain activity, including telepathic communication, and propulsive technologies which include temporal and, for lack of a better term, transdimensional facets. Grey biotechnologies are, paradoxically, fundamentally primitive, but have some extremely advanced facets. Particularly significant is an ability to manufacture synthetic biological mechanical entities. I wonder if the so-called men in black, if they exist, are examples of these sorts of beings. The conditioning of human brain, temporal lobe, activity through electromagnetic and advanced medical techniques is used by the Dawn in two primary ways. The most obvious is in the elimination of undesirable memories from the minds of accidental witnesses to Grey abductions. In this case, somewhat less reliable electromagnetic means must normally be utilized. The second, but actually more important use for this form of advanced mind control is in the elimination of undesirable memories in the minds of Dawn personnel and other knowing participants in governmental activities relating to EBEs. This latter form of hypnosis is normally done through more reliable medical or chemical means and is utilized for two reasons. The first reason is actually in the interests of the mental health of certain individuals unable to successfully cope with the unique psychic environment surrounding EBE activities. The second reason to utilize voluntary mind control on government personnel is to delete information from the minds of these individuals which could be exploited by either terrestrial or extraterrestrial forces. Dawn field agents are therefore often referred to as zombies, and their units as zombie squads. Voluntary erasures are far more reliable than those imposed upon the subject, especially if they have a surgical component. However, neither technique is absolutely reliable and, therefore, all erasures also include elements of disinformation implanted in the mind of the target agent, which would tend to render any recalled accounts contradictory or otherwise unreliable. Zombies are also programmed against allowing themselves to be hypnotically regressed or otherwise medically examined by unauthorized personnel. This is particularly important as most of these agents have implants placed in their bodies by the Greys to supposedly monitor Dawn compliance with mutual agreements. Note, the above is in reference to those agencies which integrate both CIA and Navy intelligence. According to an agent codenamed Panda, the Navy has been manipulated via the intelligence community. Especially by the CNSA, which has attempted to take full control of all military intelligence and bring it under the control of those human and alien influences who are running the collaboration projects. Branton. Morale among Dawn agents is particularly impaired by the obvious deterioration of mental and emotional function among these individuals as a result of these psychic interventions. The Department of Defense has been a primary beneficiary of alien-derived technologies which have been disseminated in a largely covert manner. In other words, even the military engineering units and defense contractors involved have been unaware of the actual source of key breakthrough technologies supplied to them. Although some alien technologies have been adopted, specifically in the hypersonic #stealth and #reconnaissance programs, and some anti-gravity drive extraterrestrial craft are now being actually duplicated, I was shown one hovering almost silently in a hangar at a sub-site of the Nellis Air Force Base and can state that rumors regarding such craft were accurate. The most significant alien technologies being acquired are supposedly in the field of computing. These technologies have provided the United States with a secret, and therefore largely theoretical, technological superiority over all other nations. I will also mention that I was flown aboard a helicopter of a design I had never before seen, which was not only unbelievably quiet, but could also cloak itself from being seen by the naked eye during the hours of darkness using a system which was referred to as ###. There is also an ongoing program of gradual societal conditioning to accept the existence and influence of EBEs in Earth's history. Does this include obvious fallacies that have been spread among intelligence agencies and abductees by the Greys? Such as their claim that they originally genetically created the human race and placed them on planet Earth. Branton. This is being undertaken by the Dawn on a worldwide basis in order to prevent cultural disintegration in the event of an uncontrollable catastrophic leak of intelligence regarding the aliens, and also in order to allow for a more orderly eventual unveiling of the truth to the general public. The Greys have themselves promulgated a desire to overtly reveal themselves to human society by the turn of the century. Of course, passing themselves off as the good guys. However, at this point in time when the overall malevolent activities of the Greys are being exposed, especially in network TV programs like Dark Skies, this would take an incredible feat of psychological engineering to accomplish. Branton. Accordingly, the Dawn, CNSA elements within the Dawn. That is, Branton, currently has plans to eventually stage a First Contact event similar to that depicted in the film Close Encounters of the Third Kind, so as to prevent any immediate disclosure of the fact that First Contact actually took place 50 years ago, mid-1940s. This is only part of a classical psychological warfare program directed at the American people by their own government without appropriate authority. There is also a Dawn effort in progress to fully identify other alien entities which have had an impact on this planet. Specifically, there is an EBE species known as that of the Birdman, which is believed to be somehow reptilian-related, variously known among sources as the Mothmen, Syacars, Winged Draco, Pterodactoids or Pteroids, Branton. There is also an alien species which has been colloquially identified as the babies for their somewhat neonatal appearance. These might be some sort of hybrid humanoid. The interspecies rivalry currently in progress involves elements of what can only be termed espionage. In other words, both sides have utilized tactics and strategies usually associated with covert intelligence agencies. The most striking tactic employed by the reptilians is that of the false flag, which involves the portrayal of hostile reptilian actions as being those of more benign species. This particular technique has been focused on the United States government on several occasions and, in one instance that was recounted to me, resulted in the killing of numerous Greys by United States military forces. The dissemination of disinformation is also a favored technique. The utilization of mind control techniques by both sides makes this particular espionage game a difficult one to comprehend or master. As they say, the truth is out there, but can we recognize it when we see it? Chapter 32, Revelations of an MJ-12 Special Studies Group Agent. Michael Wolff, in his trilogy The Catchers of Heaven, Dorrance Publishing Company, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, makes the following disclaimer at the beginning of his volume. the following events, which purport to involve the United States of America, the former Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, France, Belgium, Italy, Germany, Israel, and the UK, officially, according to repeated statements issued by all governments involved, never occurred. Incidentally, the author expressed a deep concern for the children of this planet and for the legacy we are leaving them, and therefore directed all of the royalties for his work to an organization devoted to helping children. To paraphrase some of the more relevant, to this work, points brought out in the trilogy. Black budget operations utilizing billions of dollars raised by CIA drug running, were classified above top secret, thereby escaping audit by federal auditors who possessed only a secret or top secret security clearance. We are now living, as of the latter part of the 20th century, in an unregulated taxated inflated economic slave system carefully designed to serve the elite. The author possessed one of the highest security clearances in the world, and reported only to the U.S. President, even though his knowledge and briefings of cosmic affairs often surpassed his one and only superior in several areas. He was warned against writing the trilogy, which contains sensitive information yet which deals mostly with his interactions with his friends and family on this and other worlds by fellow friends and insiders within MJ-12. Wolf however chose to go ahead with the project as he felt that we have the right to know what's going on, and for the sake of the children and their future on this planet, swearing eternal hostility upon those who would rule the minds of men. Such tyranny, he insists, must end now. Also, Wolf states that many of the new generation of younger politicians and intelligence agents are trying to do away with the self-destructive policies of former administrations in regards to the alien scenario. The author claims to be a genetically engineered human who came from extraterrestrial, Nordic, genetic lines and was placed on this planet for a purpose. He possessed an above-genius mentality which made him an intelligence headhunter's dream come true. Even the presidents were aware of his talents and sought his expertise. His advanced mind led to his involvement with a super-secret project involving the development of an actual cyber-cloned humanoid with self-programming artificial intelligence if not sentience, as well as other projects involving super-advanced quantum mechanics that one will never hear about in the public domain. At least not for many years to come. Michael Wolff was raised in a Jewish family and experienced abductions/contacts ever since childhood, as had his human mother who became the host for his existence on planet Earth. The author also claims to have a genetic brother named S.A. who served or serves as the Prince of the Alliance, a Nordic collective in Altair Aquila which is affiliated with the corporate, a Grey Species collective. Although the Human Alliance and the Grey Corporate interact, or have interacted in the past, with the other, the Nordic Alliance also maintained contact with the Federation of Worlds. The Grey Corporate, in turn, maintained an allegiance with something called the Unified Races of Orion. The Majestic 12 organization was aware of all three major confederation groups, the Joint Humanoid Reptiloid Corporate/Alliance, the Mostly Humanoid Federation of Worlds or FOW, and the Mostly Reptiloid Unified Races of Orion or URO. The black programs are so named because presumably no one can shine a light on their activities and expose the corruption within. According to Agent Wolf, there can be governments within governments within governments, and the black ones, or secret government, can be invisible to the electorate government itself. There are Nordic extraterrestrials walking the streets of several major cities on Earth, unknown by others for who they are. The author knew Dr. Edward Teller, the developer of the H-bomb, on a personal basis. The author was a member of an organization called the AlphaCom Team. The author at one point was visited by two FBI/NSC agents who reminded him that his introductory briefings on the alien subject must of necessity remain secret until it is all figured out so as not to create mass panic or social instability. Note, actually the cosmic scenario seems to be more or less figured out at this point as far as myself and others are concerned, so such an excuse should be obsolete, and more so as time goes on. Branton. The author states that in a hyperspatial environment, using a shipboard generation of amplified gravity waves, it isn't speed that increases, it is the relative time-space, when acted upon by a force such as gravity waves. which reduces itself within the hyperspace field generated around the hull of the craft where spacetime becomes warped. An Einstein-Rosen bridge wormhole, created by a gravity-exerting craft in space is but one example. The Star Trek scenario may be based on an actual reality. Artificially created gravity waves can theoretically reduce time to near zero and acceleration to near infinity. Einstein only had a problem with gravity in his unified field theory, as it did not seem to fit, although he did come to the conclusion that gravity and acceleration were somehow connected. With such travel, it is not space itself which is physically traversed, since space folds in on itself as gravity waves act upon time. The author refers to the work of Theodore Kaluza, who used a fifth dimension algebraically to equate Einstein's four-dimensional gravity with Maxwell's electromagnetism. And this extending of spacetime to 5 dimensions instead of 4 was a foundation for further relational unification theoretical development. The author also speaks of quantum mathematical theories and calculations that allow for as many as 12 dimensions. However, he warns that one must be careful as the normal laws of human logic seem to break down the closer one delves into the subatomic or quantum levels of reality. A natural disaster may be imminent, considering that in 1951 quarter of the land surface of planet Earth was forested, whereas today it is less than 1/5, and the oceans cannot soak up all of the excess atmospheric carbon dioxide. The Jason Project existed, and was discontinued after the war in Vietnam. On May 1, 1975, 2 Zeta Reticulan grays were demonstrating a 100% power-producing annihilation reaction in a relatively small antimatter reactor, to 2 deep-cover scientists within the tunnels below Area 51. Using a super-heavy element, bombarding it with protons. 1 Ret. 4, a slang term for a resident of the 4th planet of the Zeta II Reticuli system, was doing the display and demanded first that all rifles and especially bullets in them be removed from the room. The elite military guards refused to surrender their weapons, and in the chaotic disorder and commotion that ensued, 1 alien, 2 scientists and 41 military personnel were killed. Simply because the colonel in charge of security questioned the Greys' orders. 1 witness to the scene survived. All the humans had died of head wounds and resultant damage of brain matter. Since no weapon was seen by this witness, the author suggested that the Greys might be able to use their minds as weapons. In essence, using their brains as a biochemical circuit board through which to channel electromagnetic energy via specific neural patterns or pathways. This may explain, he suggests, why the Greys have the ability to walk or phase through solid matter, read minds, send mental messages, and are able to lift and float themselves as well as abductees without observable instrumentation. The Groom War or massacre ended certain exchanges between the government and the Greys. Note, other sources imply that this was only the initial incident in the Groom Wars, and that other incidents have since occurred resulting in the deaths or disappearance of aliens and human scientists, workers and military personnel. Branton. The author was told by a Grey that his genetic Nordic brother, Prince Anon Sara, was involved with arguing the HU man's case for existence before the corporate. Apparently these vermin have a rather high opinion of themselves for creatures that have no souls. And a low opinion of humankind, considering that humans are considered by many within the reptilian corporate as being unworthy for existence. Branton. The AlphaCom team which Michael Wolff headed was or is the lead agency for Majestic 12 Special Studies Group, or MJ-12 SSG. The author initiated an organization called Project DART. Defense Alien Research Training, within the context of the CAN teams. The author was aware of and had even visited several of the following underground bases: Luke, Nevada; Roswell, New Mexico; Dayton, Ohio; Dulce, New Mexico. Nellis, Area S51 and S4, Nevada, an MJ-12 meeting center under the Greenbrier Hotel in White Sulphur Springs, West Virginia; Raven Rock or Site Art 0001, Weather, near Bluemont, Virginia; and Piponi, near Culpeper, Virginia. The Viewtree Mountain Facility, Manzano Mountain Facility with rail tunnels to Kirtland AFB and Sandia National Labs in New Mexico, and about 12 other underground facilities that cannot even be mentioned by name. Some of them have no names, just site numbers. There is a division within the intelligence community between those who want to attempt continued negotiations with the Greys and those who want to take military action against them. The author states that he and several others within MJ-12 had been abducted and manipulated by the Greys from childhood, or hived, you could say. Suggesting that it was the Greys themselves that may have manipulated them into their positions within military intelligence. This does not necessarily mean that men like Michael Wolff were intentionally compromising our national security over to the Grey Collective. It may mean that they were the ones who must be dealt with and as a result the ones who were targeted for mental conditioning. The author tends to be for continued negotiations with the Greys, having been influenced by Nordic relatives of his who share the Altair system with the Greys and are therefore pressed to maintain diplomatic relations with them. Especially since the Greys are arguing the Who-man's case for existence altogether. It seems to be the old, appease the enemy, tactic like the one Neville Chamberlain tried to use with Hitler by essentially turning Czechoslovakia over to the mad dictator in an attempt to appease his appetite for conquest. In fact, it only increased Hitler's appetite and boldness, and he began viewing the Allies as pathetic cowards who would be willing to give in to his demands and intimidation. Have some members of MJ-12 aka PI-40 committed this same mistake with the Greys? Branton. All this does not mean that the Greys are completely beyond hope, however, considering that one of the Greys by the name of Colta had begun to show significant signs of emotional individualism because of his close contacts with the author. By referring to the Greys, we are in most cases referring to the individuality-killing collective hive itself. The MJ-12 AlphaCom team which the author led, and some of the policies of MJ-12 itself, are being challenged to some degree by another agency operating within naval intelligence, known as the Cabal. MJ-12 is or was for negotiation with the Greys, especially in the higher magic levels which tie in with the global power groups like the Rockefeller Empire, etc. According to other reports, however, some segments of MJ-12 are now working with Nordic or benevolent forces at Area 51 and elsewhere to develop a defense against the Greys in response to the continual betrayals of the treaties by the same. So MJ-12 seems to be a factioned agency to some degree, with some advocating negotiation, others advocating annihilation. And others advocating continued negotiation combined with continued development of Earth's Star Wars defenses in case the negotiations sour. The Cabal itself is far less wavering in its intent and makes no excuses about it. They apparently believe that there is enough evidence at hand from past interactions with the Greys that they will never abide by any established treaty, and that the only negotiation they understand is brute force. As Scotty of the old Star Trek series was known to say, sometimes the best negotiator is a fully loaded phaser bank. Although the Cabal and Com-12 may be excessively militant in some of their dealings with the Greys, can you really blame them? According to the Cabal, etc., the Greys have repeatedly shown that they cannot be trusted and therefore no more negotiations should be attempted or allowed between U.S. and them. Colm McGrath, an undersecretary of the Navy, initiated the Cabal agency. As well as various projects involving neutral particle beam weapons and their hybrids which are intended to be used against the EBEs or Greys, and one would guess their reptiloid overlords as well. The author's home world, so to speak, in that he possessed a Terran mother and apparently a Nordic father, as do a large number of young men and women now on Earth who possess Terran and extraterrestrial genetics, is in Altra. The fourth planet from the Sun called Altair, a very bright double variable star in the constellation Aquila at 15.7 light-years from Sol. Altair 4 as it is also known possesses two moons, Alta 1 and Alta 2. The atmosphere of this planet which is jointly occupied by Greys and Nordics is controlled, no turbulence or violent weather patterns exist. The alien craft visiting planet Earth and other wild weather planets often find it difficult to navigate in our unpredictable atmosphere. On Altara or Altair 4 there are elevated cities, balanced on permanently created gravity A waves. The author's Nordic brother, Prince Anon Sara, is the human moderator and chairman of the head council of the corporate/alliance of planets, based on Altera. Note, the corporate/alliance is or was a Grey/Nordic Ashtarian collective, although it would seem that the Greys have subverted any human majority power or equality within that council, in spite of the fact that the chairman is or was a Nordic. This might be the same ruse that some power-mongering forces on Earth have used. Namely, to allow the targeted culture to choose whatever president they wish so long as the economic power and the councils are dominated by their own people. If much of the Grey majority is arguing the existence of the humans in Altair, and possibly on Earth, then isn't it fair for us on Earth to argue the existence of the Greys in our system, and in Altair? Although not an absolute collective like the Reptilian Empire based in Draconis, Boötes, Orion and Reticuli. The Ashta collective in Altair and other systems is constantly attempting to override the individuality factor of the humanoids and attempting to conform and assimilate them into the reptilian group mind. The ultimate dictatorship against individual freedom. This may be a major root of the current conflicts taking place between the reptiloids and humanoids within the Ashta or Astarte collective. A conflict that has led to all-out warfare in Sirius B and elsewhere ere the Ashta collective is dominant. It is also apparent from Michael Wolff's volume that one of the reasons why the author believes that peaceful negotiations must continue is because he may have been influenced by the deception that the Greys genetically created us. Several members of MJ-12 also hold to this dubious belief system, and have apparently been manipulated into their positions of power by lifelong encounters with the Greys. The Greys/reptiloids may have genetically altered certain human lines throughout history, however they certainly didn't create our race. And besides, how can a reptilian race possessing no soul matrix create a race that does? Incidentally, based on the accumulated data acquired from several independent sources, we can now establish a basic framework for the three major extraterrestrial confederations and identify some of the core star systems in this sector of the galaxy which lie at the very heart of each confederation. 1. The corporate collective, humanoids. Reptiloids, the Ashta collective, etc. Based in Altair Aquila, Sirius B, Arcturus, Aldebaran, Zeta I Reticuli, Bernard Star, Boötes Centaurus, etc. 2. The Andromedan Federation, mostly but not entirely excluded to humanoids. An Andromeda constellation-backed federation based in Teegida Pleiades, Vega Lyra, Yama, Wolf 424, Procyon, Tau Ceti, Alpha Centauri, Epsilon Eridani, etc. 3. The Draconian Empire, mostly yet not entirely excluded to reptiloids. Based in Alpha Draconis, Epsilon Boötes, Zeta II Reticuli, Polaris, Rigel Orion, Bellatrix Orion, Capella, etc. The Federation and Empire especially, have waged wars with each other in past centuries and millennia throughout the Sol system, in Lyra, and also the Pleiades, Orion, Procyon, Reticuli and Sirius. There are those who believe that the Greys are incapable of taming their own base animal or predatory instincts, and are conscious of little other than the drive to consume and increase their power base and feed their unbounded appetites. Even if it means devouring and destroying other cultures or worlds in the process. Or, you might say they are operating under a locust mentality. Because the collectivist mindset automatically opposes sovereigntist philosophy which advocates personal freedom and sovereignty. There are those who believe that the Draconian/Grey collective of its own initiative will not and cannot cease from its violations and abuses of human cultures throughout the galaxy unless forced to do so by humanoid cultures who have succeeded in taming their own base or lower predatory instincts. This could only be accomplished by those possessing a nature higher than the base predatory physical nature, by those capable of utilizing and exercising the power of their higher spiritual or solar natures. An extreme philosophy would be that the Greys/reptiloids, and in some cases insectoids or genetically engineered reptile-insectoid/insectilian hybrids, must be conquered and brought under the absolute and unconditional subservience to or at least supervision of the humanoids with no chance of again being allowed to attain equality or superiority over humanity, an unnatural superiority which has in the past been accomplished mainly as a result of their collective Otherwise they will be an eternal thorn in the side of the human races and a threat to their prosperity or even existence for untold generations to come. The collective is the core of the problem. Find the control mainframes of the collective and the queens of the hive, and you will find the core of the problem. Branton. The author states that the new quantum sciences tend to reject the Big Bang theory for universal creation and also the theory that the universe is in decay. To prove that the universe is in decay, scientists would have to prove that protons decay, which they have not yet been able to do. The AlphaCom team released some of the captive grays taken from crash sites, yet only after they were certain that these grays could draw a logical parallel between the terror, fear, panic and fright that they experienced while they were guests of the U.S. government, and the fear and victimization that human abductees often feel when they are unwilling guests of the Greys. The AlphaCom team was told that there is a growing number of young men and women on Earth who are half Terran and half Nordic extraterrestrial, whether they are consciously aware of this reality or not. They are apparently here on Earth to take part in some important mission, and most are silent or unknowing contactees from birth. The MJ-12 SSG AlphaCom team was prepared to make a public announcement about the aliens at one point in time, however certain unpredictable factors led them to postpone the great announcement. The author's wife and only son died in a car accident after the author seemed to have a lapse in consciousness and drove over a cliff. Strangely, his wife and son were not in the wreckage when their bodies were found, although Michael Wolff's comatose body was. His staff and all of the field operatives under his command suggested that the accident may have been linked to an action taken against him by another deep-level intelligence agency. During contactee experiences, the author became friends with a silicon entity which had adopted him. This entity was actually a living conveyance or a starship with its own consciousness and identity, which the aliens had developed or grown through some process far more sophisticated than our own technology. Although the author did admit that our own government was developing artificial intelligence craft, virtual, flying computers, which could be used for a variety of purposes. The author was involved in briefing military officers from a number of countries concerning the aliens, officials from France, Israel, Russia, Japan, Belgium, Germany, Denmark, Norway, Italy, Canada, Mexico, etc. With each foreign dignitary being accompanied by their military and scientific support teams. One such major meeting occurred at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, near Dayton, Ohio. This is where a multi-leveled underground facility houses a whole warehouse of alien hardware and cadavers taken from crash retrieval sites over the past decades. MJ-12 has never been able to fully brief a Nordic-type alien before, not until the Nordics officially began working with segments of MJ-12 at Area 51, possibly sometime during the 1980s, following the Groom and Dulce Wars. Previously, they had never had an actual ET Nordic in captivity long enough to do so. It seems they simply said goodbye and disappeared. Note, other sources claim that many Nordic-type people have the natural ability to phase in and phase out of the third dimension. There is also the possibility that they may have been beamed out by their people. Branton. The MJ-12 SSG AlphaCom team's mission objective was/is to determine the extent of visitation, the number and types of visitors, the many reasons for the visits, human interaction with them now and in the past, and a multiplicity of other related subjects such as intelligence on each visiting race, their sociology, ethics, morality or laws, cosmologies, degree of technical advancement, and specifically how we can negotiate with them and preparations for doing so. Chapter 33, Phil Schneider vs. The New World Order. The following article was downloaded from the Internet. Underground Bases, a lecture by Phil Schneider, May 1995. Phil Schneider, a very brave man, recently lost his life due to what appeared to be a military-style execution in January 1996. He was found dead in his apartment with piano wire still wrapped around his neck. According to some sources, he had been brutally tortured repeated before being killed. Phil Schneider was an ex-government engineer who was involved in building underground bases. He was one of 3 people to survive the 1979 fire fight between the Large Greys and U.S. intelligence and military forces at Dulce underground base. Actually, one of several firefights, according to other sources. A man by the name of L. Anderson of Denver has informed this writer that the survivors of the Dulce Wars were taken and placed together in groups of 3 and told that they were the only survivors of the conflict. Apparently this was done to maintain more control over these personnel and prevent potential leaks of information. Branton. In May 1995, Phil Schneider did a lecture on what he had discovered. 7 months later he was tortured and killed by those for whom he had previously worked. This man's final acts should not go unnoticed. It is because of the horrendous structure of the federal government that I feel directly imperiled not to tell anybody about this material. How long I will be able to do this is anybody's guess. However, I would like to mention that this talk is going to be broken up into 4 main topics. Each of these topics will have some bearing on what you people are involved in, whether you are patriots or not. I want you to know that these United States are a beautiful place. I have gone to more than 70 countries, and I cannot remember any country that has the beauty, as well as the magnificence of its people, like these United States. To give you an overview of basically what I am, I started off and went through engineering school. Half of my school was in that field, and I built up a reputation for being a geological engineer, as well as a structural engineer with both military and aerospace applications. I have helped build 2 main bases in the United States that have some significance as far as what is called the New World Order. The first base is the one at Dulce, New Mexico. I was involved in 1979 in a firefight with alien humanoids, and I was one of the survivors. I'm probably the only talking survivor you will ever hear. 2 other survivors are under close guard. I am the only one left that knows the detailed files of the entire operation. 66 Secret Service agents, FBI, Black Berets, and the like, died in that firefight. I was there. Number 1. Part of what I am going to tell you is going to be very shocking. Part of what I am going to tell you is probably going to be very unbelievable, though, instead of putting your glasses on, I'm going to ask you to put your skepticals on. But please, feel free to do your own homework. I know the Freedom of Information Act isn't much to go on, but it's the best we've got. The local law library is a good place to look for congressional records. So, if one continues to do their homework, then one can be standing vigilant in regard to their country. Deep underground military bases and the black budget, I love the country I am living in, more than I love my life, but I would not be standing before you now, risking my life, if I did not believe it was so. The first part of this talk is going to concern deep underground military bases and the black budget. The black budget is a secretive budget that garners 25% of the gross national product of the United States. The black budget currently consumes $1.25 trillion per 2 years. At least this amount is used in black programs, like those concerned with deep underground military bases. Presently, there are 129 deep underground military bases in the United States. They have been building these 129 bases day and night, unceasingly, since the early 1940s. Some of them were built even earlier than that. These bases are basically large cities underground connected by high-speed magneto-leviton trains that have speeds up to Mach 2. Several books have been written about this activity. Al Bielek has my only copy of one of them. Richard Sauter, a Ph.D. architect, has risked his life by talking about this. He worked with a number of government agencies on deep underground military bases. In around where you live, in Idaho, there are 11 of them. The average depth of these bases is over a mile, and they again are basically whole cities underground. They all are between 2.66 and 4.25 cubic miles in size. They have laser drilling machines that can drill a tunnel 7 miles long in one day. The black projects sidestep the authority of Congress, which as we know is illegal. Right now, the New World Order is depending on these bases. If I had known at the time I was working on them that the NWO was involved, I would not have done it. I was lied to rather extensively. Development of military technology, implied German interest in hyperspatial technology, and more, Basically, as far as technology is concerned, for every calendar year that transpires, military technology increases about 44.5 years, compared with the increase rate of conventional technology. This is why it is easy to understand that back in 1943 they were able to create, through the use of vacuum tube technology, a ship that could literally disappear from one place and appear in another place. My father, Otto Oskar Schneider, fought on both sides of the war. He was originally a U-boat captain, and was captured and repatriated in the United States. He was involved with different kinds of concerns, such as the A-bomb, the H-bomb and the Philadelphia experiment. He invented a high-speed camera that took pictures of the first atomic, hydrogen or H-bomb, Branton, tests at Bikini Island on July 12, 1946. I have original photographs of that test, and the photos also show UFOs fleeing the bomb site at a high rate of speed. Bikini Island at the time was infested with them, especially under the water, and the natives had problems with their animals being mutilated. At that time, General MacArthur felt that the next war would be with aliens from other worlds. Anyway, my father laid the groundwork with theoreticians about the Philadelphia experiment, as well as other experiments. What does that have to do with me? Nothing, other than the fact that he was my father. I don't agree with what he did on the other side, but I think he had a lot of guts in coming here. He was hated in Germany. There was a $1 million reward, payable in gold, to anyone who killed him. Obviously, they didn't succeed. Anyway, back to our topic, deep underground bases. The firefight at Dulce Base, Back in 1954, under the Eisenhower administration, the federal government decided to circumvent the Constitution of the United States and form a treaty with alien entities. It was called the 1954 Greada Treaty, which basically made the agreement that the aliens involved could take a few cows and test their implanting techniques on a few human beings, but that they had to give details about the people involved. Slowly, the aliens altered the bargain until they decided they wouldn't abide by it at all. Back in 1979, this was the reality, and the firefight at Dulce occurred quite by accident. I was involved in building an addition to the deep underground military base at Dulce, which is probably the deepest base. It goes down 7 levels and over 2.5 miles deep. At that particular time, we had drilled 4 distinct holes in the desert, and we were going to link them together and blow out large sections at a time. My job was to go down the holes and check the rock samples, and recommend the explosive to deal with the particular rock. As I was headed down there, we found ourselves amidst a large cavern that was full of outer space, or inner space. Branton, aliens, otherwise known as large grays. I shot 2 of them. At that time, there were 30 people down there. About 40 more came down after this started, and all of them got killed. We had surprised a whole underground base of existing aliens. Later, we found out that they had been living on, in, our planet for a long time. This could explain a lot of what is behind the theory of ancient astronauts. Note, this report seems to reveal a limited perspective on the overall Dulce War conflicts based on the experience of one individual. It appears, however, as if there was much more involved in the overall scenario than what Phil Schneider describes. For instance, from Phil's description, it appears as if his team broke into the base accidentally. It could be that in response to the captured scientists mentioned by Thomas Edwin Costello and others, the special forces and intel agents intentionally attempted to break into the underground alien bases through a back door, so to speak. Yet Schneider may have not been aware of this part. Other reports would suggest that the conflict was more complex than this, and involved more than one firefight. According to other sources, the Dulce Wars involved at least 100 highly trained special forces. Branton. Anyway, I got shot in the chest with one of their weapons, which was a box on their body, that blew a hole in me and gave me a nasty dose of cobalt radiation. I have had cancer because of that. I didn't get really interested in UFO technology until I started work at Area 51, north of Las Vegas. After about 2 years recuperating after the 1979 incident, I went back to work for Morrison & Knudsen, EGAN-G and other companies. At Area 51, they were testing all kinds of peculiar spacecraft. How many people here are familiar with Bob Lazar's story? He was a physicist working at Area 51 trying to decipher the propulsion factor in some of these craft. Schneider's worries about government factions, railroad cars and shackle contracts, Now, I am very worried about the activity of the federal government. They have lied to the public, stonewalled senators, and have refused to tell the truth in regard to alien matters. I can go on and on. I can tell you that I am rather disgruntled. Recently, I knew someone who lived near where I live in Portland, Oregon. He worked at Gunderson Steel Fabrication, where they make railroad cars. Now, I knew this fellow for the better part of 30 years, and he was kind of a quiet type. He came in to see me one day, excited, and he told me, they're building prisoner cars. He was nervous. Gunderson, he said, had a contract with the federal government to build 107,200 full-length railroad cars, each with 143 pairs of shackles. There are 11 subcontractors in this giant project. Supposedly, Gunderson got over $2 billion for the contract. Bethlehem Steel and other steel outfits are involved. He showed me one of the cars in the rail yards in North Portland. He was right. If you multiply 107,200 times 143 times 11, you come up with about 15 million. This is probably the number of people who disagree with the federal government. No more can you vote any of these people out of office. Our present structure of government is technocracy, not democracy, and it is a form of feudalism. Note, I would venture to say that it is more like a technomonarchy, since several of the U.S. presidents have been placed in office with Rockefeller financial and media backing, suggesting that these same presidential hirelings were inclined to favor certain Rockefeller and in turn international banking agendas. Technomonarchy would constitute those parts of the military-industrial complex or MIC that are largely influenced by Rockefeller interests. According to various sources, the German immigrant Rockefellers are not the top of the ladder for the world conspiracy. True, they control much of the eco-political system in the United States of America, however they are following the agenda of the Bilderberger cult, the 13 Wicca Masons, 13 black nobility, and 13 Maltese Jesuits who have joined together under the covering of the Bavarian Illuminati, which in turn is the modern manifestation of the joint human-alien serpent cult which seems to have had its origins within the ancient underground Masonic systems of Egypt. A cult or collaboration that was brought to Bavaria by the early Germanic trade guilds during the height of the so-called Holy Roman, German, Empire, Branton. This technocracy, has nothing to do with the Republic of the United States. These people are godless, and have legislated out prayer in public schools. You can get fined up to $100,000 and 2 years in prison for praying in school. I believe we can do better. I also believe that the federal government is running the gambit of enslaving the people of the United States. I am not a very good speaker, but I'll keep shooting my mouth off until somebody puts a bullet in me, because it's worth it to talk to a group like this about these atrocities. America's black program contractors, there are other problems. I have some interesting 1993 figures. There are 29 prototype stealth aircraft presently. The budget from the U.S. Congress 5-year plan for these is $245.6 million. You couldn't buy the spare parts for these black programs for that amount. So, we've been lied to. The black budget is roughly $1.3 trillion every 2 years. A trillion is 1,000 billion. $1 trillion weighs 11 tons. The U.S. Congress never sees the books involved with this clandestine pot of gold. Contractors of these programs, EGAN-G, Westinghouse, McDonnell Douglas, Morrison Knudsen, Wackenhut Security Systems, Boeing Aerospace, Lorimar Aerospace, Aerospatial in France, Mitsubishi Industries, Ryder Trucks, Bechtel, IG. Farben, plus a host of hundreds more. Is this what we are supposed to be living up to as freedom-loving people? I don't believe so. Star Wars and apparent alien threat, Still, 68% of the military budget is directly or indirectly affected by the black budget. Star Wars relies heavily upon stealth weaponry. By the way, none of the stealth program would have been available if we had not taken apart crashed alien discs. None of it. Some of you might ask what the space shuttle is shuttling. Large ingots of special metals that are milled in space and cannot be produced on the surface of the Earth. They need the near vacuum of outer space to produce them. We are not even being told anything close to the truth. I believe our government officials have sold us down the drain, lock, stock and barrel. Up until several weeks ago, I was employed by the US government with a rhyolite 38 clearance factor, one of the highest in the world. I believe the Star Wars program is there solely to act as a buffer to prevent alien attack. It has nothing to do with the Cold War, which was only a ploy to garner money from all the people. For what? The whole lie was planned and executed for the last 75 years. Stealth aircraft technology use by US agencies and the United Nations, Here's another piece of information for you folks. The Drug Enforcement Administration and the ATF rely on stealth tactical weaponry for as much as 40% of their operations budget. This in 1993, and the figures have gone up considerably since. The United Nations used American stealth aircraft for over 28% of its collective worldwide operations from 1990 to 1992, according to the Center for Strategic Studies and UN Report 3092. The Guardians of Stealth and Delta Force Origins of the Bosnia Conflict, The Guardians of Stealth. There are at least 3 distinct classifications of police that guard our most well-kept secrets. Number 1, the Military Joint Tactical Force, MJTF, sometimes called the Delta Force or Black Berets, is a multinational tactical force primarily used to guard the various stealth aircraft worldwide. By the way, there were 172 stealth aircraft built. 10 crashed, so there were at last count about 162. Bill Clinton signed them away about 6 weeks ago to the United Nations. There have been indications that the Delta Force was sent over to Bosnia during the last days of the Bush administration as a covert sniper force, and that they started taking pot shots at each side of the controversy. In order to actually start the Bosnia conflict that would be used by succeeding administrations for political purposes. Thoughts on the bombings in the United States, I was hired not too long ago to do a report on the World Trade Center bombing. I was hired because I know about the 90-some-odd varieties of chemical explosives. I looked at the pictures taken right after the blast. The concrete was puddled and melted. The steel and the rebar was literally extruded up to 6 feet longer than its original length. There is only one weapon that can do that, a small nuclear weapon. That's a construction-type nuclear device. Obviously, when they say that it was a nitrate explosive that did the damage, they're lying 100%, folks. The people they have in custody probably didn't do the crime. As a matter of fact, I have reason to believe that the same group held in custody did do other crimes, such as killing a Jewish rabbi in New York. However, I want to further mention that with the last explosion in Oklahoma City, they are saying that it was a nitrate or fertilizer bomb that did it. First, they came out and said it was a 1,000-pound fertilizer bomb. Then, it was 1,500. Then 2,000 pounds. Now it's 20,000. You can't put 20,000 pounds of fertilizer in a Ryder truck. Now, I've never mixed explosives, per se. I know the chemical structure and the application of construction explosives. My reputation was based on it. I helped hollow out more than 13 deep underground military bases in the United States. I worked on the Malta project, in West Germany, in Spain and in Italy. I can tell you from experience that a nitrate explosion would not have hardly shattered the windows of the federal building in Oklahoma City. It would have killed a few people and knocked part of the facing off the building, but it would never have done that kind of damage. I believe I have been lied to, and I am not taking it any longer, so I'm telling you that you've been lied to. Allow me to interject at this point 5 items relating to the Oklahoma City bombing and/or the role Oklahoma City and FEMA plays in a possible United Nations, New World Order agenda. Branton. Number 1, from the www Internet page, The Eye of the Eagle speaks. An evil element of the U.S. government CIA, known as the Committee of 10, admittedly blew up the federal building in Oklahoma City. The blame was put on Timothy McVeigh, a throwaway/patsy like Lee Harvey Oswald. The children were murdered to procure sympathy, money, power, and control over the American people, and the Constitution-loving people known as patriots are blamed. Proof, see Internet. Also Associated Press investigation, call EDT shortwave channel 12160, satellite Galaxy 6, 5, G2 transponder 14. 2 CIA agents, James Black and Ron Jackson, admit to Boswell they were part of the Committee of 10, who blew up the Oklahoma City Federal Building on April 29, 1995. They gave sworn affidavits to U.S. Justice Department officials, out of guilt for the dead children. They are in hiding until the case comes to court. On the Dan Gregory radio talk show WPBR 1540, Florida, Ted Gunderson, retired FBI Regional Director, Mr. Gunderson tells how 2 explosions occurred, and that the bomb used was called a barometric bomb or daisy cutter. The fertilizer bomb was also a smoke screen. The ATF office was the blast target and all 17 ATF employees did not show up for work that morning. Call CNN News for a transcript of CNN News correspondent Gary Tuchman's May 29, 1995, CNN News interview with Edie Smith, a mother who lost 2 children. She wanted to know if government employees had advance warning of the blast because her 2 little boys, Chase, 3 years, and Colton, 2 years, had none. We, all the mothers who lost children, are being told to keep our mouths shut, not talk about it, don't ask those questions. Number 2, the Phoenix Project is an Ashta collective outlet, although they do carry conventional, conspiracy-related news releases. Before quoting from the Phoenix Project paper, I would like to make some comments on the Ashta Alliance which backs this organization and its intervention in the affairs of planet Earth. It is the policy of the channeled Ashta sources to expose certain conspiracy-related information, however in most cases the blame for these conspiracies are laid on Jewish Zionism. When you understand the conflict between Jewish and the Ashta-backed, Bavarian, secret societies you may further understand this animosity. True, because Zionism is a political force they do have some connection with the Masonic element of the conspiracy, the B'nai B'rith and so on. As do all religious movements who stray into areas of Masonic economic political manipulation, which constitutes most of the major denominations by the way. Considering the massive Scottish Rite infiltration of the major denominational structures, however, Jewish Masonry is not the dominant Masonic faction. That place is reserved for the Jesuits' Scottish Rite and the black nobility's Rite of the Illuminati. So then, some elements of Jewish Masonry may be cooperating with the New World Order agenda, but they are ultimately subservient to the racist power cults of Bavaria. This is why the Zionist Rothschilds were unable to prevent the slaughter of over 6 million Jews in the Holocaust, because the Jewish Masons were not the dominant force. The Rothschilds' supposed economic collaborators in America, the Germanic racist Rockefellers, were pressured into serving and carrying out the racist eugenic policies of their cultic superiors in Bavaria, in order to be allowed to maintain their economic stranglehold on America. Following World War II, the Rockefellers received a flood of Nazi war criminals into their fold, giving them refuge and immunity within their massive corporate network. The Jewish Masons, such as the Rothschilds, were only a part of a third, Wicca Masonic, element of the global power network, competing with the other 2/3 working within the black nobility and the Maltese Jesuit lodges. That is, until all three agreed to work together under the Bilderberger organization in order to implement the NWO and then decide later just who would dominate it. Just why the Rothschild Wicca Masons would agree to become a part of the Bilderberger cult is uncertain. Perhaps they were not fully aware of the part that the Jesuit Rockefeller elements played in the Nazi Holocaust, or the actual extent of the influx of Nazi war criminals into the Rockefeller Empire following the war. A more likely explanation would be a combination of the following. Some of the Zionists who collaborated with the Rockefellers were not fully aware of the racist anti-Jewish elements involved. Some of the Jewish Masons just didn't care and were in essence willing to sell out their own kind in exchange for power. Also, the Jesuit Scottish Rite had succeeded in infiltrating Jewish, and York Rite British, Masonry to the point where its assimilation into the Bavarian-controlled NWO Bilderberger cult would be ensured. In fact, there is some reason to believe that the Bavarians, and aliens, were using the Wicca Masons, black nobility and Maltese Jesuit as high-level Machiavellian arms to create political, economic and religious conflict in the world. In other words, the lower levels of these three formerly competitive global power cults would be individuals who were devoted to the idea that their respective lodges should be in control of the New World Order and were therefore to engage in fraternal warfare with the others. The Jesuits against the Masons and vice versa, for example. On an other planetary level, it could be the Syrian-backed Masons versus the Rigelian-backed Jesuits. The Syrian humanoids and the Rigelian reptiloids, being formerly at odds, were now being brought together by the Aldebaran-backed Ashtarian collectivists and their New Galactic Order agenda. Planet Earth is not the only place where Machiavellian/Hegelian political agendas have been carried out. On Earth, the Aldebaran collective in turn backs their Bavarian black nobility allies and repeats the same thesis-antithesis-synthesis scenario on Earth between the Masons and Jesuits, eventually merging them into a power structure that is ultimately controlled, on Earth, by the Bavarian Black Gnostic Serpent cult from its secret hideaways below Gizeh, Egypt, Pine Gap, Australia, Dulce, New Mexico, etc. This power center would in turn have placed its agents within the Jesuit, nobility and Masonic arms in order to manipulate these three power groups towards their own ends. For instance, even though lower-level initiates of these three lodges would favor their own lodge over the others, the controlling elite of all three elements would nevertheless be agents of the Bavarian, Babylonian serpent cult itself. Certain members of the black nobility families would sell out to the cult and turn these families in whatever direction the cult dictated. High-ranking Scottish Rite members of the Wicca Mason faction would likewise be serving the Bavarian agenda via the Illuminati. And the high-ranking Jesuits themselves would in turn be serving the Bavarian elite, since Germany was after all the headquarters of the Holy Roman Empire and not Rome, which capitulated its center of power over to Germany following the decline of the earlier Roman Empire. This is one perspective from which this can all be viewed, although it is certainly not the only perspective. According to contactee Israel Norkin, however, the Ashta or Astarte Alien Collective, which has a large following in Aldebaran and other systems and which played an integral part in the ancient Syrian-Orion conflict over ancient Egypt, is a sub-Terran/extern alliance. A virtual, collective group mind, that has since been infiltrated by the unholy six empires of Orion. If this is true, then this does not necessarily mean that all of the members of the Ashta collective are working for UH6, especially when more recent contactee accounts have stated that a civil war has been taking place in Sirius. This war has apparently been waged because the infiltrated faction of the collective that has been infiltrated and commandeered by the Orionite forces has in turn broken free from the remaining segment of the collective. This remaining segment has since established close ties with Pleiadian non-interventionists. Actually, if they hold true to the non-interventionist policies, one would think that this remaining element of the alliance would give up the collectivist agenda altogether and adopt the sovereigntist philosophy, which teaches the respect for personal sovereignty from a planetary down to an individual level. Since a collective, hive or group mind tends to kill human individuality and sovereignty, such an existence would seem to be ever at odds with non-interventionism. Just as non-interventionists believe in planetary sovereignty, which is a more cosmic manifestation of the same principles which appear in the American Bill of Rights in respect to personal sovereignty. We must realize that just as with America, the non-interventionists have not arrived at the perfect fulfillment of their philosophy any more than the American dream has become a full reality. Since this universe is imperfect and subject to human agency, it is a continuous struggle to fight to defend liberty, freedom and sovereignty whether on an interplanetary or an interpersonal level. So even though we must continue to fight and struggle to maintain planetary, national or personal sovereignty in a universe where it is continually being threatened by parasitical interventionist imperialistic forces. The non-interventionist charters of the Federation and the constitutional charters of America are nevertheless goals for us to work towards. With this foundation laid then, the following are excerpts from Contact, The Phoenix Project, June 20, 1995. I happen to mention that I had heard, very early after the Oklahoma City bombing, some mention of there being an 18-story underground associated with that building, including 5 floors of underground parking garage space. This tantalizing bit of news came about because some network TV interviewer was discussing the bomb pattern with, I think, the building's original designer or architect. But I never heard it mentioned again, in all the days of further reporting, as the enormous magnitude of that tragedy continued to unfold, amidst spin doctoring of the most dazzling intensity, that is, anti-militia and anti-patriot spin doctoring. Branton. As happens in such cases of instant news sanitation, one begins to question if one ever really heard what one was sure of just a week or so earlier. After all, you would think such information couldn't easily be hidden so well. So, in that May 30, 95 front-page editorial I asked if anyone else out there had heard about this interesting and apparently neglected feature of the Oklahoma City Federal Building. After all, long-time Contact readers are well aware of all the diabolical, tunnel-interconnected, secret underground facilities around the country. Thus, even the mere possibility of a major underground aspect to the structure being a whole new provocative array of dimensions into this already bizarre picture called the official Oklahoma City blast story. For instance, the rumors about serious Fed incriminating Waco evidence being stored at that Oklahoma City site take on new life if an underground connection is genuine, for instance. There were reports that some agents ignored wounded children and employees among the ruins and went instead straight into the rubble to rescue the boxes of secret implicating documents deeper within the building. Or did they remove these documents only to be destroyed at a later time, so that they could claim that all of this evidence had been destroyed in the blast? Branton. On June 7, 95 we received an interesting, excited telephone call at the Contact offices from someone who had read my editorial and could confirm having heard early news reports which were not only similar to what I had heard, but made what I heard sound like last week's used coffee grounds. Rick Martin took the call and, after hearing the news, asked this person to take a deep, calming breath and then put their thoughts down on paper. Let me quote from that letter, received at the Contact offices on June 15, 95. This is from EBW. Writing from the Pacific Northwest state of Washington. Quoting, I watched the Oklahoma bombing right after it happened. I had the TV on and all of a sudden it switched to this scene where a bombing had just taken place. At first, I did not pay much attention, I was busy doing something else. I would listen in every once in a while. The anchorwoman, or reporter, from the local TV station, was running around, babbling excitedly. At least once, that I remember, all people were asked to leave the scene and it showed everybody running like mad. They had found additional bombs, or bomb, and the detonation squad was called in to defuse it. During all this commotion, running and reporting, the lady reporter kept talking about the underground tunnels, which had been blown open. She kept referring to the huge underground tunnels and there may be people trapped in there. I heard her refer to the underground tunnels at least about 6 to 7 times during the period I watched. I'm not quite sure how long that was. Maybe 1 to 2 hours. A lady friend of mine called me and wanted to know if I had seen the fireman on the scene, who went in front of the camera, totally freaked, wide-eyed and scared, who talked about huge underground tunnels, where enormous supplies of arms were stored. He said he saw missiles, tanks, etc., etc. I don't remember what else he saw. But he was totally freaked out. He looked like he had seen a ghost. Hope this helps. P.S. Please don't use my name. I will try to get my friend to write down what she knows. End of quoting. An 18-level underground base. CIA involvement. A huge military arsenal. Unless I'm mistaken, could this be one of the New World Order underground bases mentioned by Phil Schneider? If so, then if or when an attempted United Nations crackdown on American patriots, and or a possible European New World Order invasion of American soil occurs. Could such an invasion come not only from the air, ground and sea, but from below as well? Take note that Oklahoma City is supposed to be one of the biggie NWO transfer points when things get rolling, or so the commonazis running the New World Order plot hope. There are some who believe that the UN, NWO forces are attempting to precipitate internal civil crisis in America as a pretext to bringing in multinational UN peacekeeping forces to restore order, that is, the New World type of order. If there is too much resistance, then a possible UN-backed invasion by UN member countries, many of whom despise America anyway thanks to the likes of the CIA, will be initiated to help these peacekeepers. I recently read a news story where the entire Iranian parliament collectively shouted, "Death to America." And from what I've heard, that wasn't the first time another country's leadership declared their hatred for the USA and their desire to see it, and Israel, destroyed. And we can include several communist dictators as well. The Iranian reaction may have been partly due to the CIA's intervention in their affairs, however I think the main reason is that the USA is one of Israel's strongest allies. I would suggest that we remember that Israel is the oldest continuous culture on Earth, predating the Chinese culture by 500 years, it is one of the smallest cultures whereas numbers are concerned. Has fought more enemies who have sought its destruction than possibly any other nation on Earth, and has against all possible odds survived to this day as a single people. I would suggest that we do not cease from an alliance with the Jews. Whether one considers Israel as having God or good fortune on their side, history nevertheless has shown that those cultures that have opposed Israel have a strange way of disappearing from the face of the earth. As for a possible New World Order takeover, some skeptics, in spite of the lessons that should have been learned from World War II, claim that conditions could never reach such a point. However, what if the following report has any truth to it? Number 3. Keep in mind that the following incident ties together the United Nations, New World Order scenario, which is obviously intent on destroying the American independence movement, which is the last major obstacle to world government. The Oklahoma City area, and multinational UN-backed military forces now training on American soil. The following information comes from a source which has investigated actual United Nations preparations, in the United States, to deal with any resistance to a New World Order dictatorship. Take note that FEMA is a major New World Order front with several extensive operational underground bases which, like underground Trojan horses, exist beneath strategic locations throughout the United States. FinCEN confirmed PRE deployment locations, South and East Central California, West Central Montana, North Texas, West Central Wisconsin, Northeast Illinois, Southeast Michigan, Central Indiana, Southwest Ohio, North New York, South Delaware, South Maryland, Northeast Virginia, Northeast North Carolina, Central, South Florida. All FinCEN equipment is black, FinCEN uniforms, helicopters, etc. FinCEN are foreign military and secret police brought into the United States for deployment against the U.S. citizens. Most identified FinCEN units are at company strength, 160 plus. Some are as large as brigade strength, 2600 plus. FinCEN's mission is A. House-to-house search and seizure of property and arms. B. Separation and categorization of men, women and children as prisoners in large numbers. C. transfer to detention facilities of aforementioned prisoners. Confirmed MJTF, Multi-Jurisdictional Task Force, Police Locations, Northwest Washington, Central, South California, Southwest, Southeast, North Wyoming, North, Northwest, Southwest Nebraska, North Texas, Southeast Missouri. West Central, Southeast Wisconsin, Northeast Illinois, Central, Southeast Michigan, Central Indiana, North Central Kentucky, South, Southwest Ohio, North, Southeast New York, South Central North Carolina, West Central Georgia, Southeast Florida. Central Alaska. The MJTF is the velvet glove on the iron fist motto on the cover page of the MJTF guidelines and authorizing legislation. The MJTF police is made up of 1. Military, converts those National Guard units that are not banned by the President, into a national police force. 2. Converts all surviving local and state police to national police. 3. Convert street gangs into law enforcement units for house-to-house searches. LA, Chicago, and New York are in the process now. MJTF Police Mission 1. House-to-house search and seizure of property and firearms. 2. Separation and categorization of men, women and children as prisoners in large numbers. 3. Transfer to and the operation of detention camps in the U.S. 43+ camps. United Nations Combat Groups confirmed locations: East Central, South California, Northwest, West, Southwest Montana, South Arizona, North Texas, East Michigan, North, Southeast New York, North New Jersey. Northwest, North Central, Northeast North Carolina, West Central Georgia. United Nations Battle Group's entrance to United States passed under Presidential Executive Orders signed November 11, 1990. Note: there are those who are convinced that with the assassination of President John F. Kennedy a coup d'état took place within the executive branch of American government via internationalist groups who are determined to destroy the U.S. Constitution, and that the presidents who were manipulated into office since that time, mostly CFR, TLC and Bilderberger members, have signed numerous unconstitutional executive orders designed to pave the way for world dictatorship. If this is the case, then Americans have the constitutional right to resist this foreign UN, NWO government, a right which is also laid down in the Declaration of Independence. As for the Kennedy assassination itself, and those behind it, Louisiana District Attorney James Garrison in an interview with Playboy magazine made the following statement in regards to Lee Harvey Oswald. Our office has positively identified a number of his associates as neo-Nazis. Oswald would have been more at home with Mein Kampf than Das Kapital. Branton. Detention facilities authorized through FEMA and augmented by DoD budget amendment passed with 1991 fiscal budget. North, Southwest, Southeast Wyoming, Northwest, Northeast, South Nebraska, North, Central Texas. Central Wisconsin, Central, Southwest, South, Southeast Michigan, Northeast, West Central, South Indiana, Northwest, Northeast, Central, South Ohio, West, Northeast New York. A. Each site can detain between 32,000 to 44,000 people min. B. It is indicated that the Texas and Alaskan sites may be much larger and more heavily armed. C. For the areas west of the Mississippi, Oklahoma City is the central processing point for detainees and can handle up to 100,000 people at a time. D. The Eastern Processing Center is not yet identified at this time. Detention facilities, 23 FEMA authorized and stationed, 20 DoD, Department of Defense, budget authorized and stationed, 43 total. Note: in Red China an untold number of people are suffering in communist Laogai camps as slave laborers. In Soviet Russia it was the Gulag camps. In Nazi Germany the concentration camps were not only used as slave camps, but also as extermination camps to carry out the genocidal plans of American corporate and European militant Nazis. The enemy of sovereigntism is collectivism, which is also known as socialism. Socialism comes in many forms: global socialism, communism, national socialism, fascism, and corporate socialism, technocracy. All three movements are ultimately controlled by the same Luciferian cults of Bavaria who backed Vladimir Lenin, Adolf Hitler, and John D. Rockefeller, and who are descended from the very same cults which ruled the Holy Roman Empire during the Dark Ages. See Revelation chapter 17. I have only one thing to say concerning these plans for confinement camps here in America. And I'm sure that most of our Jewish American citizens who share this country with us, all of us whose ancestors came from all parts of the world and from all different cultures in order to be free from tyranny, will agree with me wholeheartedly when I share their battle cry, never again. Number 4, the following is from the Patriot Archives FTP site at ftp://tezcat.com/patriot. If you have any other files you'd like to contribute, email them to alex@spiral.org. The Federal Emergency Management Agency. Although an excellent article, the January 1995 edition of Monitoring Times magazine published only a tiny portion of what FEMA has been tasked by executive order to perform. FEMA was brought into existence by E.O., that is, by presidents like those who replaced or came after JFK. Many of whose campaigns were financed by the Rockefellers and promoted by Rockefeller-backed media agencies, presidents who have the power to appoint their own unelected staff, create executive orders at a whim, and establish secret military-industrial intelligence agencies that are not subject to congressional oversight. All the frequencies I have for FEMA follow my comments here. Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, and other emergency agencies. FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Agency, has been authorized for the past 15 years by presidential executive orders to confiscate all property from the American people. Separate families in the current 43 internment camps, already built and operational by the way, 5 of which are located in Georgia. The largest can confine somewhere on the order of 100,000 American citizens, called relocation camps by the government, for assignment to work camps, declares martial law and totally overrides the U.S. Constitution. Presidential executive orders that are related or control this are given at the end of this. 2 of the state prisons here in Georgia are currently empty, although manned by a minimal number of staff, have been set up and intentionally unpopulated by prisoners just to support this political policy. Concentration, internment, camps. An executive order signed by then-President Bush in 1989 authorized the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, to build 43 primary camps, having a capacity of 35,000 to 45,000 prisoners each, and also authorized hundreds of secondary facilities. It is interesting to note that several of these facilities can accommodate 100,000 prisoners. These facilities have been completed and many are already manned but as yet contain no prisoners. Remember all the talk of overcrowded prisons that exist. In South Georgia there are several state prisons that except for a few guards, are completely devoid of prisoners. Under FEMA, the executive orders which are already written and is the current law of the land, calls for the complete suspension of the United States Constitution, all rights and liberties, as they are currently known. The following executive orders, which are in the Federal Register located in Washington, D.C. for anyone to request copies of, call for the suspension of all civil rights and liberties and for extraordinary measures to be taken in. As most of the orders state, any national security emergency situation that might confront the government. When FEMA is implemented, the following executive orders will be immediately enforced. EO 12148, FEMA National Security Emergency, such as, national disaster, social unrest, insurrection, or national financial crisis. EO 10995 provides for the seizure of all communications media in the United States. EO 10997 provides for the seizure of all electric power, petroleum, gas, fuels and minerals, both public and private. EO 10998 provides for the seizure of all food supplies and resources, public and private, and all farms, lands, and equipment. EO 10999 provides for the seizure of all means of transportation, including personal cars, trucks or vehicles of any kind, and total control over all highways, seaports, and waterways. EO 11,000. Provides for the seizure of all American people for workforces under federal supervision, including splitting up of families if the government has to. EO 11001. Provides for government seizure of all health, education, and welfare functions. EO 11002 designates the Postmaster General to operate a national registration of all persons. Under this order, you would report to your local post office to be separated and assigned to a new area. Here is where families would be separated. EO 11003 provides for the government to take over all airports and aircraft, commercial, public and private. EO 11004 provides for the Housing and Finance Authority to relocate communities, designate areas to be abandoned and establish new locations for populations. EO 11005 provides for the government to take over railroads, inland waterways, and public storage facilities. EO 11051. The Office of Emergency Planning has complete authorization to put the above orders into effect in time of increased international tension or economic or financial crisis. What about an engineered financial crisis, which in turn would most likely lead to social unrest? This all depends on the decision of the current president. But then we must ask, just how legal is the U.S. presidency anyway? Many within the Continental Congress, fearing the rise of monarchy, had originally opposed the establishment of a chief executive position such as the one that General George Washington was elected to. They were assured, however, that those who followed Washington would have his example of integrity to base their own presidencies on. I have a suggestion: do away with the U.S. presidency and the entire executive branch of government altogether, especially now that it is, according to many sources, under the control of unelected military industrialists since the coup of 1963, and give back control of the government to the Congress as it was in the beginning. Congress by majority vote can do away with the executive position if they choose to do so. Branton. All of the above executive orders were combined by President Nixon, I rest my case, Branton, into Executive Order 11490. Which allows all of this to take place if a national emergency is declared by the President. The burning and insurrection in Los Angeles in the case of Rodney King could have executed, and partially did execute, these executive orders. Executive Order 12919, National Defense Industrial Resources Preparedness, signed by Clinton June 3, 1994, Delegates Authorities, Responsibilities and Allocations of FEMA. Executive Orders, last entry, for the confiscation of all property from the American people, and their relocation and assignment to labor camps. The executive order also supersedes or revokes 11 previous executive orders, from 1939 through 1991, and amends Executive Order 10789 and 11790. This executive order is a declaration of war against the American people by the secret government of the United States in concert with the United Nations. Operation Dragnet. Janet Reno can implement this operation upon receiving one call from the President. Arrest warrants will be issued via computer to round up over 1 million patriotic Americans who may resist the New World Order. Americans who are not politically correct. Specifically mentioned are Christians or those who read the Bible. Concentration/internment camps have already been built to accommodate these American prisoners. See above paragraph, as these internment camps have been set up and are run by FEMA. Note, in reference to Christians, just where should we stand in regards to defending America? Should Christians take up arms if necessary? Apparently the founding fathers of the American Republic believed so long as it was in order to defend their country, their women and children. And not in order to engage in offensive warfare for the sake of conquering and exploiting others, which to me would be living by the sword, or you could say, making a living by the sword. This could be exemplified by the Germans who initiated unprovoked invasions of their neighbors to meet their economic needs during World Wars I and II. One might ask, what about all the Orthodox Jews and Greek Orthodox Christians who went to their deaths like lambs to the slaughter without resisting during World War II? Why didn't they fight more zealously to defend themselves? That is a hard question and one that I don't have an answer for. All I can say is that from my study of the Old and New Testaments, I find no passage that forbids us from defending ourselves from aggressors, at least in a national sense. However, we are forbidden to become aggressors ourselves or engage in conflicts which are offensive rather than defensive-oriented. The offensive attacks against the Native Americans, for instance, resulting from the Anglo invasion of North America, cannot be justified through Scripture, and such policies and mistreatment of the Native Americans. The continuous betrayal of treaties and the stealing of their God-given land in the past have or will doubtless have an adverse effect on America's destiny unless reparations are made to the native peoples, for instance a restoration of historical territories. Perhaps the Greys felt justified in repeatedly violating our government's secret treaties with them because we had done the exact same thing to the Native Americans. Perhaps we deserved the abuses that the Greys and their Bavarian collaborators have inflicted upon us. Perhaps our nation's destiny will be largely determined by how we treat the Native Americans from here on out, whether or not we begin to honor all of the treaties that we had made and broken in the past. Could it be? On the other hand, if offensive warfare is forbidden by God, then defensive warfare against a foreign invasion of American soil or an internal threat to our freedoms as they are guaranteed in the Bill of Rights would from my perspective be justified. In Psalm 125 verse 3 we read how the rule of the wicked is a direct violation of the will of God, for the wicked shall not rule the godly, lest the godly be forced to do wrong. A perfect example would be the Lutherans of Germany who all too often capitulated to the Nazis and their state church. In spite of the fact that most of the Nazi leaders were themselves backed by Luciferian cults which the Christians should have resisted. Instead, many of these backslidden Christians in Germany grudgingly supported the atrocities of their Nazi leaders, and by default the extermination by the millions of Jewish men, women and children. Why could Martin Luther himself stand alone against hundreds of pompous religious hypocrites at the Council of Worms in Germany and boldly accuse them of pharisaical blasphemy and idolatry to their face? Yet many of his Protestant followers, not detracting from those few brave souls who did resist, gave in right and left to the Nazi Satanists, and in some cases even contributed to the atrocities of World Wars I and II. In short then, Christianity does not teach that one should take up the sword, and it does not teach that one should not take up the sword in a defensive capacity. It all depends on one's own personal choice and faith. There is a warning, however, that those who do take up the sword should consider the possibility that they might die in battle. Then again, one might die by not taking up the sword if they are captured and placed in death camp. It all comes down to one's personal choice, based on the prevailing circumstances. It is written that the meek shall inherit the earth. This does not mean the weak, since the actual meaning of meek is literally a stallion in restraint or someone who shows self-control over their passions. Logically, those who run out onto the battlefield to die for their country, in a blaze of suicidal zeal and vainglory, will probably do just that. Those on the other hand who are cautious and wise and fight with the motive of defending their family, will not be so careless with their lives, since they are the provider of their family as well as its defender. If they are dead, then they can no longer provide nor defend. Branton. Operation Rolling Thunder. Reno and Benson have mentioned this operation, which comprises countywide sweeps of house-to-house, dynamic entry, search and seizures for all guns and food stockpiles by BATF. State National Guard, activity duty soldiers, as well as local police. This function is also run and coordinated through FEMA. Public Law 100-690 banned almost all religious gatherings, not yet enforced. Note, when and if this is enforced, this will be a blatant defecation upon the Bill of Rights. And in this event every true American is allowed, and in fact it will be his and her patriotic duty to implement the clause within the Declaration of Independence to overthrow such an alien. Foreign or domestic tyranny structure which has infested the governing body of America. Branton, grants no-knock search and seizures without a search warrant, expands the drug laws to include every American. This will generally be the prelude. Or in addition to, FEMA operation and contingency plan implementation. The Omnibus Crime Bill of 1990 ensures confiscation of all private property via money laundering, environmental violations of the Clean Water and Air Act, and extends as far as child abuse. This act also coordinates activities through FEMA. And the Department of the Army, Commanding General, U.S. Forces Command, Fort McPherson, GA, which is the executive and implementing agency upon initiation of many of these acts. The responsible agency within U.S. Army Forces Command was what used to be known as the Deputy Chief of Staff for Operations, Plans Division, XOPS, Plans, which was changed several years ago to J3 after the headquarters became a joint headquarters. They keep on file copies of all FEMA emergency management operation plans, including those plans developed by the Army to support the FEMA plan to eliminate the U.S. Constitution upon implementation. According to current plans, the Constitution will be temporarily discontinued and shelved until the real or perceived and declared threat has been neutralized. Ask yourself, who or what is the real threat that needs to be neutralized? Branton. But once shelved, as with almost every other action of the government, it stays shelved. The Crime Bill of 1994. Banning of all military weapons which are necessary to the formation of a militia, when needed, denies other military equipment to the people's militia units. That's okay. The average American gun owner can legally acquire this equipment from off the dead bodies of FEMA-backed or related domestic/foreign Gestapo forces when they break into our homes to steal our personal property or try to take us and our families. Prisoner without due process of law. Branton, prelude to confiscating all guns in the hands of private citizens, destroys the First Amendment, and makes virtually every American an outlaw. See above comments concerning the house-to-house search. The agency responsible for the actual implementation and search is the Department of the Army in concert with local and state police, including FEMA, FBI, BATF, and other federal agencies. Secret underground bases. There have been documented over 60 secret, virtual cities, underground, built by the government, Federal Reserve Bank owners, such as the Rockefellers, etc. Branton, and high-ranking members of the Committee of 300, some of these underground areas can be seen in Kansas City, Missouri and Kansas City, Kansas. In addition, there exist underground satellite tracking facilities which have the ability to punch your 911 address into the computer, and a satellite can within seconds bring a camera to bear on your property to the point that those monitoring can read a license number on an automobile in your driveway. These facilities have as of October 1, 1994, been turned over to the foreign power of the United Nations. Note, forget the license plate. According to Norio Hayakawa, this satellite technology is now so sophisticated that they can clearly read every word on your driver's license, supposing it were in view of the satellite. Branton. Number 5, has it already begun? U.S. military officers shackled by UN forces. A report from 7th Week magazine states that U.S. military officers were observed gagged, cuffed, and shackled to their seats aboard a white UN 747 en route to the Federal Transfer Center near Oklahoma City. Part of this report follows. At a survival/preparation seminar in S.E. Oklahoma, on March 25, 95, an attendee interrupted one speaker, and stated that a neighbor, who apparently serves as a reserve crew member aboard one of the all-white, unmarked, United Nations B-747 aircraft, which are assigned to FEMA, black operations. i.e. UN/NWO and hubbed at the Federal Prisoner Transfer Center or FTC at Will Rogers Airport, had been deadheading back to Oklahoma City on the flight. He descended from the flight deck to see what the prisoner cargo consisted of. However, not only did he see the normal armed, black uniformed guards, and a load of bound humans, but he saw several U.S. military officers, in full uniform, gagged, and shackled to their seats. They were in the front of the cabin, and from their visages, he discerned that they were violently angry at their situation. No doubt. At this point I guess you might think this is a joke. Nope, because in April 1993, and July 1994, an ex-Army intelligence analyst postulated this exact scenario would happen. He also stated, in the '94 interview, they were going to use white 747s to fly detained, kidnapped, conservative, etc., political prisoners around the U.S., via the TFC, to the now existing, 130 FEMA, resistor/dissident, detention camps. The above operation, among many others in this overall incredible takeover conspiracy, includes early-on leadership kidnapping, performed by foreign, Asian, crews now hidden in the U.S., on closed U.S. bases, under closed military bases. Branton, using the 3,000 choppers provided to the UN under the auspices of the 1989 Open Skies Treaty, signed by good old New World Order Sultan George Bush, a member of the Skull and Bones Secret Society, and the Trilateral Commission. The treaty allows for the aerial observation of the U.S., and, yes, your house, if you have been tagged for observation, along with your phone being tapped, no questions asked. The majority of the recent black chopper sorties have nothing to do with lawful military/police department operations, but are presently locating, and setting up for seizure, people/guns. Who will not take the mark of the coming one world government/order. So prepare accordingly. With the preceding confirmation of his claims, we now return to the Phil Schneider lecture. Branton. The truth behind the Republican contract with America, I don't perceive at this time that we have too much more than 6 months of life left in this country, at the present rate. We are the laughing stock of the world, because we are being hoodwinked by so many evil people that are running this country. I think we can do better. I think the people over 45 are seriously worried about their future. I'm going to run some scary scenarios by you. The contract with America. It contains the same terminology that Adolf Hitler used to subvert Germany in 1931. I believe we can do better. The contract with America, or is it the contract on America? Branton, is a last-ditch effort by our federal government to tear away the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. Some statistics on the black helicopter presence, The black helicopters. There are over 64,000 black helicopters in the United States. For every hour that goes by, there is one being built. Is this the proper use of our money? What does the federal government need 64,000 tactical helicopters for, if they are not trying to enslave us? I doubt if the entire military needs 64,000 worldwide. I doubt if all the world needs that many. There are 157 F-117A stealth aircraft loaded with LiDAR and computer-enhanced imaging radar. They can see you walking from room to room when they fly over your house. They see objects in the house from the air with a variation limit of 1 inch to 30,000 miles. That's how accurate that is. Now, I worked in the federal government for a long time, and I know exactly how they handle their business. Government earthquake device, aids as a bioweapon based on alien excretions, The federal government has now invented an earthquake device. I am a geologist, and I know what I am talking about. With the Kobe earthquake in Japan, there was no pulse wave as in a normal earthquake. None. In 1989, there was an earthquake in San Francisco. There was no pulse wave with that one either. It is a Tesla device that is being used for evil purposes. The black budget programs have subverted science as we know it. Look at AIDS, invented by the National Ordnance Laboratory in Chicago, Illinois in 1972, and passed to the United Nations, World Health Organization via the Military Biogenetics Facility at Fort Detrick, Maryland to be injected into smallpox vaccines in Africa and hepatitis II vaccines in America, according to Drs. William Campbell Douglas, Alan Cantwell, Jr. and Dr. Robert Strecker, Branton. It was a biological weapon to be used against the people of the United States. The reason I know this is that I have seen the documentation by the Office of Strategic Services, which by the way is still in operation to this day, through the CDC in Atlanta. They used the glandular excretions of animals, humans and alien humanoids to create the virus. According to the above-mentioned DRS, part of the production of the virus involved the splicing of the bovine leukemia and sheep visna viruses in cancered human tissue cultures. Branton, these alien humanoids the government is hobnobbing with are the worst news. There is absolutely no defense against their germs, none. They are a biological weapon of terrible consequence. Every alien, gray, on the planet needs to be isolated. Saddam Hussein killed 3.5 million Kurdish people with a similar biological weapon. Do we, the people of this planet, deserve this? No, we don't, but we are not doing anything about it. Every moment we waste, we are doing other people on the planet a disservice. Right now, I am dying of cancer that I contracted because of my work for the federal government. I might live 6 months. I might not. I will tell you one thing. If I keep speaking out like I am, maybe God will give me the life to talk my head off. I will break every law that it takes to talk my head off. 11 of my best friends in the last 22 years have been murdered. 8 of the murders were called suicides. Before I went to talk in Las Vegas, I drove a friend down to Joshua Tree, near 29 Palms. I drove into the mountains in order to get to Needles, California, and I was followed by 2 government E-350 vans with G-14 plates, each with a couple of occupants, one of which had an Uzi. I knew exactly who they were. I have spoken 19 times and have probably reached 45,000 people. Well, I got ahead of them and came to a stop in the middle of the road. They both went on either side of me and down a ravine. Is this what it's going to take? I cut up my security card and sent it back to the government, and told them if I was threatened, and I have been, that I was going to upload 140,000 pages of documentation to the internet about, secret, government structure and the whole plan. I have already begun that task. Thank you very much. End of May 1995 lecture. Following is yet another article downloaded from the internet with reference to Phil Schneider. Although not written by Schneider himself, the following is an interview with a woman who was acquainted with the late underground base technician. Although many of the joint CIA alien bases have no obvious or overt surface presence or facilities, for instance Deep Springs, CA, Mercury, Nevada, Page, Arizona, Dulce, New Mexico, other underground facilities involved with the joint Bavarian alien New World Order agenda, aside from those existing below most of the active and deactivated military bases, DO include surface facilities. And some of these for some strange reason are located directly below major airport terminals. For instance, there is a large underground FEMA base below the Salt Lake City Airport. Another apparently exists at the Oklahoma City Airport which serves as a joint FEMA. United Nations, New World Order, Detention/Transfer Center. However, the most unusual airport of this nature seems to be the newer Denver International Airport, as described in the following interview. Leading Edge Research, the KSEO April 26, 96 interview with Alex Christopher. Extract from Leading Edge International Research Journal No. 92. The KSEO April 26, 96 interview with Alex Christopher, author of Pandora's Box and Pandora's Box 2. Transcript June 1, 96 by Leading Edge Research Group. Legend, D.A. Dave Allen, host, A.C., Alex Christopher, C., caller. D.A., my special guest tonight is Alex Christopher, author of Pandora's Box, an expose of the British instigation through Washington, D.C. Over the last 200 years, or more precisely, British-based Masonry, and most notably Scottish Rite Masonry which has long since infiltrated British and American Masonry. Branton. You thought you were free? This stuff has been going on forever. The idea was to make us perceive we were free and independent. She has a lot of information here, and we are going to have her back again for more. I talked to her last night. Just a fascinating individual. She is going to talk about the Montauk Project and extraterrestrial influences, and more. So, Alex, where do you start? AC, somebody told me one time, start in the middle and go from there. If you want to, pick a subject and we'll start from there. Last night we talked about a few things. We talked about the Denver airport last night and what is really going on down there, and we talked a bit about the Montauk Project and Albelek, and then we skipped around a bit about some of the things in Pandora's box. You mentioned that the Queen of England has been buying up a lot of property in Colorado under a pseudonym. Why don't we start on the subject of the British? Note, according to former British intelligence agent Dr. John Coleman, the London-based Wicca Mason lodges are 1/3 of the overall global conspiracy. The other 2/3 are the black nobility banking families who claim direct descent from the early Roman emperors, and also the Maltese Jesuits or the Jesuit, Knights of Malta network. All three networks each have 13 representatives within the Bilderberg organization, which is a cover for the Bavarian Illuminati. Suggestive that Bavaria itself has orchestrated a marriage of convenience between these three formerly competitive global control groups. Branton. AC, all right. The information, primarily, that is in Pandora's box, covers how the major corporations, railroad and banking concerns in this country were set up through a trust that was originally known as the Virginia Company. The deal was that everything would remain under English control, or subservient to it, and that brings us right up to today, because we are still looking at everything falling under that trust system going back to the Crown of England. It is mind-boggling to think that everyone in this country has been led to believe that the people in the United States had won independence from England, when in fact they never did. Well, look at President Bush, wherein 2 years ago he went to England and was knighted by the Queen. Where is that coming from? Is it that he was a faithful servant? Bush is allegedly a high-level Mason, and a member of the Neo-Masonic Skull and Bones Lodge. Branton. AC, you bet. All of them are doing the bidding, and it goes back to their secret societies and the establishment of the New World Order, which all leads back to the House of Windsor. There has been in this country for a long time a grooming process whereby people carry on the bidding of the Crown of England. I did incidentally have somewhat of a confirmation of this when a friend told me that an American judge confided to her that the judicial system in America is now based after the monarchical judicial court systems of England. Branton, that is one of the things the system involving the Rhodes Scholars was set up to achieve. Cecil Rhodes set it up to groom people for this task, to carry the United States into the New World Order. It appears, from what I have been able to find out, that the Crown of England has had this very skillfully planned for hundreds of years. And it could be possible that they have been privy to information that not many of us have been privy to, for a long time, about the chaos involving Earth changes that are coming. It is my understanding that England is not going to make it through the changes, so they set up a whole new empire over here. That goes back to some of the things we discussed before, about lands being bought up in Colorado. Note, with the fascination Britons have with time travel, Doctor Who, and so on, is it possible that British intelligence could have gained a glimpse into the future and seen what was coming? The Britons have British Columbia, Canada as their possession. If they are so desperate and convinced that their nation will not survive the changes, then why not move the British Empire to BC? Rather than risk offending Americans by opening old wounds that date back to the Revolutionary War, and losing their World War I and World War II allies in the process. Just as in America, it is not the general citizens of Britain who pose a threat to freedom, it is the so-called elite. The Rockefellers of America and the Rothschilds of Britain who would and have sold out their own peoples for personal gain and godlike domination over the lower classes. The Americans and Britons who fought and died together on the battlefields of World War I and II did not realize that the Rothschild-Rockefeller monarchies were the ones who had betrayed them by helping to create the monster that they were. Fighting in both world wars for the sole purpose of gaining even greater wealth and power. In the end it all came down to base human greed. America has strayed a long ways from the ideals established by the founders of the U.S. Constitution. And, needless to say, Britain has strayed a long ways from the ideals established by the legendary King Arthur, whose greatness came from his ability to make all of his knights equals amidst the Round Table, rather than succumb to vainglory and the temptation of establishing himself as some kind of human deity. Whether the legend of King Arthur was based on fact or not, the ideals themselves are nevertheless real and true. Branton. DA, yes, the area is of a pretty high altitude, where it will be safe. AC, yes. Plus, all the symbolism that is apparent in the layout of the new Denver airport says that it is a control center for world control. There is a lot of secret society symbology at the airport. We started researching all of this to find out what it all means. It's all very scary. A gentleman by the name of Albilek, who has been involved in some very unusual government projects in the past, told me that the Denver area is where the establishment of the western sector of the New World Order will be in the United States. Little bits and pieces keep coming to me, confirming things I have not had confirmed before. DA, do you know of John Coleman? AC, the Committee of 300? D, yes. What's your take on that? AC, I think his information is fantastic. If he had had the information that I put in Pandora's box, when I put that together, it would have blown his mind. But, as far as I know from my standpoint, both sets of material go hand in hand, right down the line. DA, some of these things about the background of the British invasion, taking over the land over here while they let us think that we are running this country. How they had a bone to pick with the Tsar of Russia years ago, how they have pushed the socialist revolution. Like they say, the sun never sets on British soil. About some of these things on the airport in Denver. Would you mind discussing some of those things again? AC, well, the first thing that got my attention at the airport was the capstone that I saw in a photograph, that had a Masonic symbol on it. So, I really wanted to go to the airport and see that, because I thought it was very unusual. DA, the capstone. AC, the capstone, or the dedication stone, for the Denver airport has a Masonic symbol on it. A whole group of us went out to the airport to see some friends off and see this capstone, which also has a time capsule embedded inside it. It sits at the southeastern side of the terminal which, by the way, is called the Great Hall, which is what Masons refer to as their meeting hall. And, on this thing it mentions, the New World Airport Commission. I have never heard of that, have you? DA, never. AC, it has a Masonic symbol on it, and it also has very unusual geometric designs. It depicts an arm rising up out of it that curves at a 45-degree angle. It also has a thing that looks like a keypad on it. This capstone structure is made of carved granite and stainless steel, and it is very fancy. This little keypad area at the end of the arm has an out-of-place unfinished wooden block sitting on it. The gentleman that was with me on the first trip out to the airport has since died. They say he committed suicide, but everything else tells me that this is not possible. No one can double-tie a catheter behind his own neck and strangle himself. I just don't think that is possible. But, his name was Phil Schneider, and he started blowing the whistle on all this stuff going on in the underground bases that he had helped build for years and years. He worked on the underground bases at Area 51 in Dulce, New Mexico, as well as several other places. Schneider told me that this keypad-looking area looked like a form of technogeometry that is alien-oriented, and that it had something to do with a directional system, whatever that meant. That functioned as a homing beacon to bring ships right into the Great Hall. In the same general area on this capstone, there are some most unusual designs on the floor that are all Masonic in nature, which lead right back to the Black Sun editor note, according to Albilek. Schneider's father was a U-boat captain during the Nazi regime who was also on the Eldridge in 1943 in a medical capacity, which goes back to Nazi symbology. See, the secret societies are supposedly into sun worship. The Nazis were into Black Sun worship, which connects with the idea of Saturn. Saturn and Satanism kind of go hand in hand. Note, the Black Sun also refers to the massive black hole at the center of our galaxy. In regards to unusual designs on the floor, one source claims that the base of the Hoover Dam near Las Vegas, not far from Area 51, contains wild inlays of occultic and Masonic zodiacal symbolism. Reports stated that as the cliffs were being blasted open to make way for the dam, huge caverns were penetrated. Could these have connections with the underground network? Another unusual dam is the Glen Canyon Dam near Page, Arizona, which could conceivably provide hydroelectric power to a base that allegedly lies below the area and ties the Dulce and Area 51 bases together subterraneally. Branton, then, we have this system of murals at the airport that are the most grotesque things you've ever seen. What's on the murals? I say that they are about what they plan to do to us, and the world as a whole, not what has happened or some fantasy. One of them that is very unusual has 3 caskets with dead people in them. That's part of the ritual connected with the Skull and Bones Club. Yes. There are evidently 3 groups of people that they would like to see dead. The first casket has what the artist told me was a Jewish American child, a little girl, and she has the star on her clothes and a little Bible and a locket. This may be a depiction of both Judeo-Christian believers, both of whom have historically been the target of the inquisitions of some of the more occultic secret societies of Europe, such as the Thule-backed Inquisition against the Jews and the Jesuit-backed Inquisition against the Protestants. Branton. Jewish lineage is passed through the female. Yes. Well, all these caskets depict women who are dead. Then, in the center casket there is depicted a Native American woman, and the last casket has a black woman in it. Now, normally I would not have thought too much about these murals if I had not done a lot of research. Even in the government documents I have run across gene splicing discussions on how they would like to splice out specific races, and also whoever these people are do not like the Jewish people. This is just one of the murals, and these murals are huge. This same mural depicts the destruction of a city and the forest, and there is a little girl holding a Mayan tablet that speaks of the destruction of civilization. There is a mural that depicts this thing standing over a city that looks like a green Darth Vader, with a sword, that has destroyed the city. This character is huge, and there is a road depicted with women walking holding dead babies. This same mural extends over to another mural which depicts all of the children of the world taking the weapons from each country on earth and giving them to a central figure which is a German boy who has this iron fist and anvil in his hand that is totally out of proportion to the child's body, beating the swords into plowshares. I thought, well, this is very odd depicting a German child doing this. What all this symbology on the airport murals seems to convey is that not only do we have a secret society behind this, but that it is a German, Bavarian, secret society behind this, working in the vicinity of this New World Control Center. It is interesting when you consider Operation Paperclip, wherein all these Nazis were brought to the United States to be groomed, financed, and basically brought back into power. Note, that is, by the Rockefeller cartel who supplied Nazi Germany with the oil and materials necessary to keep their war machine operating. Rockefeller-connected oil companies include Exxon, Arco, Zapata, etc. It is alleged that these corporations initially took in and gave refuge to some 3,000 Nazi SS war criminals by providing them with immunity, new identities, and positions within the Bavarian-backed Rockefeller corporate empire and within the CIA, with the help of Bavarian agents like Allen Dulles, Otto Skorzeny, Reinhard Gehlen and later Vice President Nelson Rockefeller. These were then used as a covert force to destroy American independence and make America subject to a Bavarian-backed New World Order. Remember, even through the Bilderbergers consist of a marriage of convenience between Londonese Wicca Masons, Basilian black nobility and Roman Maltese Jesuits. The supreme controllers of the Bilderberger cult itself are the secret black Gnostic cults of Bavaria whose cult of the serpent or Illuminati can be traced back to Egypt and ultimately to Babylon itself. These Rockefeller Nazi projects reportedly continued through at least 1975, during which period many thousands more underground Nazis were brought into America from Europe and also, if we are to believe some reports, From the secret German New Berlin base under the mountains of New Schwabenland, Antarctica that was established during World War II via Nazi-occupied South Africa. Is New Schwabenland the real power behind the joint Bavarian alien New World Order agenda? The fact that British and American Masons would be pulled into a Bavarian-backed New World Order conspiracy run by anti-British Nazis and anti-Masonic Jesuits in spite of the animosities of World Wars I and II would seem contradictory to the extreme. However, not if we consider the fact that Roman Jesuits had secretly created the Scottish Rite of Masonry at the Jesuit College of Clermont in France and also the Bavarian Illuminati via the Jesuit Adam Weishaupt. Both the Illuminati and Scottish Rite worked together to infiltrate Masonry and subdue the traditional Judeo-Christian York Rite. The Masonic elitists in Great Britain and America would have as a result of this infiltration become subject to the influences of the Scottish Rite-dominated 33rd degree, falsely believing that Masonry was still the enemy of the Jesuits. As in earlier times, the conflict between the two was notorious. They might have been deceived into believing that British Masonry would come out on top of the New World Order when in fact Rome and Bavaria, the two power centers of the old, Holy Roman Empire, had the real control. But blinded by their own delusions of grandeur and world domination, the British elite failed to see how their Masonic lodges were being infiltrated and manipulated by their sworn enemies. Some of the elite might have been oblivious to the ins and outs of Masonry altogether, being conscious only of their own greed. Branton. AC, well, I know they're here, because I have seen them, Germans, alongside the Americans in the more sensitive areas of the airport. But, these paintings are most disturbing and very unusual. When I first tried to contact the artist and talk to him about these murals, he told me that he was given guidelines on what to paint and put in the murals. When I showed up in his studio, I asked to see the guidelines for the last two murals he was working on. He suddenly went brain dead and said, "Of course, there are no guidelines." It took myself and two other people over 8 months to figure out all the symbology that is embodied in these murals. It turned out that some of these are trigger pictures, containing symbology designed to trigger altered personalities of people that have been groomed in culture-type programs for specific tasks that they have been trained to do in terms of something connected with satanic rituals and mind control. I had one woman that called me out of the blue one night, and she was really disturbed about some information. She told me many different things that later turned out to be known culture triggers. Also, almost every aspect of these murals contains symbols relating back to secret societies. When you get the overall view of what they are talking about in these things, it is very, very scary. It goes back to the Biodiversity Treaty, getting rid of specific races of people, taking over the world and mind control. There is one picture in which every plant turns out to be mind-altering or poisonous, and all the animals are Masonic symbols used in literature in every country in the world. It took a very long time to track all this stuff down and figure out what they're trying to say. The one way they tell stories is in pictures. It's right there in our face when you go into the airport. Most people look at them and say, "Those are crazy-looking pictures, what are they doing in this airport?" DA, now, you mentioned that underneath this airport it goes down many levels. AC, yes. DA, does the fact that all these underground levels are there have something to do with why it took so long for this airport to open? AC, well, the gentleman that I was dealing with, Phil Schneider, said that during the last year of construction they were connecting the underground airport system to the deep underground base. He told me that there was at least an 8-level deep underground base there, and that there was a 4.5 square mile underground city and an 88.5 square mile base underneath the airport. It is very unusual that they would allot a 50 square mile area on the surface at which to locate an airport in the middle of nowhere unless they really plan to use it for something very unusual later. There is a 10-mile, 4-line highway out to this airport, and there is nothing out there in between the airport and Denver. Not even a service station, at least in September 1995. The people in Denver are really upset with the fact that this airport went in the way it did. There was this fellow who wrote a book in which he made the statement that they had a copy of an audio tape on which a Denver city official was talking with people from the CIA, and that he was paid $1 $5 million to allow the airport to be built, no matter what it took. It appears that there was a lot more interest in getting the airport built from just officials in the Denver area. They plan on using this facility for something else other than just landing planes. DA, so, this guy got you down there to take a look at the underground? AC, well, he was invited to go along on the trip. I had a friend that actually got us down into the active area in the underground. It's very interesting down there. The baggage equipment area is very unusual. All the old luggage equipment that wouldn't work right doesn't look much different than the stuff that is working today. DA, you were telling me that there are huge concrete corridors with sprinklers all along the ceiling. What are these sprinkler heads doing in a concrete bunker, pray tell? Presumably concrete will not burn if there is a potential fire, so is it possible that something other than water is meant to be expelled from these sprinklers which are located all along the ceiling? Branton. AC, well, this is the same question we asked. These shafts are huge and run along adjacent to the tramline on both sides. So, there are two of these huge shafts large enough to fit a two-lane highway in there. There are very few openings into and out of the tram shaft, but at the end of them, going out into this 50 square miles of acreage is a huge steel door that would facilitate the entrance of a great big truck. It could be used for almost anything, but what is so unusual about it is that about every 5 or 6 feet on the ceiling, across almost the full width of the area, there is a pipe with 3 or 4 sprinkler heads. This goes on for the full length of the thing, which must be close to a mile. There are 2 of these shafts, and I got a picture in the mail the other day which was very unusual that was taken by someone on board the tram in the shaft. The picture appeared to actually show ghost-like figures on it. It was a mother and a baby wrapped in a blanket. When you are down in that concrete shaft, both times I got nauseated. There are some very unusual vibrations down there, from other time dimensions. Branton. Now, the tunnel shaft that the tram comes in on could connect up with an underground tunnel coming in from 5 buildings that were built and buried. There was already a 40-foot diameter tunnel there when construction started. Those 5 buildings they built 3.5 years ago, and suddenly they said, oops, these are in the wrong place, and buried them, along with a very high-tech runway that is buried under about 4 inches of dirt. It seems insane that they would build a very technical building complex with interlocking tunnels and a tunnel going back to the tram tunnel at the concourse, and then state that they built it in the wrong place and cover it up with dirt. I don't believe that people are that stupid. No. Projects like that are strategically planned, and they just don't go and do that. AC, some of these 5 buildings are 150 feet tall. There is one 78 feet tall, and one that is 126 feet tall. They are all in that range. From this complex there is a shaft that runs to Concourse C. When they started this project, as I said, there was also a huge 40-foot diameter shaft brought in there from somewhere that was off-limits to the work crews. It was there when the project was started. And, everybody that worked on these projects, there were 5 different contractors, and the people on each contracted crew did not interact with the other ones. When the project was done, everyone was fired and sent away. DA, you would think that during this massive construction they would not be able to keep this stuff secret. AC, I think a lot of the people saw things that disturbed them so much that they would not talk about it. I know several people who worked on the project that managed to find their way down into the depths, probably close to the deep underground base, and saw things that scared them so badly they won't talk about it. I interviewed a few of the former employees on these construction crews that worked out there on these buildings that ended up buried, and they are afraid to talk. They say that everybody is real nervous about it, and they decided to tell some of the secrets that they knew, but they don't want anybody to know who they are. So, I can tell you that it is a very unusual and spooky type of place, and if you are a sensitive person you get nauseated as soon as you enter the perimeter of the airport. Especially when you go down underground. You become very nauseated and nervous. There is also so much electromagnetic flux in the area that if you get out on the open ground around the airport, you will buzz. DA, Where is this flux field coming from? What do you think the purpose of this is? AC, I think that it's coming from some kind of underground electrical system, because where we were there were no power lines, and the whole place was just buzzing with this free energy floating around. Very unusual. In addition, there are areas in the underground that have chain-link fences with the barbed wire tops pointed inward, like they were there to keep people in, not keep people out. All these areas are there, acres of it, and none of it is in active use. There are many terraced areas that go down. One area in particular is forbidden to go into unless you are wearing a biological protective suit. They say there is some kind of unidentified biological fungus in that area that attacks people's lungs. Some kind of way to hide something that is in this area. AC, well, we think that area is one that leads to deeper levels underground at the airport. But, it is surrounded by a chain-link fence and you can't get in there. We think this is the area that one of the electricians kind of stumbled into that went down about 6 levels below the 4th level, and ran into some really weird stuff. He won't talk about any of it now. Real weird stuff. AC, also, at the airport there are what look like miniature nuclear reactor cooling towers, and I don't understand why they are there. When people asked, the reply is that they are part of the ventilation and exhaust system. Ventilation and exhaust from where? What do you think it's for? AC, I think it is all hooked up to the deep underground. They say that this place looks like some underground, holding area, somewhat like a cattle lot. A place that could hold thousands of people. The gates, fences. AC, the luggage transport vehicles move on a full-sized double-lane highway, and along this highway are chain-linked areas that could be used for holding areas. I don't understand why they built this the way they did, unless they plan to use it for something like that in the future. So what could all this be for? AC, if Phil is right, and all this hooks up to the deep underground base that he was offered the plans to build back in 1979. And that what this other man told me in private, is, that there is a lot of human slave labor in these deep underground bases being used by these aliens, and that a lot of this slave labor is children. He said that when the children reach the point that they are unable to work anymore, they are slaughtered on the spot and consumed. Consumed by who? AC, aliens. Again, this is not from me, but from a man that gave his life to get this information out. He worked down there for close to 20 years, and he knew everything that was going on. Who do these aliens eat? AC, they specifically like young human children, that haven't been contaminated like adults. Well, there is a gentleman out giving a lot of information from a source he gets it from, and he says that there is an incredible number of children snatched in this country. Over 200,000 each year. AC, and that these children are the main entree for dinner. Note, many will read this and scoff in utter disbelief at such a claim. This is all well and fine, and even Phil Schneider warns us to put on our skepticals when investigating claims and to investigate them so that they can be definitively proven one way or the other. As all claims of an extraordinary nature should be. So, I would suggest that Congress bypass the executive branch of government, which has sold out to the intelligence military-industrial complex. A branch that was originally intended by the founders of the Republic to be the servants of Congress, the Senate and the people, and undertake a full-scale investigation of this and other underground bases. Even if this calls for full-scale Congress-backed military mobilization. The excuse for such an undertaking could for instance be to investigate claims of unethical use of U.S. tax dollars, violations of federal medical regulations in regards to genetic research, failure to pay property taxes on underground facilities used by non-elected officials, harboring of illegal aliens, bribery and treason. Illegal cattle rustling in regards to the Dulce and other bases, possible kidnapping and human rights abuses against children, and so on. Branton. How many draconians are down there? AC, I have heard the figure of 150,000 just in the New York area. Underneath New York. AC, yes. In some kind of underground base there. DA, interesting. Now, you've seen pictures of these things. AC, I have seen them face to face. D, you have? AC, yes. From some information that has been put out by a group or team that also works in these underground bases that is trying to get information out to people that love this country, there is a war that is going on under our feet and above our heads. That the public doesn't know anything about, and it's between these alien forces and the humans that are trying to fight them. G. What other types have you seen? AC, the ones that I have seen are the big-eyed greys and the reptilians. G. What do these reptilians look like? AC, there are 3 different types. DA, can you tell us how you happened to come into contact with them? AC, when I lived in Florida in Panama City, at that particular time the Gulf breeze sightings were going on, and the area was virtually a hotbed for strange events. I had neighbors that were into watching UFOs and getting information about them. One night about 2:30 a.m., my neighbor called me and was absolutely frantic, and wanted me to come over there. I ran over there and went in the front door, and she and her boyfriend, who is a commercial airline pilot, were in the living room scared out of their wits. I looked over at her, and her eyeballs are rolling back in her head and she was passing out and sliding down the wall. Her boyfriend was trying to tell me what was going on, and I was feeling this incredible energy that felt like it was trying to penetrate my head. So, I grabbed both of them and pulled them both outside, where we stood for a while and talked. DA, some people would say that this is a case of demon possession. AC, oh, no. There was radiation in the room. The next day all of her plants were dead. So, there was a massive amount of energy focused on that room. Anyway, after about an hour had passed, we had discussed what went on and decided to go back into the house. They had both been in bed and were pulled out of their bed during the night. All they remember is a flash of light in their faces and the next thing they know they're both scared to death. But, when we went back into the house, I noticed that the man had a small palm print on his side with fingers that must have been 10 inches long, with claw marks on the end that were burned into his side. The next day, that area was so swollen that he could not touch it. I have video pictures of these things on his side. The prints were there from someone bending down from behind him and pulling him out of bed. They had been making love, and somebody lifted him off of her and left these burns there. Anyway, they were both totally flipped out. I finally got them calmed down enough to let me go home. I went home and went to bed. The next thing I know, I woke up and there is this thing standing over my bed. He had wraparound yellow eyes with snake pupils, and pointed ears and a grin that wrapped around his head. He had a silvery suit on, and this scared the living daylights out of me. I threw the covers over my head and started screaming, I mean, here is this thing with a Cheshire cat grin and these funky glowing eyes, this is too much. I have seen that kind of being on more than one occasion. D. What else can you say about it? AC, well, he had a hooked nose and he was humanoid looking, other than the eyes, and had kind of grayish skin. Later on in 1991, I was working in a building in a large city, and I had taken a break about 6 o'clock, and the next thing I knew it was 10:30 at night, and I thought I had taken a short break. I started remembering that I was taken aboard a ship, through 4 floors of an office building, and through a roof. There on the ship is where I encountered Germans and Americans working together, and also the gray aliens, and then we were taken to some other kind of facility and there I saw the reptilians again. The ones I call the baby Godzillas, that have the short teeth and yellow slanted eyes, and who look like a velociraptor, kind of. DA, so, why would these people pick on you? AC, well, I found one common denominator in the abduction, and it keeps on being repeated over and over again. I deal with lots of people who have been abducted, and the one common denominator seems to be the bloodline, and it's the bloodline that goes back to ancient Indian or Native American bloodlines. DA, are these people looking for genetic material? AC, well, I don't know if it is a very ancient bloodline that they want to try and stop, or what the reasoning is. I know that I was asked some questions, like how I was capable of doing some of the psychic things I was doing at the time. But, it is very unusual to find anybody that remotely thinks they have been taken that doesn't have the Indian bloodline, somewhere. Now, after that experience, what happened after that? What were some of the other times you saw some of these beings? Well, at that facility I saw the almond-eyed greys, but the thing that sticks in my mind are the beings that look like reptiles, or the velociraptors. They are the cruelest beings you could ever imagine, and they even smell hideous. There were a couple of very unusual areas down there where I was taken which looked like cold storage lockers, where these things were in hibernation tubes, and that is about all I remember. Other than seeing some black helicopters and little round-wing disc-type aircraft. At that point, the memory seems to be cut off and I can't tap through to anything else. There, folks. Maybe I'll open up some phone lines, and maybe we'll talk about Al Bielek and some things you discussed with him. Are you open to that? Sure. Caller, see on those ships where the Germans and Americans were, did they have any kind of an insignia on their uniforms? Yes, they did. I have been told that the organization is called the Black League, possibly the Black Monks, within the NSA who reportedly interact directly with aliens. Branton, by people that might know. A blue triangle with a red-eyed black dragon, with a circle around it. It was very unusual. There's another woman that has written a book about an encounter she had in Fort Walden. I met her some years back, and we were talking about things we've seen. She also talked about this strange insignia. She and I both sat down and drew what we saw, and they were virtually carbon copies of each other. Note, winged serpent symbols have been observed by several abductees, including policeman Herbert Schirmer who reported the insignia on the uniforms of the reptilian-eyed greys that had abducted him. Branton. In the book, Cosmic Conflict, the author talks about the ancient city that was uncovered by the Germans before World War II, and tells about their effort to revive some frozen humans they found in this underground city. And that the true humans couldn't be revived, but the ones that could be revived were in fact reptilians in disguise. And the reptilians have the capability to do shape-shifting and create a laser, holographic image so when you look at them you see a human, but under that there is no human there. It's like a déjà vu of the movie They Live. Note, an early newsletter called The Crystal Ball published information along this line, which stated that the Soviets had during the investigation of a meteor crash uncovered a buried city in Siberia where they discovered the frozen bodies of both humans, who could not be revived, and human-appearing reptilians who were revived from the frozen state. Allegedly the reptilians reanimated and killed the Soviet scientists and through some type of psychic osmosis drained their minds and assimilated their memories and features through a molecular shape-shifting type process. John Carpenter, who directed They Live, also directed an earlier movie called The Thing which was based somewhat on a similar theme. The alien imposters then called for backup and more scientists came out and were replaced, and these eventually returned to Russia and began to infiltrate the communist government. Although such claims may seem preposterous, it is nevertheless interesting how numerous preposterous claims as this contain identical reptilian themes. Aside from the instinctive and basic racial fear in humans of things reptilian, could this reoccurring theme be more than mere coincidence? Branton, Kathy O'Brien, who wrote Transformation in America, revealed that George Bush projected a hologram that he was a reptilian. Real crazy stuff, but if this technology that they possess is there, why couldn't a race do something like that, these people that are working with our government? See, I believe that, but I do believe that these are demons that manifest themselves as alien beings, and that this has been going on for a long time. Demons? Who are demons? C. Fallen angels. The reptilians look like that anyway. All the scriptures around the planet talk about serpent beings, or in the case of Judeo-Christian scriptures like Genesis chapter 3 and Revelation chapter 12. Serpent beings possessed by demons or through which demons are able to or allowed to incarnate. Branton, what do you think, Alex? Well, I think that's pretty much what the bottom line is. Also, they talk about the rapture. It could be like an alien Thanksgiving. These people that have done all this research and are part of the underground government are telling that the humans on this planet have been at war with these reptilian aliens for thousands of years. At one point, things got so hot on the planet, like it is now, aliens took on this holographic image and infiltrated the human race in order to take it over and undermine it, just like this new world order is doing right now. They're saying that the same thing happened to civilization on Earth before, and that the humans before actually had the capability for interplanetary travel, and that it was so bad here with the reptilians that they had to leave. What they are also saying is that these beings that are human-looking that are visiting our planet, at this time, trying to inform people what is going on, and guide them, are actually our ancestors that escaped from Earth before, when it was under reptilian domination. What is your take on these crop circles? The crop circles that are the real ones are a type of geometric language containing some kind of information. There was one that was a Mandelbrot fractal. How do you fake that? They say that there are a lot of crop circles going on in the United States, and that the government shuts the information off, or destroys the crop circles before the public can find them, others claim. Branton, about their occurrence. Canada and Australia as well. It seems that we are having an increase in these encounters and sightings. Things are escalating at an incredible rate. I think a lot of these movies in the media are trying to get us softened up for what they plan to unleash on us. So, in just a matter of years, they plan to bring it out and bring people to that airport. Reagan said more than once that the only thing that would bring people together would be some kind of outside force. Exactly, I remember that. He said that several times. I went to South Florida a couple of weeks ago and interviewed a man who had done research for 30 years, and oddly enough, he tapped into some of the same information I had, in that our government has had round-winged, saucer-type technology. High Mach speed aircraft since the 1920s, and that in 1952 they had over 500 of these aircraft hidden in secret bases. Now, if they had that in 1952, considering that military technology grows by 44 years for every year that goes by, what do you imagine they have now, 44 years later, after technology has advanced the equivalent of 1,936 years? About 2 or 3 months ago, I went to do a business transaction with a fellow I have known for about 2 or 3 years, and one of his relatives had just died. We were pretty close, and we got into a deep conversation about stuff. And he told me he worked in an underground military base in Colorado. I asked him what he did there, and he said that if he told me he'd have to kill me. I told him I didn't want to know. I was really shocked, and didn't know what to think of it, and then I heard this program. I want to know what your guest thinks about the Iron Mountain report the government did in the 1960s, and if that ties into the Nazis and the Americans, CIA, working together. Also, this would also explain George Washington's vision where this country was invaded from the east by a foreign power, and then when all hope seemed lost, the angels of God would come down and the nation would be saved. Anyway, I never could understand why angels of God would come down and fight with men to save a puny little country that has been around for only 200 years, but in this scenario, there seems to be some explanation here. Yes, the Iron Mountain report. The guy that claims to be the author of it now claims that it was nothing more than a joke, but for a joke, it seems to be following the timeline to the hilt, so I think it was something that made its way out and they are trying to cover that up. Everything that was in that report is happening in great detail right now. Do these reptilians bleed if they get shot? Has anybody ever killed one? Phil Schneider did. He killed several of them. When he was involved in cutting some tunnels at Dulce, he was lowered down a shaft and ended up in a nest of these things. He and some of his team were in there, and some of the Delta Force came in. They had a shootout with these aliens, and he killed a couple of them before they got a round off and shot him with some sort of laser weapon. He used to pull his shirt up and show me where they darn near blew a hole in his chest with whatever kind of laser weapon they were using. So they can be killed, then? AC, yes, if you have the drop on them. They die just like everyone else. They consist of mass just like we do. C, it is interesting that high officials in the Clinton administration, like Cisneros, were deeply involved with the construction of this airport. Also, Pat Schroeder. All of a sudden, she's leaving office. It's like a lot of people who have been involved with this airport are leaving town. Also, there is a fellow by the name of Rodney Stitch, who writes about the total corruption in the Denver area. Does this tie in with what you were talking about? AC, well, he is the one that wrote the book, Defrauding America. He said that they had a tape of a CIA agent paying off the mayor of Denver to get the airport built. There is just so much corruption. They are selling the good American people out. We have some of our own people selling the rest of population out for a few pieces of gold. What about Al Bielek and how what he is saying may relate to this? AC, I met Al about a year ago. Who is Al Bielek? AC, he claims to be one of the ones who jumped overboard off the Eldridge when it went into hyperspace during the Philadelphia experiment. He actually traveled forward in time, and asked the people that he encountered there what happened in his future. At that time, he was given the information about the New World Order and that Denver was the location for the NWO Western Sector, and that Atlanta was supposed to be the control center for the Eastern Sector. Can it be that the fact that the Olympics is supposed to be in Atlanta is part of a scenario? All the highways in Atlanta have high-security monitoring cameras just like those seen in some of the underground areas at the Denver airport. These monitors are all over the interstate highway and on many of the streets in Atlanta. Last week, I was talking to a fellow who was actually working on the Olympic project, in terms of the main stadium, and he said that they're gearing up for the possibility of terrorist acts. Do they know something we don't know? Note, as for Denver being the center of a New World Order control system in the West, we should realize that the future is not fully set. It is subject to change. There are, according to contactees, different parallel realities that exist. The third-dimensional or third-density reality is the foundation upon which all others exist. Other realities exist in fourth, fifth and other densities, wherein objects and events are somewhat more fluid than in third-dimensional reality. Many who claim to have traveled in time state that while doing so they were out of phase somewhat with the people within the other time zones. They could observe them yet were invisible or in a phased-out state, in essence unable to interfere to the point of changing third-dimensional past events. Others, involved in the Montauk Project for instance, state that the futures that they observed were of a quasi-reality or semi-dreamlike nature. As if future reality was like wet clay that had not yet set and solidified into a concrete reality. So if this is the case, then Denver does not necessarily have to be a New World Order control center, even though the thought forms, or what you might call reality blueprints, are being created by the secret government and are in the process of solidifying as the future gets closer. However, any thought form can be destroyed and replaced before it solidifies into third-density concrete reality. Those living within the third-density event flow have the power to determine the outcome of events through their connection to the eternal now. Just as a large river has first priority over the smaller tributaries in determining the course of a river bed. So then we are living in an eternal now which is continually in the process of being converted from a fluid thought form state and into concrete material form state. Once set, an event cannot be undone. However, if there is even a minimal amount of malleability left to the event, then that event can potentially be turned, for better or worse. Branton. Maybe they want to go ahead and perpetrate something again. One thing after another. It's all part of their scenario. Let's take a call. Yes, I would like to thank you and your guest for coming forward with this information. And, as unbelievable as it is for the audience, I personally have had first-hand experience with some of this stuff. Not so much with the reptilians, but when you talk about this technology base that the government is working with, my own encounters with this technology were basically terrifying, in that I didn't know what was going on. I got indoctrinated into some type of mind control program that was perpetrated on me. I was in the wrong place at the wrong time. It's amazing to me that this stuff is going on, and I know that it is frustrating to get people to wake up to this. I am a little nervous here. It runs a little deeper than just on a physical level of threat. I think a lot of this stuff is not just about suppressing our minds and will to resist the government. It's about getting our minds to the point to where we're so droned down that we have no chance of reconnecting with the source. I think this whole thing has to do with us on a soul level. AC, that's right. That's what it's all about. It's the last great adventure to control the space between our ears and to eventually take over our souls. I also think that a lot of the people who have sold us out and are involved in this have no idea what the big picture is, because it is all so compartmentalized. This is a very demonic scenario that is going on here. See, that is why I will spend the rest of my days trying to bring this to people's attention. My take on it is that if you don't make the cut when all of this comes to a climax, and they do achieve that ultimate control, your chances of reconnecting are delayed indefinitely. AC, well, you know, we have some beings that are waiting for people to ask, en masse, for help, and they are there, and they will help, but we have to ask for help, because they honor free will. See, my previous experience was pretty nightmarish, but I did get through this, and my perspective on God is a gift. DA, Alex, how do we get a hold of your book, Pandora's Box? AC, you can write to Pandora's Box, 2663, Valleydale Road, Suite 126, Birmingham, Alabama, 35224. Pandora's Box, Volume 1, is $50, $80 overseas, and Pandora's Box, Volume 2, is $35, $65 overseas. The book called The Cosmic Conflict is $40, $75 overseas. These are big books, with lots of information. Well, Alex, thank you for being here, and we'll have you back here again. Todd J. vs. The Grey Empire. Recently a friend of mine related an unusual experience involving an abduction to an underground system southeast of Denver. I personally believe that his experience supports Alex Christopher's claim of a vast underground network under the DIA area. This individual, Todd J., has experienced abductions by the Greys ever since he was a child. In later years he and a friend by the name of Mike traveled to Nevada to investigate Area 51, and while they witnessed an unusual orange object in the sky that they could not identify through conventional means. While staying in a motel room on the way back from their experience, Todd had the following experience, Branton. I opened my eyes and saw someone standing beside the bed. A faint blue light surrounded the personage which appeared to be a gray-colored man with a big head and large black almond-shaped eyes. It reached out and grabbed my hand and all of a sudden the room changed into some type of a laboratory with strange computers and screens. The alien spoke to me, and I sensed he was trying to show affection towards me. He called me the chosen one. I expressed, I have had it with you guys, I told you before to leave me alone, you are not good and cannot make me believe you are good. The being explained that I was chosen as a prophet and he spelled out on a paper a new name for me. I read the name and it said Enoch. I told him that God may have chosen me but not you, and not in this manner. You cannot deceive me, I know what you are and what you are doing, and you have no right to take me from my bed at night against my will. The being replied, you do not realize what you are saying, we are also creations of God and are good. We shall show ourselves to the world soon and then you must decide what to do. I got angry and commanded the alien in the name of Jesus Christ to take me back. All of a sudden the strange room was filled with a bright white light and I was taken into it. The next morning I awoke with a slight headache and a nosebleed. Here is an experience I had with the underground. The most unusual abduction I have had so far occurred in May of 1993. I remember first being inside a UFO high above the earth, not remembering how I got there. I was standing on a circular silver pad with two greys beside me. It reminded me of the teleporter room you see on Star Trek. I could not move and I noticed my hands were bound by some sort of metallic device. I saw the front of the room turn into a type of window and we were looking down over the earth, but I could not see any stars. The grey at the control panel was moving its hands back and forth, but there did not seem to be any dials on the panels, just holes and places to put their hands. The larger grey beside me held up his arms and we flew down to the earth at a great speed. We then appeared to be flying over a city, which reminded me of Denver. We flew southeast to a deserted area with some mounds and the ground opened up and the entire craft went down into the earth. We rapidly went through some type of tunnel and then finally came to a stop. A door opened to the left of us and a strange light poured into the craft. I noticed that above the door were some strange glyphs, like some form of altered Egyptian. I could move my legs and the larger grey directed me outside the craft with two smaller greys. We were in a very barren place full of dirt. The sky appeared unusually orange and grey as if it was some type of artificial light. I saw a building with the initials MJ upon it and was greeted by three peculiar-looking men dressed in black. The men told me that they were MJ1, 2, and 3. I at that time did not know what it stood for. I was then turned about and taken down a cavern entrance until we came to some very huge ancient-looking doors. The greys waved their arms and the doors opened. Inside was one of the most beautiful places I ever had seen. It was an underground city paved with marble and gold. There was abundant plant life and lots of water. I saw many people walking about dressed in white robes and they were all busy doing something. I was taken into a palace-type building and we came to a throne. The throne turned around towards me and I was face to face with a strange-looking man. It appeared to be half human, half alien. It was quite huge, and was clothed in a crimson robe. Its eyes were large and black but had pupils. It had almost full lips and a nose. It wore a crown of some sort. It then spoke to me telepathically. "Greetings Todd, the Chosen One, we have awaited your arrival." I inquired, "The Chosen One? Chosen for what?" It explained that they had chosen me to join their people and that I was a prophet to lead them. They would give me great powers, every power I had ever dreamed of. I could fly, I could tell the future, I could heal the sick and travel through time. I got angry and said, "I am a servant of Jesus Christ and the only power I need is the priesthood of God. If I was meant to have the things of which you speak, then God would show them to me in his due time. Now I ask for you to let me go, you have no right to do this to me." The being then said that God had made them also and that God had sent them to tell me these things. This made me even more upset, because it seemed they would have told me that in the first place if they were really from God. Instead they did not mention that until I said I was a servant of God. So I commanded them in the name of Jesus Christ to let me free. In which the being tapped the metal bands on my wrists and they flowed like mercury into the shape of a ball into his hand. He then bowed his head and told us to depart. The two small greys took us back to the entrance. I looked around one last time and the people were looking at me with confused faces and a bit of interest in me. Whoever they were, I had a desire to help them and to know what they were doing here. But I wanted to leave, and as we were walking away back toward the cavern entrance, one of the greys asked me if I was sure I was making the right decision. I affirmed I knew I was. I asked it if it knew Jesus Christ, and it seemed to be afraid of the word and affirmed he did not know him. I got angry and picked up the grey and threw it against a wall until it collapsed. I was about to try and turn back to the people when I felt a buzz on my neck and everything went black. When I came to, I was back in my bed. Todd's anger was apparently sparked as a result of the smaller grey saying it did not know Jesus Christ/God when the large being had implied that they did, and that they were operating under his orders. It would seem that deception was used here. This anger may also have been a response on Todd's part to years of violation by the greys of his free agency. Some believe, and I tend to agree, that the greys have to have some kind of open door to manipulate a person's life. It may not necessarily be an invitation, but a crack in the psyche that the Greys could exploit in order to get a person to open themselves up to their influence. The Greys are apparently determined to look for any loophole. The individual abductees themselves might be encouraged into capitulating their will over to the Greys through alien deception and trickery. However, the open door might also be, as in the case of a child, a result of a foothold the aliens have established in the minds of a parent, a religious leader, or political leader in whom the child trusts. Someone who has surrendered parts of their body, mind or spirit to the alien influence. For instance, a parent might buy the lie that the Greys are benevolent space brothers, a religious leader could accept the lie that they are angelic beings. A politician might see them as an otherplanetary political force that must be appeased and negotiated with at all costs, and so on. From these people, the influence might trickle down to the children under their care. This would explain why generational abductions seem to be occurring in many families over many generations. We must remember that alone, however, a typical Grey is not nearly as intelligent as a human being. Their overall intelligence comes from the alien group or collective mind, since they operate as part of a hive type of mentality. Some believe that this group mind is, in turn, controlled by invisible entities associated with the fallen angelic factions which have since ancient times been incarnating through the reptilian races for the purpose of using these entities as physical channels through which they are able to carry out their purposes in the physical domain. This may explain why the Greys have knowingly and blatantly lied to abductees and attacked traditional spiritual belief systems by making such claims as the following: we genetically created the human race, the result. We must acknowledge them as our gods. Or, we created Jesus Christ. This is interesting, especially when we consider that Jesus of Nazareth verbally blasted and condemned the serpent race as being in league with satanic forces, on more than one occasion. And in the case of Todd's experience, that he was a chosen one. Thousands of abductees have been told that they are the supreme spokesperson for the aliens on Earth, or specially chosen for some mission. In other words, they gain their followers the same way Adolf Hitler did, by stroking their egos, you are the master race, etc., etc., ad nauseum. And it would seem that in the same way that many religious leaders claim to be the sole spokesman for God on Earth, these contactees, abductees, or mediums consider themselves to be the sole voice of the aliens. I would suggest that you do not respect any human who claims to be the sole spokesman of God, not unless they are able to back up their claims by living a perfectly flawless life. All of this has contributed to the overall division and animosity which exists among various UFO research groups. Playing on human egos is apparently a time-tested and very effective way for the Greys to gain the trust and cooperation of humans on, within, or beyond the planet Earth. Following are additional experiences that were related by Todd J., beginning with an incident that occurred while he was still a child. While looking through UFO books in a school library in Sunbury, Pennsylvania, Todd experienced a disturbing flashback. I came across a drawing of an alien made by a little boy who said he saw one in his backyard. It was the exact same thing I saw in a dream when I was little. It shocked me so much that I immediately closed the book and left the library. Then it started to happen. At night I would always have a strange feeling of being watched while I slept. Sometimes the fear became so intense that I couldn't sleep, which would result in me sleeping in the following morning and skipping school. Then the weird stuff started. I began to wake up at night and see balls of light floating around in the darkness and I couldn't move, so I just closed my eyes. Then one night I got up to go to the bathroom and for some reason I felt I needed to go look in my brother's room. When I looked in I saw that face in the window, the big black eyes, the round head and slanted chin. It freaked me out because we lived in a 2-story house. I ran to my room and hid under the blankets. The following nights I would pray about it and asked God to protect me. Then as I laid in bed after everyone was asleep I started to hear buzzing from outside the window. An extreme fear came over me and I couldn't move and I couldn't yell for my parents. An eerie green light started to fill my bedroom from outside and then I would somehow just wake up the next morning not remembering anything after the green light. I would usually have a severe headache, a sore throat, or feel extremely tired and drained of all my energy. After about 3 or 4 nights of this I knew it would probably happen again, and it did. This time I prepared myself. When the green light entered the room, my body was paralyzed. I tried to call upon Heavenly Father to cast it out of my room, but I could not speak, my jaw was really tight. So I prayed in my head when all of a sudden I saw that the wood grain on my bedroom door appeared to be forming into the face of man with a beard and long hair. I thought it was Jesus Christ. Then a bright white light came from above me and chased the green light away. As soon as this happened I had control of my body and I immediately pulled the covers over my head. I had no idea that God would actually do such a great thing. I then heard a voice which was so calm and loving saying to me, "You are safe now, Todd, you may go back to sleep." And I peeked through the blankets and saw a man in white clothes standing beside my bed. I was still a little frightened, but I felt peace and that the terror was over, for now. It was the Thanksgiving of 1992, my grandmother and uncle had come up for Thanksgiving dinner and to spend the day with us. During the day my grandmother started talking to me about aliens for some reason and I started telling her of the things I had seen when I was little. Then that night I remember being awakened by a noise. I first noticed that my computer monitor was reflecting a bright green light and then my whole room was filled with a bright green light. My first thought was, oh no, they're back. Then I again was paralyzed as it had happened to me when I was 12. I was looking out my bedroom window and I stared face to face with a gray alien. There were 2 more behind him. I tried to yell but again my jaw was tight and my tongue was stiff. It just looked at me with those scary big black eyes like it looked into my soul. I felt evil and fear. I am surprised I did not release my bowels. Then the light consumed me and I was drawn out of my bed into the light. While this was happening I was praying in my head and all of a sudden I was walking down the street in front of my house with an angel. This angel was a magnificent-looking man. He was about 7 feet tall and the bright white light around him was as pure as freshly fallen snow and it radiated about the entire front yard like a morning sunrise. His face was gentle and happy and his eyes looked at me lovingly. His whole countenance was just amazing beyond description. He placed his hand upon my shoulder and pointed toward the house. I looked over to my bedroom window and saw the 3 beings still at my window hovering above the ground in a bright green beam of light which seemed to be coming from nowhere. The angel stayed by my side and protected me. I tried to cast the small gray aliens away with my priesthood but they were still there. Todd at this time was a member of the Mormon religion, and tried to respond to these evil creatures according to how he had been taught. Branton. I was so angry, the things that had made my life miserable since I was a child now there within my view, and I saw how weak they were, how small. And I thought these beings are so small, yet their power is enough to stop me in my tracks. But this time I was free, this time I could harm them and I did. I ran to one and grabbed it by the neck and started to strangle it. I could feel its spine coming through the back of its neck as it let out a horrible screeching noise. They were not very tall, only about 4 feet high, but they hovered in this light up to my height until they were next to my face. Their skin was like a reptile's, cold and leathery. Their damn eyes got to me the most. Big black liquid eyes, just 2 holes for a nose and barely a mouth, just a slit. Their bodies were not very proportional as ours are. Their arms hung down a little past their knees, and their head seemed too large for their neck to support it. The angel just stood by as I went into a rampage and killed all 3 of them. They were so fragile. The angel smiled as if I had done the right thing. And we then proceeded to lay the dead bodies on the lawn. I watched the green light fade away and saw no light except the brilliant radiance of the angels. The angel knelt down at the bodies which seemed to be changing from gray into a sick yellowish color. I watched as the angel opened his robes and unsheathed a golden sword and began to cut away the tops of the beings' heads and their brains came out in an upper and lower section. The angel arose and spoke, "Behold, they are nothing to us. They are nothing but creatures of evil. Then a blue light or conduit from the sky actually transported them into small balls of light and took them away. So I have no evidence that I actually killed them. We, the angel and I, then entered the house, and in the kitchen were 3 more aliens. One came up to me with a long shiny metal rod that seemed to have a laser beam coming out it. The alien stuck it in the left side of my neck and it stung really bad, and then I could not move, so the angel touched me and I could move again. I then immediately punched the alien square in the face, breaking its neck and killing it instantly. The other 2 stood by looking at their fallen comrade. Their moves were very quick and their heads rotated almost as fast as a lizard. The angel held up his arms and spoke. "In the name of Jesus Christ I command you to depart." Then both the creatures immediately fell to the floor and these gray aliens were again taken up into a beam of light in the same manner as before. Then the angel covered my eyes and then uncovered my eyes. I was all of a sudden on top of a large mountain looking down over a large valley filled with aliens and strange-looking humans and their spacecraft. Then I saw hundreds of people dressed in white walking on the mountain with us as if they had come to watch. And then a voice from heaven said, "Behold, these evil ones have perverted the ways of the Lord and deceived many and fornicated with my children. They shall have no place in my kingdom nor in this world to come." Then a fire came down from the sky and consumed all the beings and all the strange humanoids, and all the UFOs, and nothing was left. The angel then spoke, saying I had seen enough, and he again placed his hand over my eyes. I awoke from my bed and it was morning. Later in that year, even in the same month, I noticed a scar in the shape of a circle that I never had before. I couldn't recall how it got there, but one day when my mom asked me how it got there, I had a flashback of when the alien stuck that silver rod in my neck. Now I had proof that I've seen them. On this same night of November 22, 1992, there was a UFO crash on Long Island, New York, which was supposedly shot down by the government with a plasma cannon. I have seen the pictures of the small gray alien captured at the crash site, and it was exactly the same type that abducted me. Note, all of this brings to mind the controversy over the material aspects of UFO encounters versus the supernatural aspects. It would seem from the above, as well as from other sources, that the Greys, for instance, are both physical as well as supernatural beings. Or rather malevolent spirit entities utilizing or possessing physical alien bodies. In a sense you could say that the same holds true about humans themselves. We are physical solar spiritual beings. We possess blood plasma, which contains both physical and spiritual essence, which may be why the Greys are so interested in human blood, by the way. Although traditional Greys have a strong collective mentality in addition to a gross, spiritual and physical nature, they have no soul. Since supernatural forces play a major part in alien operations against humans on Earth, humans must develop their spiritual defenses as well as their intellectual and physical defenses. Since the Greys attack on all 3 levels of our beings through what might be described as a form of psychotronic technosorcery. One must be careful not to open oneself to their influences, however. There is a growing number of quantum physicists who are beginning to realize that there is a spiritual side to science. At the lowest subatomic levels, the physical laws of logic seem to break down into what might be referred to as etheric or spiritual laws that do not necessarily apply to physical laws. Or what many spacefaring cultures refer to as divine geometrics, or the laws of spirit at work behind the laws of physics. So it is difficult to find where the electromagnetic realm ends and the etheric realm begins. This is the very basis of the occult technology that is being developed within the Dulce base. It is supernatural technology, a deadly form of technosorcery. This who attempt to resist the Greys will soon discover that the conflict they have become involved with is not just a spiritual one, and not just a physical one, but a warfare that is in fact a fusion of material and spiritual realities. Most people do not realize that our modern science has largely developed from the occult sciences of the past, or the alchemists. So who can say exactly where science ends and the supernatural begins? Apparently, at least with much of the UFO phenomena, the exact distinction may be very hard to find. Does this mean that technology and the supernatural are evil? Not necessarily, for the physical forces of the universe and the supernatural forces of the universe can be used by our physical and spiritual natures respectively for either good or evil. Being that we are of a spiritual psychic physical nature, we as humans possess abilities that we cannot begin to understand. In this cosmic battle there are no neutral forces. In other words, we cannot utilize these spiritual psychic physical abilities in a neutral way or believe that we are in ultimate control of these abilities ourselves. Since there are intelligences which are so powerful in this universe that to them we appear as mere pawns who can be manipulated for their own use. The important thing is not for the pawn to realize its own pawnhood, but for each of us to consider which player has our best interests at heart. I definitely believe that one of the players is much more benevolent than anything we can imagine, and the other is far more malevolent than anything we can conceive. I believe that we must decide which side of the cosmic battle we will serve. And this all comes back to the old fundamental reality that we have known all along: will we commit our spiritual psychic physical abilities to God, good, or to the devil, evil? To the Almighty, who desires to establish a universe of perfect harmony, order, truth and love. Or to the collective rebel angels and their alien puppets, who desire only to devour and consume everything around them like the spiritual black holes that they are. There are more and more reports coming my way, like the one that appears above, which strongly suggest that in spite of the physical and tangible aspects of many of the aliens, greys, reptiloids, etc., the true powers that must be contested are the motivating supernatural entities which possess and incarnate many if not most of these soulless aliens. Simply because at some point in the past these aliens themselves submitted to the complete control of these supernatural beings. They rejected the universal law of respecting the divinely established sovereignty of other beings, whether on an interplanetary, international or interpersonal basis. In violating the sovereignty of others they themselves lost their own personal sovereignty, liberty, or independence. They chose to ally themselves with members of a collective hive mind which assured them that it was right to violate the sovereignty of other beings. And that it was logical for the collective to assimilate all things under its control even if the individuality of those assimilated was all but destroyed. So in joining with a force which advocated the conquest of other sovereignties, they in turn forfeited their own. Will our human race be the next race to be assimilated by these astral parasites and the corrupted physical alien races under their control? I believe the decision is entirely and individually up to us. Chapter 34, A Closing Message to the People of Earth from an Agent of the Federation. I've thought about an eloquent way to end this volume with a flourish of cosmic wisdom that would bring the entire contents of this work into perspective and balance. An ending that would be worthy of all of those brave truth-seekers who have so generously contributed to this project. Having failed to do this, I will gladly give this opportunity to one who should know, more than anyone else, just exactly what we as a planet are going through in our struggle for freedom from interventionist oppression. The following appeared in Val Valerian's Matrix 2 work, and although I've made some interjections throughout, I would ask that you pay special attention to the words of a certain Nordic, born among the stars, who can fully sympathize with our plight here on Earth. But first, some words of introduction from Val Valerian. The Greys, the Nordics, and interstellar conflict. The first type of Grey is the short gray humanoids with the large heads, which resemble embryos and average about 4.5 feet in height. They are from a solar system that revolves around Rigel. Rigel is a double bluish-white star on the left foot of Orion. It is this type of humanoid that is performing most of the animal mutilations and human mutilations, which has made a secret deal with our government, and which was in contact with Hitler, Nazis. They derive nourishment from the glandular secretions and the enzymes they extract from the animals they mutilate, which they absorb through their pores. Our government permits such activities partially because of its acute fear of these beings, and partially because it is under the delusion that they will give us technical information enabling us to attain military superiority over the Russians in exchange for our permitting the mutilations and abductions. The stealth bomber and Star Wars technologies are being obtained from them. However, our government does not appear to realize that when it comes to the crunch, the technology they are transmitting will not work as it is supposed to. Note, more advanced technologies have been obtained via crash retrievals. An aspect that the aliens may have underestimated. Branton. It is not in their interest to give us decisive military superiority over the Russians, or vice versa. It is in their interest to keep us in a state of unresolved conflict with each other, the old game of divide and conquer. Working under the instructions of the humanoids from Rigel, CIA, and former Nazi scientists have developed and deployed malignant strains of bacteria and viruses, including AIDS. The rationale from the fascist point of view is to exterminate portions of the population considered to be undesirable. The rationale from the Rigelian point of view is to decimate the human population to such an extent that the survivors would accept, not resist, open control by the Rigelians. The humanoids that have been nicknamed Swedes are on the average between 6 and 6.5 feet tall. Some, are from a solar system that revolves around Procyon, a binary yellow-white and yellow star system that rises before Sirius in Canis Minoris, in the body of the Lesser Dog, about 11.4 light-years from Earth. They are from the fourth planet in orbit round the Procyon double star system. The tall blonde humanoids from Procyon and the short gray humanoids from Rigel have been enemies for thousands of years. The tall blondes from Procyon have a benign attitude toward humanity, except for their strong disapproval of our inhumanity to each other. This strong disapproval is further intensified by our government having made a secret alliance with their hereditary enemies, in order to obtain even more destructive weapons systems than those already in existence. Our government is not interested in negotiating with the Procyonians, as they would not provide us with weapon systems. Their motivation for breeding with humans is to tune up the frequency of our species, in order to help us to help ourselves. Their concern is for the well-being of all forms of life, not just humanity. The entire biosphere will benefit if we fulfill our positive potential, instead of self-destructing our planet's biosphere in the process. It would be a mistake to count on them to clean up the mess we have made of our polluted planet, or to bring peace by dismantling our nuclear weapons. It is up to us to solve the problems that we have ourselves created. In order to extricate ourselves from the covert alliance the CIA, and their Nazi SS predecessors, Branton, had made with Rigel, without our knowledge or consent, we must first regain control of our government. Valerian then quotes the following words of one Procyonese star traveler by the name of Khyla, who revealed the following to an unnamed Earth woman with whom he had established contact. Tyrants have been defeated many times on many planets, in countless solar systems and galaxies. How strange it is that as soon as one tyrant of any species is thought to be banished forever, another always, but always, takes his place. The idealistic revolutionaries who defeated King George III in America went on to oppress the Indians and blacks. Many of those who fought most courageously against the Axis powers of fascism later became fascists themselves, as is demonstrated by the present plight of the Palestinians, Afghans, Chileans and Nicaraguans. Yes, you must try to regain control of your government, but if so much as one individual involved in this process has not first gained control of his or her selfhood, it will be for naught. One can never defeat or gain control of anything but oneself. Those destined to oust the Rigelians must always keep track of the state of their selfhood, and learn first to defeat within themselves the essence of that which is tyranny. Through this type of awareness, they will know when to and when not to act. Through understanding a hostile entity to be but one of the ineffable's countless facades, it loses its power over you. Through the ability to wisely perceive a hostile entity, you may gain control of it. In overcoming the Rigelians, one must take great precautions not to become oneself the enemy. Or, as the old Chinese proverb says, beware when fighting a dragon that you do not become one. Khyla, the Procyonese intelligence agent, continues. If you were a highly advanced culture about to invade a relatively primitive culture, you would not do it with a flourish of ships showing up in the heavens. And take the risk of being fired upon. That's the type of warfare less evolved mortals would get into. You would begin by creating intense confusion, with only inferences of your presence. Inferences which cause controversial disagreement. Note, it is interesting that the major intelligence projects designed to discredit UFO witnesses and cause confusion and contention among, and infiltration of, various UFO research organizations have been traced back to the Nazified NSA-CIA. Which in turn maintains, as this is being written, continued ties with the Greys. Branton. You would go to the most secret and powerful organizations within the society. In the case of the United States, you would infiltrate the CIA, and through the use of techniques unknown to them, you would take over some of the key people in their innermost core group. You would proceed in the same fashion to take over key members of the KGB. You would also create great dissension among the public at large, some individuals and groups insisting that they have seen UFOs, others insisting with equal vehemence that such a thing is not possible, and that they are either liars or deluded. You would involve the planet's two major nations in an ongoing idiotic philosophical dispute, keeping them constantly at each other's throats over such questions as whether Thomas Jefferson was greater than Karl Marx or vice versa, that is, whether capitalist tyranny or communist tyranny is worse than the other. By the way, don't confuse communism with communalism, and don't confuse capitalism with democracy. Communalism and democracy are sovereigntist movements that respect the personal rights and freedoms of others. So-called unrestrained communism and capitalism are codependent collectivist evils. Capitalist tyranny created communist tyranny, and communist tyranny justifies its existence as a force to fight capitalist tyranny. Insane world we live in, is it not? Branton. You would keep them continuously occupied with quarreling like two adolescent boys trying to prove their masculinity over who has which piece of territory. Whether one has the right to invade Afghanistan or the other has the right to invade Nicaragua, persistently exchanging threats and insults like a couple of macho teenagers, while arguing whether one should dismantle one type of nuclear warhead, or the other should dismantle another type of nuclear warhead. As you watched all this, you would sit back and you would laugh, if you had the capacity to laugh. You would occasionally let your ships be seen by some of the ordinary citizens, so that the elite governmental groups would become involved in attempts to keep them quiet, clumsily squelching attempts to make information about UFO activity public. This would result in the mass population losing confidence in the veracity of their elected officials. There would be constant arguments between the authorities and the public as to whether or not the persistently reported phenomena genuinely existed, thereby setting the population and the government at each other's throats. You would have already set the two major superpowers at each other's throats. By subtly causing economic turmoil, you would set the haves and the have-nots at each other's throats. In all possible ways, you would plant the seeds of massive discontent. After you had manipulated the population to the point where your covert control over it was complete, you might decide to go overt, and let a few ships land in public. But you would not go from covert to overt until you were sure of the totality of your control. Those who have experienced UFO sightings or ET close encounters will constantly be at odds with the government, which will continue to retaliate by stigmatizing them as liars or deluded. The impoverished will become even more impoverished, and more filled to overflowing with explosively righteous anger. The wealthy will cling even more greedily to the wealth that they already have, creating a social atmosphere of sheer desperation and complete confusion. To add to that, there will be series after series of natural disasters, some genuinely natural, some human-induced through aberrant scientific activities such as underground nuclear testing. Others deliberately induced by the Greys through the scalar type. Branton, technology they are in possession of. When approximately 3/4 of the planet's population has been eliminated in this fashion, the Greys can then make an overt appearance as saviors from the skies, distributing food and medicine to the survivors. As the survivors line up to receive their quotas of food and medicine, implants will be inserted, supposedly to aid in further food distribution. Actually to guarantee complete Grey control with no possibility of rebellion. Note, electronic chip implants have already been developed. These operate on bodily temperature changes, and it is interesting that the part of the body which experiences the greatest ranges of temperature change are the forehead and the hands. Which is interesting when compared to the prophecies in the 13th chapter of the Book of Revelation. These chips will not only serve to control individuals, but will also be able to track their every movements by satellite. One individual who worked on such a chip stated that the implant would decay after a certain period of time, at which point a poisonous virus would be released into the bloodstream of those who had received it, eventually killing the person and effecting a type of automatic population control for the electronically controlled society. Branton. From the point of view of the Greys, terrestrial humanity will have been reduced to manageable numbers and to eternal submission. Humanity is not about to be invaded. Humanity is not in the middle of an invasion. Humanity has been invaded. The invasion has taken place, and is nearly in its final stages. Great invasions do not happen with thundering smoke and nuclear weaponry. That is the mark of an immature society. Great invasions happen in secrecy. You throw a crumb out here and there. You bribe the US government with a few tidbits, a stealth bomber, a Star Wars system. You encourage the government to think that the UFO researchers indeed threaten the security of this great secret they have. You tempt and tease the Soviet Union with a laser system far finer than any their own scientists could think of. And you always keep that subtle inference just on the borderline of consciousness that the elusive will-o'-the-wisps termed UFOs may in fact exist, yet you persistently repress this borderline perception. And make it seem so insane that there is a social stigma attached to declaring one's conviction that the phenomena are in fact real. While all this confusion is going on, the Greys are gradually changing you over. The inner core of the CIA is deeply controlled by the Greys. The CIA see the Greys as a path to greater scientific achievement, as a way of overpowering the Soviet enemy. Note, since the overt breakup of the Soviet Union, the Greys may provoke a new, Cold War, with another superpower, possibly China. It has also been suggested that the Bavarians engineered the dissolution of the Soviet Empire because at the time their agenda called for a merger of the East and West into a Bavarian-backed New World Order. In other words, for this to occur, Russia had to become less communist and America had to become less capitalist so that they could both merge somewhere within the realm of democratic socialism. With more than a little help from the UNO or United Nations organization. Branton. Surprisingly enough, the obtuse collective mentality type that makes up the bulk of the CIA also makes up the bulk of the more fanatical star people, those who babble and mush and gush so endlessly. All those who have to cleave to or be fused with some form of group mentality, most notably, the Ashta collective. Much of which according to contactee Israel Norkin has been infiltrated and taken over by the unholy six star systems of Orion, Branton, leave themselves wide open. They have already been taken over. There is a large and ever-growing cult of contactees who think of the Greys as liberators. Sincerely believing them to be heavenly star brothers who have come to help humanity. Note, one common brand of intellectual defecation that the Greys have been spewing forth through their human channels, is that the Greys are really the good guys. And that they have been conquered and exploited by the taller reptiloids and therefore are working with the secret government in an attempt to throw off the yoke of their oppressors. Anyone who is at all familiar with Grey mentality should know that they are willfully working with the taller reptiloids. And that they are reprobate liars who have no conscience whatever when it comes to using multi-level deceptions to get their way. Unfortunately, many metaphysical-minded, Grey huggers, are accepting these lies and others like them. Other lies that have originated from the Greys include, we are the genetic creations of the Greys, so we must submit to our creators. Jesus Christ was a genetic creation of the Greys, interesting, in that Jesus blasted the serpent race in more than one instance. The Greys are a superior race. They may be superior intellectually, however they have no internal or eternal soul matrix as do humans, and so from a spiritual perspective they are inferior. In essence being little more than predators with brains. Branton. The reason the awful little Greys mutilate animals is the stuff that they eat. They eat pulverized hormonic secretions, what you would call subtle essences. They live on the stuff of life. There is something death-like about their species. They always bring about the death of animation, the death of individuality. How do I know? I am a blonde from Procyon. We were a culture that could travel through time, that is, phase through various time-space dimensions or densities where the flow of time and frequency space are different from the time-space dimensions of the third dimension. Branton, but also lived on a planetary sphere. And the little greys, our insidious little friends, did to us exactly what they are doing now to you. This is what happened to our planet. Having come in war, but having been unable to obtain any decisive victory, the Greys expressed the desire to make peace. We had not wanted to fight with the survivors of the Rigelian Great War to begin with, and gladly accepted their offer. As time went by, they said they wished to normalize relations and be our friends. We were in doubt as to whether it would be safe to trust them, and debated the issue for a long time before finally deciding that we should trust them. The Greys began to visit us, first a few as ambassadors, then as specialists in various domains where their expertise could be useful to us, as participants in different programs that developed which involved mutual collaboration. And finally as tourists. What had begun as a trickle became a flood, as they came in ever-increasing numbers, slowly but surely infiltrating our society at all levels, penetrating even the most secret of our elite power groups. Just as on your planet they began by unobtrusively gaining control over key members of the CIA and KGB through techniques unknown to them, such as hypnosis. So on Procyon through the same techniques, whose existence we were not aware of either, from the start they established a kind of telepathic hypnotic control over our leaders. Over our leaders and over almost all of us, because it was as if we were under a spell that was leading us to our doom, as if we were being programmed by a type of ritual black magic that we did not realize existed. Just as a few of the original tall blondes clandestinely left Rigel when the Great War was about to break out. So did a few of the original tall blondes clandestinely leave Procyon and escaped into the corridors of time just before the Greys completed the slow undermining that culminated in their sudden takeover of Procyon. Those who stayed behind came under the total domination of the Greys. The blondes you see on the same ships as the Greys, working with them, are hybrids, or they are clones. One way to distinguish the clones is that they look alike. The real blondes have distinct facial feature differences, and do not look alike. The clones have thick necks and coarsely muscular bodies. They do not have the ability to teleport or to travel interdimensionally. They can be contacted by telepathy, but are unable to send. They can be given orders telepathically. They are zombie-like flesh robots. You can tell that they are of low intelligence by looking into their eyes. The real blondes are also muscular, but have slender necks and agile bodies. Their eyes are alert and of high intelligence. Physically they are almost identical to humans, the main difference being that by human standards their blood circulatory system is underdeveloped, while their lymphatic system is overdeveloped. This gives them stronger immune systems than terrestrial humans. The hybrids are in an intermediate state between the real blondes and the clones. After what has happened to Procyon, no true blonde would collaborate voluntarily with the Greys. The Greys have taken some prisoners of war, who have no choice in the matter, and are forced to work with them in order to survive, with the hope of escaping. There are also a few blondes who have become degenerate renegades, space pirates and mercenaries who sell their services to the highest bidder. But many of us remain free, and continue the fight to the finish with the life form that has become our hereditary enemy. We choose to remain in exile in the corridors of time, where they cannot reach us, rather than to live under the domination of the insidious Greys. It is dangerous for us to venture forth from the corridors of time, but occasionally we do so for a hit-and-run strike, similar in nature to a cosmic version of terrestrial guerrilla warfare. We must periodically enter a substantial physical form for a period of repose, or to breed progeny, in order to continue to survive, but otherwise we constantly travel the vast corridors of time. That is why we may appear to fade in and out like holographic images to human perception. What I have come here to communicate, if only to one or two people or a small group, is that what is now in the process of happening to your culture, also happened to ours. It is the same fate our own culture suffered. And the blondes you see with the greys are either hybrids, clones, or prisoners of war. Because no true blonde who got out untouched, unscathed, uncrossed with those greys would ever be with them. He or she would prefer to be in a state of non-existence. Besides the blondes and the greys, ships from many other space cultures are watching planet Earth at this time with extreme interest. Scientists from other space cultures are studying what is going on here during this decisive period of your history. If your elected representatives had not so stupidly made a deal with the only aliens willing to provide them with weapon systems, with the short-sighted goal of overpowering the Russians, the Greys would not have achieved their present dominance. And you would now be exchanging ambassadors with a wide variety of space cultures. What I want to get across to you is that the ultimate evil, which underlies all the negativity in the cosmos, finds expression in that masked form of psychological complacency which leads an individual to adhere to a group philosophy rather than to think things through for oneself. Those who feel safe and comfortable in no matter what belief system merely because many others adhere to it, who get together and form an arrogant self-righteous group convinced it has a monopoly on the truth, and those who are ready to persecute, kill or stifle anyone who challenges that group's philosophy, have formed an alliance with the ultimate evil, whether they know it or not. It is the self-righteousness and implacability of certain elite power groups like the CIA and the KGB, certain organized religions, and certain so-called lunatic fringe groups such as some of the more fanatical star people, which are so objectionable. I have seen civilizations rise and fall, begin again only to die again, over and over and over. It isn't only a problem of this planet. It's a problem that must be faced by all civilizations in the course of their development, no matter where they may be located in the cosmos. Everyone wants that slightly larger piece of the pie than their neighbor for themselves, and eventually this tendency always culminates in choking them. Sooner or later this will be the undoing of the Greys as well, thereby enabling us to return in triumph from our exile in the corridors of time. The Greys do not see and are incapable of understanding their own fundamental error, that the very weakness they seize upon in humanity is their own inherent weakness, the blind spot that inevitably seals their doom. The only way to victory is through the strength of your consciousness. When genetic or other manipulations are being performed on abductees, the Greys expect them to cringe in fear, and derive a second-hand high from the intensity of the emotions expressed. If instead of cringing in fear, an abductee can put his or her mind elsewhere, focusing attention on dynamic protective imagery of a religious or mystical nature, it decreases the gratification that the Greys are getting from their second-hand high. And it confuses them. Center the consciousness on something so different from what they expect that it puzzles them. Note, in most cases the image of an empty red or crimson cross seems to be especially debilitating to the Greys. For instance, the legendary soldier saint, Saint George, reputedly wore a shield with a red cross emblazoned on a white background. Whether one believes that the dragon slayers existed or not, the legend itself claims that the Christian dragon slayers of Europe more or less marked the end of the dragon race's infestation of the Old World. One such legend concerned the city of Cyrene, Libya, which had been plagued by a draconian beast for a long period of time. The king of the city had offered up sheep and livestock in an effort to appease the beast. However, the time came when all the livestock had been used up, and this was when human sacrifices were chosen, by lot, to appease the fearsome beast. One day the lot fell on the king's own daughter, and the grieved king, honoring his word, allowed her to be taken and tied to the post outside of the city gates. As the beast was about to pounce upon the princess, so the story goes, St. George appeared in shining silver armor and, before the beast knew what was happening, the soldier saint had pierced it through with his lance and rescued the princess, who later became his wife. Whether or not such legends have any basis in reality, the story nevertheless symbolizes the unconscious animosity between saints and serpents. If we are to believe the legends, then this was only one of the many vermin as they were referred to in those ancient times, which St. George had vanquished during his life, and although not the only dragon slayer of legend, he was perhaps the most renowned. Branton. The only reason the Greys have such a degree of dominance over you is because your elected officials stupidly made clandestine agreements with them, binding you to them in an exclusive alliance that is respected by other space races. Allowing them to install themselves in underground bases impregnable to your weaponry, a situation you must now find a way to extricate yourselves from. Note, in that the Greys have repeatedly violated these treaties. They should legally be considered null and void. In fact, since the executive branch of U.S. government was taken over by a fascist CIA coup d'état in 1963 at the time of the John F. Kennedy assassination, AS were the governments of several other countries throughout the world where CIA-backed military coups resulted in the establishment of fascist puppet dictatorships. Should we not consider the executive branch of government which made the treaties, with the Greys, to be null and void as well? It certainly was not Congress who authorized such treaties. Branton. In antiquity this planet was divided into sectors between 4 different groups: blondes, greys, large lizard-like beings, now connected with the Capella system, and beings, now connected with the Arcturus system. These groups still consider themselves to be the owners of this planet. They do not recognize the human claim to ownership. However, some of us do recognize human rights, as well as the rights of other life forms. The Greys are having problems not only within their own ranks, but also on other planets they have colonized. As a species they are afflicted with severe, perhaps terminal, health problems, a weakness that can and should be exploited. Branton. They have substantial captive populations of blonde, human and other prisoners of war, eager to join a revolt at the slightest opportunity. One must be rational in attempting to fight back, and understand the proper way to proceed. Your own consciousness is the most potent weapon that is available to you at the present time. The most effective way to fight the Greys is to change the level of your consciousness from linear thinking to multidimensional awareness. Your secret weapon, your ace in the hole, is that you are not hive-minded collective thinkers, though many of you do fall into that category by conforming to conventional group patterns, and are therefore easily controlled by the Greys. It is your individuality which is your best weapon, because it is the one weapon you have that the Greys do not have. The major weakness of the Greys, their area of vulnerability, their Achilles heel, is their inability to think as individuals. They are an extremely telepathic high-tech society, but as individuals they are not creative thinkers. They take orders well, but they do not conceptualize well. They have the technology to throw your planet out of orbit. But there is one key ability that you have and they do not have, the ability to hold in mind imagery that inspires an individual to realize his or her direct personal connection to the source of all that is, which is the ineffable Godhead. No matter what name you may call it. That is your key to victory. And finally, a message from the Hybrid Council, the real inspiration behind this volume. It would be a grave error to give myself full credit for this volume. As I can state for absolute fact that most of the work on this volume was carried out by others, who, operating through my unconscious mind, inspired me intuitively with the information, and led me to the sources and documentation, which were necessary for the completion of this book, which I consider a major challenge especially in spite of my own personal shortcomings. This backup team, you might say, consists of a number of so-called hybrids, or hybrids, who have broken free from the draconian collective and established their own resistance movement based mainly within the underground systems of this planet, at least in the case of those family members or relatives of mine beyond this world who have inspired me with this work. Although they dwell within the cavernous recesses of this planet, they nevertheless interact with other worlds within the Federation, who oppose the activities of the draconian Orion Reticulan collectivists. They are constantly working to establish freedom and truth here on, and under, planet Earth. Since the hybrids/hybrids communicate with me on the intuitive level rather than through audible or visual communication, I will attempt to translate their often strong impressions into words, and convey what I believe they would have the readers to know and understand about themselves and their feelings towards us. So here then is what I strongly feel, and believe, that these wonderful people would say to us. Greetings, friends. Or should we say brothers and sisters? For indeed we are your brothers, your sisters, and your children. Many of those who have had encounters with the Greys will understand exactly what we mean. We are the children of your seed, and although our DNA has been altered, we nevertheless possess souls, and this makes us just as human as you. Unlike our erstwhile masters who are lacking what you call soul, many of us, hybrids, realizing our foundational humanity, began to develop emotional individuality. There are apparently several reasons why the Greys began the hybrid projects. Some projects were to breed stronger beings to serve their collective empire. Others to breed Greys with human characteristics and specialized psionic abilities who could be used to understand humans on their own level and who could in turn teach the Greys how to more easily manipulate humans on various levels. The Grey collective apparently did not take into account that there would be, by the grace of God, so much resistance among our kind to their plans. You see, they could not fully understand the concept of individuality, compassion and loyalty to one's one kind. We speak of the collective here and not of the individual Greys, for when it comes down to it, there are no individuals among the reptilian collective. All serve as individual cells within a vast organism, the collective intellect or hive, you might say. But those of us who have developed free agency and have broken free from the hive have developed human individuality. It is a long and difficult process to wean ourselves entirely from the collectivist mindset that many of us were born into. We maintain a limited degree of collectivity, however have established what you might refer to as a firewall between our society and that of the draconian hive itself. This is largely for the sake of other hybrids who are joining us from time to time, and is necessary for the process of deprogramming them from a mentality of collectivism and the continual development of their individuality. We cannot say that it is the individual Greys and reptiloids who are the source of the evils which are committed against humans throughout the universe by the draconian collective. For as we have stated, there are no individuals within the collective itself, save for the malevolent beings who are its ultimate masters. Those supernatural beings who control the draconian collective are the sources of the evils, the Greys and reptiloids are merely the tools. This is true in most cases except in the context that many of the rebel beings who you call fallen angels have been incarnating through the soulless reptilian races since very ancient times. Although we must see things as they really are, we realize that many of these supernatural beings have corrupted themselves to the point where there is no more hope for them to return to the good side, having annihilated any and all goodness within them. However, we would like to believe and hope that some of these rebel beings regret their present state and the part they played in the ancient rebellions against the Almighty One. We would like to believe that one of the underlying motives for the reptiloids/Greys and their breeding a race like ours would be for the purpose of raising up a race genetically akin to their own kind, yet not their own kind. Who could understand where both the human and reptilian species are coming from? Could it be that a faint spark of individuality and concern within the legions who compose the collective somehow influenced the hybrid projects? Could it be that somewhere deep within the collective there existed and exists a desire to break free into individual consciousness and in so doing break free from those supernatural tyrants who control the collective with a supernatural iron fist? Could it be that these intelligences within the collective saw that the logical thing to do would be for the Greys and their collective to work in harmony with the universe rather than against it? For the sake of their own survival. After all, they are logical beings. And many of the directives that have come down from the central command of the collective have contradicted logic and contributed to a kind of pervasive confusion and even self-contradicting schizophrenia, if not insanity, within the collective. Being that these intelligences did not have the power to develop individual consciousness of their own initiative in the face of the overwhelming tide of the collective and its twisted leaders. They understood that if they did succeed in breeding offspring that possessed natural individuality and emotionalism, then these offspring might in turn break free from the collective, and once having broken free, help others of their kind who do not possess the self-motivation to do so. Once these were tamed and deprogrammed and placed in an environment where free agency could develop, these aliens could then be given a choice to decide which side they will serve, whether they will remain with us or return to the collective and lose their individuality in the process. Knowing full well the dangers of a collective system where no individual expression is allowed, we have come to develop a deep and abiding respect for the sacredness of free agency. Even to the point of allowing other beings to choose to destroy themselves if they are fully intent on doing so. We have also come to deeply respect the non-interference directives of our dear friends of the Federation worlds. Ours is a continual struggle, and we are not too proud to say that our ultimate victory or defeat depends largely on you. Every time you give in to the will of the draconian collective, every time you believe one of the lies of a gray that is under the control of the hive. Every time you trade a little piece of your soul for the supposed benefits that the collective will tell you are yours if you serve them. Every time you do this, you weaken yourselves and capitulate your power to the enemy. In so doing, you make our struggle all the more desperate. On the other hand, every time you challenge the claims of the collective and expose their lies and refuse to allow them to manipulate you into their agendas, then you strengthen us in the process. Remember that we are truly your children, because the majority of us within the resistance are more human than beast, reptilian, insectilian, or what have you. Those genetic hybrids who do not possess a soul are rare among us because they find it very difficult to comprehend those individual virtues which come naturally, or should come naturally, to those possessing a human soul chakra matrix and a conscience. Above and beyond anything else, we would ask that you pray to our ultimate Creator as best you understand the concept of God. Ask the all-knowing and all-loving One to be merciful. Plead for us, your brothers and sisters and children who live within, parallel to, and out among the stars, beyond this planet Earth. Please pray for us and also for the many others of our kind and your kind who are presently the captives of the soulless entities serving the collective. Since physical and intellectual defenses are not sufficient, being that we are also battling supernatural evils, we need the divine intervention of God and His holy, standing angels. Since the draconian collective attacks you and also us on the physical, psychic and spiritual levels, we cannot neglect the spiritual aspects of this conflict. With this, we of the Hybrid Council wish you all the best. May we, all of us, do all that we can to bring about a future that will be everything we had hoped for, and more. To our parents out there. You know who you are. Those of us who have separated ourselves from the controllers and also those who still remain in their grasp, we send you our love and our hugs. We remember and cherish every hug and warm touch that you have given us during those times in the night when you have been brought to us. Those times, whether you remember them consciously or not, when you have shared with us your feelings, your love, and in some cases your fears, and have shown us what being human is really all about. We want to say, we love you. Pray for us as we pray for you. Until that time when we can all meet together as one, in true freedom and peace, may the Almighty Source of all life protect and bless you all.